The story starts with Ichikawa Kyutaro, who is reading a murder encyclopedia in class, and is feeling like he's messed up in the head. Meanwhile, his classmates are busy cracking toilet paper jokes, the highbrow stuff. Ichikawa is so tormented that he even considers lashing out at a boy who accidentally bumps into him, but he quickly realizes it's not exactly the best idea. It's like he thinks he's the star of some twisted psychological thriller or something. I mean, come on my man, you're not the Joker. But he can't help but wonder when his bloodthirsty urges will finally subside. And then there's Anna Yamada, the apple of Ichikawa's eye, or, more accurately, the target of his homicidal fantasies. She's the prettiest girl in school and magazine model, but Ichikawa just wants to see her beautiful face writhing in pain. Yet he can hardly control himself when she glances at him, and now he wants to make her regret looking down at him? Someone please tell him to calm down. He thinks she will look just as gorgeous as a corpse and her body will belong to him. Well, don't know why he's suddenly acting like a pervert. He gets up and leaves because the classroom gets unbearably loud during lunch break. He enters the library and sees Anna sitting there alone having lunch. He uncomfortably walks in and she says something indistinguishable with her mouth full. Someone please teach the girl some manners. Nevertheless, Ichikawa pretends to understand and walks away from her. He is peeking at her through gaps in the bookshelves, wondering if this is his chance to kill her, and decides against it. He just observes her as she finishes her rice cake and opens a bag of potato chips. Ichikawa is shocked since they just had lunch, and she is now smiling and tapping while finishing the party-sized packet of chips. Man, let the girl enjoy her food in peace. He turns around and starts thinking of ways to kill her, but she seems to be working on her presentation for social studies. Ichikawa notices that Anna doesn't use a pencil first for reference and directly uses a pen to write, and ends up running out of space while writing the heading. Classic rookie mistake. However, he can't help but notice that she's looking for her box cutter, and he considers lending it to her until he realizes that might come off as a little creepy. Can't blame the guy for being cautious in today's world, right? He decides to take the risk anyway, and to his surprise, Anna is actually nice about it. She smiles and thanks him for decreasing her workload, and Ichikawa feels like he's on top of the world, until he realizes that she hasn't returned the box cutter yet. Panic sets in as he frantically chases after her in the hallway. Of course, Anna's got her own problems to deal with, like her friend accusing her of hoarding snacks. Hey, who doesn't love a good snack, right? But Anna's a sweetheart and runs back to Ichikawa to give him the rest of the chips. MC thinks he's hit the jackpot with Anna's leftovers, but she quickly puts the packet directly over her mouth to get the last few chips out. That's not very ladylike, but who can argue with a beautiful model? Her friend starts screaming about her making him do her dirty work, and Ichikawa slumps to the floor because he didn't get a chance to murder her. He spends the rest of the day thinking about his box cutter in her pencil case, but is surprised to find it on his desk the next day. He touches it, and it's still warm, making him believe she carried it in her hands all the way to school so she wouldn't forget. Who knew a box cutter could be so romantic? Their teacher announces it's time for them to give their group presentations, but Anna is confused when she sees the poster is different from what she prepared. Her friend told her she had redone it because Anna made it messy with food stains. She even used a chocolate stain to make it part of the heading. Ichikawa is furious since he thinks Anna worked hard on it, and her friend is jealous of her beauty. He starts cursing girls in general for being devious, but he notices that Anna seems unbothered. She and her friend group go first and give their presentation while Ichikawa and his group go next talking about their research on sustainable resources. However, while he is giving his presentation, she seems quiet and starts crying. To make matters worse, Ichikawa's obsession with Anna has him thinking that the entire class is staring at her, when in reality, they're just looking at a helicopter. Classic Ichikawa. But he's not going to let this moment pass him by, so he tears down his own poster to distract the class. Hey, whatever works, right? But here's the kicker, when he looks back at Anna, she's happily watching the helicopter. Talk about a plot twist. Ichikawa is more confused than ever, but hey, at least he got to make a dramatic statement in front of the class. Maybe next time he'll bring a helicopter of his own to really steal the show. Anna sits on Kobayashi's lap, and the boys behind MC start making perverted jokes about them. They want to be friends with benefits with Anna, but he is not having any of it. He's ready to murder them, as usual. One of the boys, Kanzaka, starts talking about how he's not into pretty girls and would prefer someone less attractive, like Hara. Poor Hara. Later, MC goes to the library and sees Anna there, enjoying some snacks. Hara enters because someone asked her to meet there, but she refuses Anna's offer of food because she's on a diet. Kanzaka then enters, and MC is hiding behind a shelf, afraid he might be about to ask Hara out. When Kanzaka finds out about Hara's diet, he tells her that he likes her just the way she is and that she doesn't need to lose weight. Anna figures out what's going on, but then MC accidentally drops a book, making everyone suspicious of someone else's presence. They think it's a cat, so Anna starts coughing to signal it to him. He gets the hint and meows while Anna gets up with the excuse to check what's happening, but actually wants to help him. She finds him behind the bookshelf and starts mewing too, which makes Hara and Kanzaka burst out laughing. They become friends, united by their love of cats. Isn't that just perfect? MC is on his way home from school and decides to stop at the store to purchase the magazine that Anna has been featured in. But he doesn't want to go inside in his school uniform, so he changes into a heavy metal goth t-shirt. As one does, once inside, he finds the magazine but is interrupted as Anna walks in. He runs and hides behind a shelf so she can't see him, like a true ninja. Two girls enter to show interest in buying the magazine, but Anna acts all awkward, trying to get them to notice her and fangirl around her. Unfortunately, they get uncomfortable and leave. Poor Anna, it's tough being famous. Undeterred, Anna stands with a pen in her hand ready to give out autographs, but no one recognizes her. She even tries to place her magazine on top of another pile to get more people to buy it. But the shop attendants just fix it without paying attention to her. When she leaves dejectedly, MC realizes that she has a cringeworthy side to her personality as well. Feeling guilty for the two customers Anna scared off, Ichikawa buys the magazine and goes home to read it. But after seeing Anna's pictures, he throws those in the trash, pretending not to care. Of course, he can't help but see the magazine from the corner of his eye and stays up all night reading it. We've all been there, Ichikawa. Anna may not have gotten the attention she was hoping for at the store, but she'll always have Ichikawa to secretly obsess over her. The next day, while walking to school, Ichikawa sees Anna talking to another boy and immediately assumes he is her boyfriend. He accepts this fact as the way of the world and goes to stand next to them on the sidewalk. He overhears the boy, Haruya Nanjo, telling her about an app called Line and assumes he is hitting on her. Classic teenage jealousy. As they start walking, Ichikawa trails a short distance behind them, eavesdropping on their conversation. Not very good manners, but he can't help himself. Haruya asks Anna about her social media accounts, but she seems clueless about them. MC thinks she's playing dumb because how could anyone not know about social media, especially a magazine model? Haruya persists, asking Anna how she stays in touch with her friends. Anna replies that they read each other's minds by tuning their brains to the same wavelength. Haruya is impressed and asks her to read his mind, but Anna distracts him by asking for ice cream. Priorities right? Haruya continues to compliment Anna as he moves closer to her and calls her cute. He continues by calling her funny, and she is actually enjoying it as she asks for more. This only makes Ichikawa more miserable, and he falls further behind. Haruya insists Anna should know about Line so they can talk more. He even holds her hand, and she seems to respond positively because she doesn't let go, leaving Ichikawa's eyes wide open as he pretends not to care. Anna takes out her phone to install the app when Ichikawa has had enough and something snaps inside him. He cannot tolerate this open flirting any longer and decides to take action. In a brief moment of insanity, he sends his bike flying at full speed past Haruya and Anna, startling them both. Anna's friend, she witnessed the whole incident since she was walking behind him, and everyone rushes over to see the bike, which had unfortunately landed in the water. She tells Anna that Ichikawa had intentionally sent his bike flying. Intrigued, she asks MC about what happened, but he's embarrassed, so he quickly tries to cover himself by saying, "I accidentally hit the gas instead of the brakes." Wait? Gas on a bicycle? Anna starts laughing uncontrollably and calls him funny, which of course makes time stop for him as he starts to feel butterflies and sees no one but Anna in his universe. The next day starts with our MC thinking of writing a book based on a boy who gets transported to another world. Why is it always about being isekai? The boy is cursed with black magic and dooms anything he touches. The design of the heroine looks familiar to Yamada. MC then visits the nurse's office even though he looks totally fine. There he sees Yamada lying next to the nurse's bed. MC explains that he had a severe headache, that's why he's at the nurse's office. Yamada seems to have a stomach ache due to eating too many candies. Yamada hands MC a pill, who gets excited when he notices that he'll be drinking from the same glass that Yamada's lips have touched. This kid needs some milk, but there he notices that Yamada left her shirt. MC couldn't hold himself, and he starts to sniff the shirt as the nurse hands him the shirt to return it. He repeatedly blames a creature inside his skull for his pervy actions. Later, MC returns to his class where the boys, 12 years kids, would ask the girls if they touch themselves. A boy hands MC a note and asks him to give it to Yamada. He swaps the note with his sketch and gives it to Yamada. Moments later, he continues his sketch. Meanwhile, the boys come up with a game that reveals someone's favorite yoga position. The boy approaches the girls and asks them to hold his hand. The way the girls are going to hold their fists will reveal their favorite yoga position. These kids end their theory, but a girl suspects him and asks him to do this test with his friends first. Well, that backfired. Anyways, the girls find various methods to touch his hand while the boys start to make weird assumptions. Later at the library, Yamada tries to open Ichikawa's fist to find her missing piece of candy. MC also uses their theory and assumes Yamada's favorite position. Kid is getting brainwashed. Later on the basketball court, the coach asks the kids to split into a team of 5 people. Yamada refuses when her friend asks her to stand in the defense. Yamada has an upcoming photo shoot, so she needs to lose weight by running. She has curves, no idea what weight she is talking about. MC then wonders how open Yamada is, but yet he doesn't know her well. MC defines Yamada's personality as easy to murder. As MC was still thinking, he got hit by the basketball. MC was about to throw the ball in anger. It turns out Yamada was the one to throw that ball to Ichikawa. Ichikawa's rage immediately calms down and he returns the ball calmly. We all know where this is going. MC notices that Yamada is staring at him while blushing. Yamada gets hit in the face by the basketball as she was distracted by looking at Ichikawa. Yamada's nose starts to bleed due to the hit. MC starts to get worried as he sees the blood flowing from Ichikawa's nose. The coach then takes Yamada to the nurse's office along with Kobayashi. MC secretly walks into the nurse's office. He is shocked when the coach tends to call Yamada's parents. The situation seems a bit serious. MC hides under the nurse's bed. MC sees Yamada's bloody tissues. Hopefully the kid doesn't do anything pervy with that. While talking with her mother, Yamada starts to cry. Because due to her injury, Yamada can't go for the photo shoot. After seeing Yamada cry, MC also starts to cry unintentionally. Yamada accidentally drops her stuff on the ground where he notices that she has framed his sketch. It touches Ichikawa's heart. That's when MC realizes that he likes Yamada. Later in the classroom, the pervy boys gather together. One of the boys has Yamada's bloody tissue and starts to flex it. Are they really 12-year-old kids? That pisses MC, and as he stands to confront them, MC notices blood spots on his shirt. Turns out when he was crawling his way out of the nurse's office, his shirt got touched with Yamada's blood on the floor. MC sits immediately while trying to hide the stains. The next day, Yamada shows up at the school with a bandage on her nose. Everyone approaches her and asks her what happened. Yamada tells everyone the reason. She gets tired of explaining it to everyone, so Kobayashi writes the reason why Yamada has an injured nose on the bandage so people would stop asking her. Yamada starts to cry and hugs Kobayashi as she still is sad, due to the photo shoot. As Yamada is still hugging Kobayashi, the pervy boys start to get pervy thoughts. Moments later, MC was walking into the school and he saw Yamada standing on the stairs. Yamada is still crying and she runs out of tissues. MC wants to give her tissues to cry off, but he's too shy to hand her straight away. MC goes to the library where he leaves multiple tissue packets. As Yamada picks up the tissue, but instead of wiping her tears, she cleans her hands after eating snacks. That made MC happier as he saw Yamada smiling. Our MC is having thoughts about what he meant by saying, "I like her." He's confused if he loves her because he doesn't desire to go on a date with her or even spend romantic time with her. While having lunch, MC notices that a girl is staring at Yamada. It was because Yamada was stealing milk. MC follows her to the library where he realizes that he stole the milk pack so she could make Narun. Yep, that's the name of the candy. Before Yamada would add the candy to the milk pack, MC interrupted her and asked her to use a bowl from the EC room. Yamada asks him to bring the bowl in an orderly way. With hesitating, MC runs to get the bowl. Where did that Sigma personality go? Though halfway, Yamada joins him. Yamada then pretends to be better than Gordon Ramsay just for making Narun. The EC room seems to be locked, so they decide to steal a beaker from the science lab. Yamada dips Ichikawa's finger into the sweet dish so he could taste it while she drinks the whole. As Yamada is drinking the syrup, their teacher catches them in the lab. Yamada drops the syrup on her thighs as she panics. MC tries to explain to the teacher that the scenario seems a bit awkward. Later, while cleaning the school, a girl named Rin approaches Yamada, but before she can say anything, Yamada's handkerchief falls down the window and she runs down to get it. Rin's friend Serena tells her to apologize to Yamada for something she did unintentionally. Rin gets pissed and says that Serena has changed now, all she does is hang over her, and Rin runs off. Moments later, MC and Yamada are in the library. He notices that Rin is also standing there. Maybe she came to apologize. MC tries to walk away as he wants to give them space. Yamada calls him and asks him to take a selfie with her so she may swap the faces with the new filter. MC straight up denies her offer and runs outside the library where he meets Serena. Yamada calls Rin and shows her the picture. She doesn't even remember or care about what Rin did. Yamada takes a selfie with Rin using the swap filter and laughs. Rin starts to feel embarrassed and she suddenly starts to apologize. Turns out Rin was the one to hit the ball at Yamada's face. Yamada acts generously and even asks Rin for candies. As Rin walks out, Serena apologizes to Rin for forcing her to apologize. While walking home, Smarty literally is carrying his cycle. MC notices the fact that everyone cares so much about Yamada's nose. He thinks it is because she's a model. As he was thinking, Yamada appeared next to him. Yamada asks for a lift. MC seems shy, but he accepts to give her a lift. Yamada sits at the back of the cycle like how boys sit and asks him to drop her at Muroka's shop. MC mentions that he is part of the data processing club, to which Yamada replies that she will also join the same club. As they reach the shop, Yamada hands MC a juice bottle, who seems surprised because Yamada barely shares anything. So MC gives her the cap of the juice, which has a few drops in it. Yamada walks away blushing. I mean, it is a high school romance after all. The next day, the teacher asks the class if they know who threw the candy wrappers at the library. Yamada straight up lies that it wasn't her, though it was obvious, so the teacher calls her to the office. The teacher gets busy, so Yamada is off the hook for now. Later, MC goes for lunch with his sister and seems embarrassed to spend time with her. That's where Yamada and her friends walk next to Ichikawa. As Yamada's group is sitting behind MC, he eavesdrops on their conversation. MC goes to buy more snacks, and that's where Yamada joins him. Yamada mentions that she wants to be friends with his sister. MC then asks her why she came here, so Yamada starts making excuses. Turns out Yamada came to the counter just so she could talk to Ichikawa. As MC realizes that, he starts to panic while ordering. He buys an ice cream from Yamada, but gets too shy to hand it to her. Later at school, MC seems to be looking for Yamada, but that's when she appears behind him. As Yamada is about to go to the teacher's office, she asks MC to accompany her. The teacher accuses Yamada of bringing snacks to the school. Yamada seems to neglect these allegations, and MC starts defending Yamada. My guy is straight up lying for Yamada. Even though they were caught red-handed in the library, MC starts to trick the teacher, and as a result, they both walk off. The teacher seems happy as he sees MC helping someone. As they walk into the hall, Yamada gives MC a candy. Yamada asks MC to chat with her more, and he turns all red from blushing. The class gets an assignment in which they have to visit multiple shops and write a report on them. MC seems to be less interested because he wants to visit crime scenes or drug cartels to make a report. He actually likes dark corners and murder mysteries. The teacher asks the class to make a group of 6 students who share the same interests. As always, MC sits all alone as he has no friends to make a group. He gets called out by the pervy boys group and they ask him to join them. MC accepts their offer and joins them. The pervy boys notice that their group is still short of 2 members, so they immediately split their group. Now you'll know why I call them the pervy boys group. Oda and Adaki, 2 people of that pervy group, approach the girls and ask them to let them join. Yamada's friend Sakine immediately rejects him. MC seems relieved. The girls are ready to take anyone and accept for them. Sakine tells the boys that the girls will discuss and qualify 2 people who will join their group. The first person to get qualified by the girls is Kanzaki. But Kanzaki doesn't want to join their group. MC suggests Kanzaki to join Haru's group, which is full of nerds, and they will match his level. Kanzaki seems convinced, but now 3 people are left. MC fights his way to join Yamada's group. She literally could just ask the girls and they would take Homeboy in. Adaki also succeeds in joining them. Later in the library, MC seems to think that Yamada would find him desperate for the way he fits his way in her group. Yamada then walks in with Hara, while MC watches them sneakily. Turns out Yamada sneaked in some snacks to eat with Hara. Wasn't she a model who cared about her weight? Hara rejects Yamada's offer and says that she's on a diet. She only came to the library to talk to her. Yamada starts to get excited because she realizes that Hara came here for her and not for the food. Most probably she's excited because she doesn't have to share now. Turns out Kanzaki and Hara are sort of dating, and Hara wishes to lose weight so she could look more pretty. MC is eavesdropping on all their conversations. Hara tells Yamada that they went on a shopping date together. The pervy boy is making progress there. Hara then asks Yamada if she ever had a relationship. Yamada claims that she has never been in a relationship. That gives MC some relief. Yamada reveals that she has the urge to share a pair of earbuds if she ever had a boyfriend. Yamada takes a selfie with Hara, but in that picture, we can see MC sneaking from behind. Kid got caught in 4K. Hara doesn't mind if MC hears their conversation because he has no friends to share that information with. That must have hurt deeply. Later, when MC is about to leave the school, it starts raining and MC wears his raincoat. Suddenly, he notices Yamada standing. She asks to borrow Ichikawa's raincoat so she can go and buy herself an umbrella. MC notices that Yamada left her bag and wallet at the school, so he runs off to Yamada in the rain. Yamada asks MC to take out her wallet from the bag, but as he puts his hand in the bag, he notices that she already has an umbrella. Yamada makes an excuse that the umbrella is broken. MC then places her wallet in her pocket while both of them are blushing. Turns out, Yamada lied so she could spend time with him and buy some snacks too. Yamada then returns, and so she shares an ice cream with Ichikawa. MC asks if she loves or hates the ice cream, but gets distracted. Right when MC leaves, Yamada shouts to him and says, "I'm practically in love." It is a mystery whether she was talking about the ice cream or herself. The next day, the whole group starts to visit various places for their report. At the manga store, where Adaki starts to ask pervert questions and even fantasies about an idol's chest size. We all saw that coming. At the manga store, they meet a writer who lets them take a peek at the unreleased Baki's manga, which excites Ichikawa. While returning from the manga store, the lifts get rushed with many people. Yamada seems to be standing too close to Ichikawa. In order to control himself, MC closes his eyes. Can't believe he's the same guy who was sniffing her clothes a few episodes earlier. Though he could smell Yamada's fragrance and feel her breath. Anyway, as the lift reaches its destination, MC opens his eyes to see that Yamada is still standing so close to him even after everyone leaves and the lift gets empty. They stare at each other for some moment and Yamada walks away, so they walk together while talking about mangas. MC then takes a washroom break, and as he comes back he realizes that only Yamada is standing there. Turns out everyone took off on the subway because these two forgot to ask them to wait, so MC and Yamada get left behind together. Now that MC and Yamada have been abandoned by their group mates, they start to panic. Yamada takes the whole blame onto her and starts to cry. Luckily, the next train would arrive in about 7 minutes. MC starts to feel guilty, so he makes it up by buying Yamada a milk tea. MC thinks that it's all his fault. He should have announced that he's about to take a bathroom break, which eventually makes Yamada laugh, and she cheers up, and so the train arrives. On the train, Yamada holds onto MC so they won't split up. Yamada also mentions that Hara is having a secret relationship. She hints MC about having a secret relationship. Moments later, they catch up with their group. The next day, as MC is riding to school, he realizes that he has begun to enjoy school. It is because he has started to like Yamada. Yamada seems to be waiting for MC outside the school. As MC arrives, Yamada hands him the manga that she previously mentioned. Yamada gets so excited that she spoils the whole manga for Ichikawa. Yamada walks back to the school gate so MC wouldn't know that she was waiting just for him. Moments later, Yamada visits MC at the library even though she is supposed to be busy with her work. Yamada notices that MC is reading some other book and not her manga. She starts to force MC to read that manga right now. She starts to drag Ichikawa's book, but gets tripped. Ichikawa's face bumps right into Yamada's chest. Talk about a dream come true moment. Both of them apologize to each other. As Yamada is about to leave, MC stops her for no reason. He has no idea why he stopped her and started asking random questions. He starts to read the manga as he reaches home. The next day at the school, the first thing Yamada asks MC is about the manga. She repeatedly keeps asking him about the manga, so he decides to read it at the school. As MC starts reading the manga, he gets interrupted by Adaki. Adaki suspects MC if he's dating Yamada, but he immediately covers it up by saying we're just classmates. Adaki seems to have a crush on Yamada. He keeps asking MC about her. Adaki realizes that he likes Yamada because he isn't able to wank to her. How does a 12-year-old even know about such stuff? According to Adaki, you cannot wank to the girl you like. MC starts to gain interest in the topic. MC wonders if Adaki's theory is right. He is going to try tributing Yamada. Adaki starts to adore Yamada's body, which grosses out MC, and he walks out. MC realizes that Adachi has always talked dirty about Yamada, but he never felt offended before. He questions himself because he has started to like her now. MC walks into the class and sits next to Yamada. Ichikawa's eyes turn to Yamada's thighs unintentionally, so he walks out of the class. As MC walks towards the library, he sees Yamada standing in agony. How did she even get there so fast? Yamada seems sad because the staff sets a new rule that eating in the library is not prohibited. Yamada believes that someone snitched the staff about her, and that's why they have set up this poster. MC and Yamada start to wonder about the identity of the person who ratted them. Before calling out names and suspecting their class fellows, they decide to confront the library teacher. The library teacher mentions that she found a candy wrapper at the library, so she had to remind the kids about the rules. Moments later, while Yamada and MC are sitting in the library, MC wonders if this is the last time Yamada will ever come to the library. Do such teachers even exist? MC then falls back while Yamada glares at him while blushing. MC apologizes for holding her hand with consent. He explains that he did it to save her. The chocolate seems to be melted onto Yamada's hand. Yamada's expression seems to be complicated as she asks MC to go away. Turns out she wanted to lick her hands, that's why she asked him to go. MC walks out of the library in a stumbled manner. But the next day, everything seemed back to the way it was. MC is at his home, using his laptop. He can't stop thinking about Yamada. MC then Googles Yamada's modeling name, which is Anna Aquino, and starts to stalk. Though he gets pissed when he looks at the search bar where it says, Anna Aquino is ugly. MC starts to trash talk about the people on the internet, but that's when he notices the word Kolgaku. MC immediately starts to research it, and it turns out to be a TV show in which Yamada is featured. That show airs every Tuesday. That's where MC realizes that today is Tuesday and rushes towards their TV at home. Unfortunately, the show ends right before he reaches the TV. The next day, as everyone is getting ready for their marathon run, MC is continuously glaring at Yamada. He intends to keep their relationship to where it is. Anyways, as the marathon race is about to begin. As the race begins, everyone starts to run on their own. MC's misogynistic side appears as he realizes that Yamada is about to cross him in racing. He boosts up his speed, and on the other hand, Yamada does the same. Soon after Yamada catches up to MC, she holds MC and asks him to slow down. But MC's pride wouldn't allow him, so he again runs ahead of her. As soon as Yamada takes off her gym shirt, MC's speed automatically gets slower, and so Yamada covers the distance. Can't blame the boy. Yamada used her wild card. MC can't help himself to stop staring at Yamada's chest, but he realizes that Yamada is wearing her shirt backward. As MC tells that to Yamada, instead of slowing down, Yamada flips her shirt while running. That trick doesn't slow Yamada down. Instead, MC gets behind her to hide his boner. Yamada turns her head behind and sees MC's right eye for the first as he is running. Both of them get distracted by each other so much that they start to run out of the track. As a result, MC ends up in last place. As Yamada is sitting exhausted, she reaches out her hand to MC, and so he holds her hand to give her a boost in standing up. And this kid was a misogynist before he saw those jiggles. Moments later in the classroom, even MC is confused about what to call that holding hand moment. As MC puts his phone down, he notices the name on the gym shirt, and that's when he realizes that he has switched gym shirts with Yamada. That's where MC eavesdrops on Yamada's friend discussing that wearing the clothes of your boyfriend is a love sign. At this point, MC wants to take back his gym shirt, but he doesn't find the right opportunity. MC notices that Yamada is wearing his gym shirt as the class begins. He starts to freak out that anyone can notice her at this point. As the lunch break begins, Yamada calls MC herself and takes him to the nurse's office to return his gym shirt. As Yamada takes off his shirt, she weirdly sniffs the shirt. Yamada takes MC to measure their heights. As Yamada is setting up the scales, his chest is pointed directly towards MC, so he takes a step back and asks Yamada to measure her height. MC had to use a chair to check on Yamada's height. The next day, as MC walks into class, he notices everyone talking about Yamada appearing in a movie with a famous actor and director. MC notices that Yamada doesn't seem that excited. Anyways, as the class starts, the teacher asks everyone to pick a random number and they would sit according to it. As MC sits in his new spot, he starts to pray that Yamada would sit next to him, though Yamada does indeed sit close to MC but not next to him. As the lecture begins, MC gets in trouble when he tries to look at the board because Yamada is sitting at the front. Adaki gets lucky and ends up sitting next to Yamada, which pisses off MC. Hara notices him struggling, so she shares her notes for him to copy. Though Yamada doesn't seem too happy about that. Yamada seems jealous of MC for interacting with Hara, so MC calms her and says, "All I see is you." Both of them start to blush, and so Hara walks in. Moments later, MC and Yamada are sitting at the library. MC reveals that he has changed the seating arrangements, and now Yamada shall sit where MC previously sat because he couldn't see the board. Poor Adaki. MC then tells Yamada to not be stressed about the movie. Yamada gets excited and asks him if he's into movies. Yamada then reveals that her role in the movie is to be the daughter of the police officer who is chasing the main character. MC notices that Yamada sounds more cheerful than before. I guess she just wanted to share it with him. Yamada tells her big line in the movie, which is, "You're such a creep." She starts to rehearse this line repeatedly while looking at MC. Everyone starts to look at them, so MC suggests Yamada go somewhere private. They end up sitting in the storage room while MC stands too close to Yamada due to the closed space. As MC says that he might go and see the movie, Yamada gets so happy to hear this as she walks out of the room. Later, MC watches the TV show in which Yamada is featured. MC starts to feel a bit sad when he notices that the show cuts across almost every scene in which Yamada is about to speak. The next day, MC sees Yamada telling her friends about her featuring in the show, even though he thought that she might be uncomfortable sharing that detail. A few days later, Yamada was running towards Sakine, and she seemed very worried. Yamada explains that Kobayashi is having a cold, so she can't come to school. Yamada then sits on Sakine's lap. MC seems to be observing Yamada's behavior. To make Yamada move from Sakine's lap, she surprisingly attempts to grab Yamada's chest. As the girls are doing weird stuff, MC is trying his best to distract himself away from the girls' activities. Later, everyone seems to be stressed after the test. Yamada walks towards Kana and Yamada starts to compare herself to Kana, which kind of pisses Kana off. Moments later, MC and Yamada are doing group study in the library, but this time Kana also joins them. MC helps Kana and solves all her questions, though Yamada doesn't seem to be pleased by that. Kana then mentions that the school is holding a parent-teacher meeting soon. Kana also reveals the fact that Yamada talks a lot about MC in front of her, which makes MC feel embarrassed. MC believes that Yamada must have made fun of him in front of her friends. Kana then exposes Yamada's dumb moments, which eventually makes MC smirk. It makes Yamada feel more jealous because she never made MC laugh or even smirk. Kana also notices that MC doesn't hesitate when he's talking to Yamada, even though his personality is quite the opposite when he interacts with other girls. Someone please take Kana away. Later, the parent-teacher meeting day arrives. As MC is coming down from the stairs, he sees Adaki's mother pulling her son's ear and taking him away while Adaki is feeling pain and embarrassment. MC starts to feel frightened, and as he walks towards her mother, he notices Yamada sitting with her mother. Weirdly, MC recognizes her mother by her look. This kid's taste in women is complicated. Yamada's mother is a strict woman, as she repeatedly tells Yamada to mind her legs and posture. Even MC's mother gets scared as she is sitting next to Yamada. MC's mother introduces herself to Yamada, and Yamada gets excited. MC's mother asks Yamada to get along with MC. At this point, MC hides behind a wall and spectates their conversation. Yamada nervously tells MC's mother that they already get along. NC's mother then hands Yamada a throat lozenge. It's basically a medical candy, and in return, Yamada gives her candy. Anyways, as the meeting ends, he and his mother start to walk. MC's mother seems impressed because the teacher complimented MC's class participation, but he totally ignores her and starts to walk fast because he doesn't want to get spotted with his mother. I don't get it. What's with these kids and their urge to avoid family bonding in front of the public? MC's mother then shows MC the candy Yamada gave to her. She even starts to praise Yamada's appearance while Yamada is secretly walking behind them. MC's mother then asks MC if he knows the girl she is talking about, and MC says the name Yamada. Both MC's mother and her son look back and notice Yamada standing while blushing. Yamada hurriedly walks away. The next day, MC and Yamada are sitting at the library where Yamada mentions that MC's mother is adorable. Yamada seems to be sitting very close to MC, so he stands up. As Kobayashi is home, Yamada asks MC to teach her science while she drags the history book out. The librarian walks in. MC notices the throat lozenge at the table. He starts to panic because if the librarian sees the packet of throat lozenge, they'll be in huge trouble. Since the library strictly prohibits eating inside, MC slowly whispers to Yamada to hide the lozenge. Weirdly, Yamada jumps and sits on the ground while MC hides the lozenge. Who knew she had a whisper fetish? MC seems to be confused as he sees Yamada turning all red. Later, it is raining while MC is cycling. He feels unlucky because it started to rain as soon as he went outside. He passes by Yamada, who stops MC. Since Yamada has an umbrella, she puts her stuff on the cycle and decides to join. MC denies her offer because it's too dangerous to cycle with two people on a wet street, so both of them go on their way. As MC reaches his home, he notices that Yamada left her stuff on his bicycle. At first, MC thinks that they are just snacks, but as he sneaks inside, he notices a pack of tampons. MC instantly leaves to find Yamada. As he reaches the nearby subway, MC spots Yamada, so he finally manages to return her bag. Yamada slowly whispers in his ears that these tampons aren't for her periods. MC replies very normally to that information and returns home. Moments later, MC stalks Yamada's pictures till he falls asleep, and so he gets a weird dream in which multiple Yamadas of various sizes are following him. MC wakes up in a sweat and realizes that he's got a cold. The next day, Yamada comes by his house to hand him some food. MC then invites her home for tea. He starts to freak out. As MC goes to his room and is about to change his shirt, he starts to get dizzy, and so he passes out. Moments pass by and Yamada starts to get worried, so she walks into MC's room. Yamada immediately rushes as she sees MC on the floor shirtless. She holds him up to the bed and helps him wear a shirt. Imagine MC's mother walks in. MC is feeling so dizzy that he thinks all of this is just a dream. His head even falls on Yamada's chest. Yamada then hugs MC. Later, when MC wakes up, he whispers the name Yamada, but as he opens his eyes, he sees Kana sitting there. She mentions that Yamada left a note for him, which says get well soon. The next day, Yamada walks into the classroom and asks Ichikawa if he has the line app. Looks like she's finally caught up with present times. Of course, he misinterprets and thinks she's making fun of him as he tries to defend himself, thinking even people without friends use line. So what if it's just to text his family? He tells her he does, and she immediately whips out her phone, showing him her funny sticker collection. She offers to send them to him, but he refuses. By this time, it's pretty obvious she's trying to add him and states how their class doesn't have a group chat, especially when the other classes and clubs do. She questions whether the data processing club has one, but Ichikawa says he doesn't know. When Yamada insists they should ask about it, he admits he doesn't want to because it's such a small club, that if he's not part of the group chat, it's because they don't want him there. Yamada puts her head down and sprawls on the table in the library, her usual spot, and Ichikawa wonders if she even knows what it's like to feel left out. It's the 16th of December and Moko excitedly claims she would do anything to have a boyfriend for Christmas. She's smart enough to know sitting around and wanting one isn't going to get her anywhere, and thinks of exchanging line-ids with boys in her class. The other two girls don't pay her much attention, but Yamada gets up from her seat, approving of it as a great idea. Moko is certain it won't be hard for Yamada to find a boyfriend. Yamada goes to ask Ichikawa, but Moko compares it to a level 99 going to fight slimes. Furthermore, she argues that they're going to ask everyone, so Moko agrees and asks him first. This girl literally stares with her mouth wide open because she can't seem to ask him outright. Moko shoves Yamada away before she gets a chance to ask him. claiming she needs to handle the higher-ups. Ishimuro, for instance, is average-looking but is a track team ace and the brightest in the class. It's just Moko who wants his ID, and it turns out he and Yamada live in the same building. Moreover, their parents get along and they do talk sometimes. Ichikawa overhears and knows he can't stop her, but he realizes if that's what she was doing when she asked him earlier that morning. It's a moment of instant regret for him as he winces at the failed opportunity. Later that night, Ichikawa lies miserably in his own bed as he remembers her trying to exchange IDs with him. He tries to console himself thinking she has tons of friends, so it's probably no big deal for her. He starts overthinking about how Yamada probably likes guys who are distant and curt, but really sweet and charming under the surface. He gets all hyped up and stares at the only picture he has of them together. His train of thought gets worse as he tries to calm his nerves and not give himself any hope. The next day, he arrives at school only to see Haruya chatting with Yamada talking about the latest game. He even has the audacity to invite her to his place so they play together. Ichikawa sits watching this thinking at least the man can make an effort to hide his real motives. Kobayashi shuts him up saying Yamada only plays Animal Cross Seas, but Yamada interrupts asking her about that game, destroying her cover-up. Ichikawa secretly praises her for keeping up an iron defense. Moko notices a girl standing beside Haruyo and Yoshida wonders if she's his girlfriend. But if she was, he wouldn't be approaching Yamada like this, right? Moko corrects her saying he's a real polygamist. She seems to know a lot about him. Haruya ends up inviting Kobayashi as well, claiming he wants her to come right from the start. Ichikawa watches the entire scene from the sidelines and observes he's just putting on a facade when Yamada is all he cares about. Poor Kobayashi. He thinks he's actually interested in her. Ichikawa can't help but think of him as a pushover. He slumps and takes his place at his desk, still in disbelief as to how Kobayashi's defense could crumble so easily. Suddenly, he overhears Yamada and Kobayashi talking in private when Ana tells her she won't be going. Kobayashi is indifferent and says she'll just take Moko instead. Yamada tries to warn her not to go, saying it'll be no fun. However, Ichikawa understands she's too nice to be directly mean to her friend and tells her she's being used as bait. Later that day, Ichikawa finds Yamada crying all alone in the library. Oops, she caught him worrying about her. He enters and she asks if he plays video games, and he responds that he does on Switch. He gets a flashback of his childhood calling the Switch and its controls dumb. The memories he's sealed away for so long are finally returning. Yamada continues to tell him her father plays video games, so they have everything at home. Suddenly, the girls who were hanging out with Haruya earlier enter and apologize on his behalf for being so forward. They automatically assume she has a boyfriend and is just pretending when she refuses, since she's all famous and needs to keep her private life a secret. She abruptly stands up, smacking her hands on the table, insisting she doesn't have a boyfriend. Ooh, looks more like her telling Ichikawa than the other girls. The girls seem to realize something as they see the two and immediately take their leave. Ichikawa is confused and tells her she shouldn't hang around him in front of other people when the girl returns with Haruyo, who seems just as confused. Ichikawa steps back, but Yamada grabs his face as he looks at them from the corner of his eye. The intruders leave and Yamada gets all awkward again and leaves. Ichikawa walks back to class, concerned that people are going to get the wrong idea about them. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Moko finally breaks it to Kobayashi how she's just being used. Yoshida also joins in, calling him a creep. Kobayashi struggles to hold back tears, and Ichikawa looks up to Yamada to protect her friend's feelings. As school ends for the day, Kobayashi admits to Yamada that she's decided not to go, and the two girls playfully return home. Ichikawa comes across Haruya, who turns around and leaves the moment he sees him. He wonders if people could possibly think that he and Yamada are a real couple, but his thoughts get the better of him. As he stays up overthinking about everything that happened at school, he considers the possibility that he might just be being used to get Haruya off her back. He makes up his mind that she's just been taking advantage of him all along. Yamada enters the classroom and Ichikawa has stopped going to the library, claiming he doesn't care anymore. He leaves and Yamada follows him out. He quickens his pace to avoid her, but she follows suit. She finally manages to grab his arm and pins him to the wall, but moves back a little awkwardly, asking if he's mad at her. He says he's not and is leaving when Yamada apologizes again. For some reason, Yamada starts bawling like a child and Ichikawa wonders what if he was wrong to misjudge her and just looks for an excuse to hate her for no reason. He recalls his childhood of how he never bought video games no matter how much he liked them, just because he was afraid of getting obsessed. In the present, he tries to tell Yamada that he just had some stuff to do during lunch, and he's not mad at her. She responds by enveloping him in a tight hug, squeezing hard since she's much taller than him. She apologizes, saying it was just a hug to make up, even though he doesn't like physical contact, but he refuses, saying that's not the case. Oh, the sparks are flying. They're standing so close to each other, and Yamada hugs him again. Ichikawa is trying his best not to let himself believe that she might actually like him, and they decide to walk home together. Yamada continues to chatter about the best way to eat natto, and apparently, her secret is turning it around 40 times to make it taste delicious. Ichikawa really doesn't like it, and Yamada abruptly stops her chant and says she's sorry because she's just been going on and on about it. He observes that they have very different senses, likes and dislikes in almost everything. They arrive at a junction where they're supposed to split and go their separate ways, but Yamada grabs onto the rear of his bike, telling him to wait. Is she already obsessed with this dark and brooding hero? She suggests that they should talk some more, and he misinterprets it, thinking she really doesn't have friends to talk to about her natto obsession. He's kind enough to share that he doesn't mind natto and fried rice, and she asks if he's going anywhere over the winter break. He realizes she's changed the subject but chooses to answer anyway, saying he will be visiting his father's hometown in Akita. She seems to know all about the good food there. Her shoulders slump, and she checks her calendar for the 24th. Ichikawa remembers to return her book that he's been carrying around for quite a while. They seat themselves on a few steps, and he admits he enjoyed the book more than he'd like to admit. She asks him about his favorite part, and Yamada's eyes sparkle and wonder as she exclaims that's the part she likes the most too. She says she'll bring the next one on Monday, and suddenly remembers something that she refuses to share and says goodbye as she heads home. This time it's Ichikawa who can't let her go and tell her to hold up. Moko is disappointed in another Christmas without a boyfriend. It's finally Monday, and Yamada continuously apologizes to Ichikawa because she forgot to bring the book she promised. He's chill about it, but it seems like a big deal for her, and she says she'll bring it the next day. Ichikawa reminds her they'll be on winter break, starting tomorrow, so she smartly plans to meet up somewhere. She builds up the courage to ask for his line ID. God, I can't believe she needed such an elaborate scheme for that. And Ichikawa too is in disbelief. They stay up texting each other most of the night. The next day, MC is standing in the middle of the city, waiting for Yamada. He reveals that he somehow ended up meeting with Yamada. Moreover, he plans to borrow the next volume of that rom-com manga. Though it confuses MC, why did Yamada ask him to meet in Shibuya? At this point, even MC is confused because they could have met at their local spot. Though Ichikawa somehow arrived way earlier, therefore he is standing alone while seeming to wait for Yamada. However, he suddenly spots Yamada. She also seems to arrive early. It confuses MC, so at first he starts to walk around her to confirm if it's really Yamada. Bro can't even recognize his girl, but as MC sees the girl enjoying her food in the middle of the crowd, he instantly recognizes her. Anyways, MC then approaches Yamada and asks her if they are supposed to meet at 2. So Yamada makes the same excuse as MC did. She said that she left home early so could find the place. Anyways, as MC mentions the manga, Yamada immediately interrupts him. She asks MC to accompany her to a new place that she wants to check out. Therefore, both of them start to walk, though MC notices that the city is crowded at this time. Well, most probably because it's New Year's Eve. Though Yamada doesn't seem to remember the day it is today. MC then weirdly notices that Yamada smells really good. Anyways, MC feels a little low because he thinks that Yamada probably called him so she could run other errands, rather than spending her Christmas Eve with MC. Therefore, MC lowers his speed and decides to not walk side by side. Damn, the amount of overthinking this kid does. Now, as Ichikawa is walking behind Yamada, he instantly sees his reflection in a mirror. It creeps MC out because he realizes that he looks totally like a stalker. Therefore, he lowers his hoodie and takes off his mask. However, that makes Yamada happy as she sees his face. So, Yamada decides to hand MC one side of the bag that Yamada is carrying. This way they won't get separated and would carry the weight of that bag together. Hence, they again end up walking side by side. But as MC tries to distance himself from Yamada, she instantly notices it. So Yamada asks him to stick close or he'll get in people's way. Anyways, they arrive at a cafe and Yamada says that she wants to try their pancakes. And I want to try yours, Yamada. At this point, it starts to feel more like a date, though he doesn't like where this is going, as they are waiting in the queue. Yamada advises MC to avoid going to an amusement park on a first date. We'll count that as a hint. Well, apparently Yamada believes that waiting in line gets awkward, and the relationship starts to fall apart. But since they are waiting in the line themselves, so Yamada says that her theory seems to be wrong, though Yamada immediately realizes that her tongue just slipped. However, MC doesn't understand what just happened. Instead, he comes up with his theory, that the guy should always stand in front of the stairs. Moreover, he thinks that's the reason why Yamada feels embarrassed. Both of them are equally dumb at this point. Anyways, MC asks Yamada to let him stand in front of her. She hesitantly declines, and so both of them try to make awkward eye contact. As Ichikawa asks Yamada about her hair, she describes how her mother does her hair, though it surprises MC since he thought her mother seems pretty strict. So Yamada explains that her mother always acts tough and strict when they are outside, but she's super nice at home. She even calls her Anna. Though as MC calls their bonding cute, it somehow pisses Yamada off, because she never heard Ichikawa say that word before, which confuses MC. I mean fair, she wants MC to call her cute or something. That's why she's pissed. Moments later, they finally manage to get a seat, though Yamada begins to get confused because she can't decide what to pick. However, MC feels relieved because her mood instantly cheers up after looking at the menu. Since MC is acting like he isn't a big fan of desserts, he decides to get a coffee for himself, though Yamada starts to feel bad as she sees MC not having anything to eat. Therefore, as she apologizes to MC, he starts to hesitate, because he thinks that he somehow messed the situation up. Anyways, after ordering their food, Yamada notices that MC is wearing all black, so she asks him if he likes the color black. That's where MC realizes that he owns nothing but black clothes. However, Yamada also reveals that she loves the color black and has many clothes with that color. Weirdly, Ichikawa says that black clothes would look better on Yamada rather than on himself. He thinks if someone with a fashion sense would wear it, it looks stylish and cool, whereas MC just wears them because he can't avoid them. Basically, he's trying to say that he isn't a fashionable person. MC wears black because he likes it. MC then instantly realizes that he's literally explaining fashion to a pro model. However, Yamada agrees with MC and reveals that her stylist said the same thing. And as Yamada starts to explain the story of what her stylist said, MC starts to wonder about the times he has messed up today. As MC drinks his coffee, he starts to regret coming with Yamada due to his mess-ups. Since they get along so well at school, MC thought that spending time on New Year's Eve would go great too. So Yamada interrupts MC and asks him to take her photo with her pancakes, though she couldn't resist standing still as she saw her food. Therefore, MC starts to shoot a video of her. She's literally just eating in that video. Yamada then explains that she doesn't plan to upload those pictures. Instead, she sends them to MC, which eventually makes him blush. Moreover, MC starts staring at Yamada's video on the phone, which pisses her off. So Yamada stands and grabs MC by his chin and tells him to look at the real thing. So both of them sit quietly for a while as they are blushing. Later, MC accompanies Yamada in shopping. However, MC again feels embarrassed since Yamada doesn't let him pay at the coffee shop. He literally looks like a kid in front of Yamada. So Yamada starts asking MC which dress she should buy. He doesn't seem to have any interest, so he randomly chooses one. However, Yamada asks him to wait outside while she changes and wears it. MC starts getting creepy thoughts as he realizes that Yamada is changing behind a curtain. Therefore, he tries his best to distract himself from getting a hardwood. And to make the situation more difficult, MC notices Kana entering the same shop with her friends. And so Yamada removes the curtain as she reveals her new dress, though MC asks Yamada to stay low since he doesn't want his sister to find out. Therefore, Yamada pulls MC and decides to hide in the changing room. Why is it always the changing rooms? Yamada then asks MC why can't MC's sister see them together. So MC promises her that some other time he'll allow her to tell everyone. So MC tells Yamada to buy the dress that she's wearing since he finds her very appealing. And as Yamada faces backward, MC notices her back is revealed, since she hasn't zipped her dress, so he starts to freak out, while Yamada leans towards the wall. Later that night, MC and Yamada return from their hangout. That's where MC starts to share about himself with her. He tells Yamada that he's not a people person, and he's always straightforward. Further, MC reveals that he cuts people off easily. Therefore, he explains that if he stayed today with her, it means that he had fun. so that pleases Yamada, and she starts to wrap a muffler around Ichikawa's neck. Moreover, on their way to the station, both of them stop at the decorated street, which amazes both of them. Anyways, as they arrive at the station, the train arrives, though the train seems to be crowded. So both of them get separated inside the train. Therefore, Yamada holds MC's hand so they may stay together. These kids had more romantic moments in a single day than my whole life. Moreover, even after arriving at their destination, both of them decide to walk to their home while holding hands. At this point, they just don't care if anyone sees them. Both of them are walking quietly and slowly in a dramatic manner. However, MC fears that Yamada might realize how he feels about her. Anyways, Yamada arrives towards her hand, and so they pull their hands back. Before MC would say Happy New Year, Yamada interrupts him. She explains that there are more days till New Year's, and so she expects to see him more before the New Year. Hence, both of them excuse each other and start to walk on their own. Though as MC looks back, he realizes that Yamada disappeared. Turns out she was hiding behind the electric pole, and so Yamada jumps in front of MC and wishes him a Merry Christmas. It makes MC feel wholesome, as he feels like Yamada already knows his feelings toward her. Duh, isn't it obvious? Later, when MC is lying on his bed, he again starts overthinking the stuff that he should have done. Moreover, it pisses him off that he spent the whole day with Yamada. While thinking about this stuff, Yamada notices a person sitting next to him. That person is none other than the MC of the manga that Ichikawa is reading. Okay, so now this kid is even having delusions. That person starts to lecture MC about yesterday. Moreover, he asks MC if he thinks he has a chance with Yamada. So MC tells him that they have held hands together and considers that as a sign. Though Yamada usually gets touchy with her friends too. And so MC starts to have second thoughts. He doubts that she might be treating him the same as she treats a friend. Therefore, that imaginary person advises MC to man up and try to get in shape. He's literally 14. Then we see Kyotaro having problems sleeping. Moving few months forward, Ichikawa seems to be spending New Year's Eve at a diner. Moreover, he seems to be sitting between Nanju and Sakine, along with Mamiya. Though there are no interactions, everyone is sitting in awkward silence. How average friends meetup goes. MC defines this situation as a living hell. However, Sakine asks him to switch places with her, so she can spend time with Nanju. Weirdly, MC's hand seems to be broken. Though Nanju asks Ichikawa about Yamada, looks like something happened between Yamada and Ichikawa 4 days ago. It then cuts to Ichikawa, along with his family arriving at Akita. Ichikawa's grandma greets everyone at her home. However, the only problem Ichikawa finds in staying at his grandma's house is sharing a room with Kana. As he enters his room, Ichikawa receives a message from Yamada. She's literally flexing her food to him. However, Ichikawa remembers the time when Yamada mentioned that she always wished to see snow. So he promised Yamada to send her a photo of the snow. Therefore, Ichikawa goes out for a walk in this freezing weather. Things people do for love. As MC goes further into the forest, he sees a mountain and decides to take a photo of it to show Yamada. But as he accidentally walks further, he slips and slides down the hill. Moreover, his phone falls on the top. It takes a while, but Kana finally manages to find him by following his foot trail. Hence, due to the fall, Ichikawa's hand gets broken. Later, the whole family seems to be feasting together, while Kana is feeding MC since his hand is broken. He does realize that he has another hand too, right? Anyways, Ichikawa then sends his selfie to Yamada to show his hand. Later, he receives a video call from Yamada. Turns out Yamada is worried about his hand. However, Ichikawa gets excited as he sees Yamada in her top and pajamas. Furthermore, she's wearing glasses too, though the kid somehow manages to control himself, so he then tells Yamada about how he got his injury. Anyways, as they were in the middle of their talk, Ichikawa saw Yamada looking to the right and immediately shutting up. Turns out, Kana woke up and now she's spectating their video call. What if he's 13? Every kid deserves privacy. At first, Ichikawa silently stares at Kana, but then he panics and accidentally hangs up the call. Kana finds Yamada cute, so NC says that she's just his classmate, which shocks her even more because she thought that he was just talking to a random streamer. Though Ichikawa says that even he doesn't know if Yamada is his friend or what. Bro is literally exposing himself due to nervousness. However, MC realizes if Kana took the hint, she might tease him for eternity. But surprisingly, Kana just asks him to go to sleep as she walks back to her bed. It pisses off Yamada that he hung up on her. though she asks him about what he said to his sister regarding their relationship, to which he replies that they are just friends for now. However, it makes Yamada blush when she gets the hint. Moreover, Yamada asks Ichikawa if she could call him again, so this time he walks out to the hall and talks to her. Yamada starts to have a short talk with him, like if he's hydrated or not. Furthermore, she asks him to drink at the same time as her. Oh, that was quite cringe, but what do we expect from them? Next, she asks him to have a look outside, which gives him goosebumps, so he captures the scenery and sends it to her. However, Ichikawa asks Yamada why she called him today, though she gives no authentic answer. Moreover, these kids kept talking till sunrise, and again, Yamada asked Ichikawa for a weird favor. She asks him to put his hand on his head and pat himself 3 times. On the other hand, Yamada is doing the same, but instead of her own head, she's using her teddy bear's head and assuming that the stuffed toy is Ichikawa. Oh boy, Yamada is in some mood today. She covers herself up by claiming that it's a sleeping trick. Hence, they finally ended their call and called it a day. So the next day, Ichikawa and Kana greet their grandma as they head back to Tokyo. On their way, they stop at a store where he buys a keychain of a dog for Yamada. Anyways, on their way, Kana asks Ichikawa about Yamada. She further says that girls are more than their looks. Their charms are what really matters. At this point, Ichikawa feels like Kana is trying to tell him that Yamada is way out of his league, though he also thinks the same. Moreover, he looks at Kana and realizes that she's the same as him. She always gives up on what she wants before she could regret it. Not sure what Kana has gone through, but she does give off a depressing vibe. However, Ichikawa's full focus is on Yamada right now as he keeps checking his phone. He is even rereading his chat with her. Once again, Kana starts to talk about Yamada, so this time, MC reveals Yamada's name to her. It immediately rings a bell in her head. She remembers that someone named Yamada left a note at her house back when MC was sick. However, due to her bad handwriting, Kana assumed that a boy left that note for Ichikawa. I mean, that would be sus. So now Kana believes that Ichikawa might have a chance with Yamada. As she creepily glares at him, he saw that coming. Moreover, Kana finds Yamada awfully friendly. Therefore, she asks Ichikawa to introduce her to Yamada. As they return home, Kana reveals that she bought the same dog keychain to match her brother, though Ichikawa seems to be in a rush as he walks outside. Turns out he's heading to visit Yamada to return her manga and the scarf she gave him on Christmas. Moreover, he finds this as the perfect opportunity to give her the gift that he bought. On his way, he nearly bumps into a dog that looks exactly like the one on the keychain. And that dog belongs to none other than Yamada herself. So Ichikawa asks Yamada if they were supposed to meet, to which she replies that she thought Ichikawa was injured, so he can't ride a bike. However, it blushes Yamada when Ichikawa asks her if she missed him. Yamada then introduces her dog to him, and so they go to the park. At this point, Ichikawa thinks that buying a non-food gift might be a bit much since they are just friends for now. Bro, just hand that gift to her already. Moreover, MC thinks that he has to start thinking before acting from now on. Yamada then asks him to give a command to the dog that she trained. Turns out the dog isn't reacting to Ichikawa's command. Instead, Yamada is doing all those acts. He's commanding the dog, not sure what hints she is trying to give him by acting like a dog. And lastly, when Ichikawa asks the dog to paw his hand, Yamada immediately holds his hand as she sits right next to him. At first, both of them sit silently on the benches while holding hands. But then Ichikawa hands the scarf to her. However, he's also Yamada's classmate, though again Sakine starts to pretend like she doesn't know him. Well, it's fair play, because it would just get worse if she admitted to knowing him. However, Mamiya doesn't seem to be keeping up with the act, as she mentions that Ichikawa is the kid who's close to Yamada. However, Sakine shuts her up halfway by kicking her. And luckily, Nanju doesn't get the hint, but that's where MC drags his phone out to check Yamada's message, which even Nanju sees. So Nanju acts like his heart has been broken because Ichikawa straight up lied to him before. Furthermore, he asks Mamiya to go and get him a coffee. So Sakine also joins her, so Ichikawa and Nanju are left alone. At this point, Ichikawa seems to be ready to fight with him. Though Nanju sits right in front of him, he then reveals that he won't tell anyone that he got Yamada's number from him. At first, Ichikawa starts to hesitate, but he finally gets the guts to say no to Nanju. Thank God. I thought he would give her number up. Furthermore, Ichikawa tells him that he has no reason to not give him the number. It's just he doesn't want to. That's when Sakine returns and asks Ichikawa to walk her home. However, she rejects Nanju when he says that he'll drop her at home. She even admits that Ichikawa is her friend in front of him. On their way home, Sakine holds MC's hand, but he manages to get back. At this point, it confirms to her that MC indeed likes Yamada. Anyways, he calls Yamada right after dropping Sakine home. Turns out he was craving to hear her voice, therefore he simply wished her a happy new year. Furthermore, Ichikawa decides that soon he will confess his love to Yamada. It's the day of the new year. Ichikawa and his family go to visit a temple, and it turns out Ichikawa double booked it with Yamada. Poor kid has to balance his family and love life together. So Ichikawa plans to walk slowly so he could get behind. Then he would bunk his family to meet Yamada. However, his plan fails brutally when Ichikawa's mom spots Yamada waiting for him at the temple. Even Kana is shocked since it's her first time seeing Yamada face to face. Moreover, she gets impressed by her height as she calls her huge. So Kana asks Ichikawa if Yamada has a boyfriend. Though Ichikawa acts like he doesn't know, and that's where Detective Kana uses her big brain. She notices that Yamada is well dressed and she keeps looking in the mirror. Moreover, she's practicing how to smile, so it concludes that Yamada is probably waiting for someone she likes. Now that's some Sherlock level stuff. So Asahi gets embarrassed, therefore Kana covers up by saying that she's just guessing stuff. However, Asahi refuses when Kana asks him to go and say hi to Yamada, because he believes that Kana would simply stalk them and later would tease him. He's technically right. Instead, Yamada walks towards Ichikawa as she notices him. Ichikawa's mother even introduces Yamada to his father, hence they all decide to visit the temple together. Though Ichikawa never imagined that things could even go this way. Moreover, he hopes to not do anything weird. At this point, even Yamada feels awkward. She taunts him about double booking this day. In the praying area, Ichikawa can't hold his hand to pray, since his one hand is broken. Therefore, Yamada holds his hands and prays for their wishes to come true. However, Ichikawa starts to tremble, but luckily his parents and Kana seem to be waiting for them on the ground floor. Therefore, it relieves him of the fact that no one saw them. On their way, Yamada asks Ichikawa about his wish, so he reveals that he wished for things to remain the same way as they are, though it pisses Yamada off because she indeed wants some things to change. Finally, these lovebirds are taking things to the next level. However, Yamada cuts off from the Ichikawa family and walks her separate way. So Ichikawa's plan to bunk his family once again exists, and as expected, Kana starts to tease him. She thinks that both of them were acting so super mature, that Kana herself wasn't able to keep up with them. Well, even Ichikawa noticed that Yamada had some sort of grown-up look today, as she didn't do anything stupid today. As he is walking with his family, Ichikawa's mother mentions that she's starving, so they should stop somewhere to eat. That is where Ichikawa finds his opportunity and cuts them off. Though surprisingly, Kana decides to join his brother. Brew give them some privacy. Moreover, she grabs Ichikawa's hand and runs toward Yamada. Kana reveals that she wants to make a better first impression in front of her, and not just some boring teenager who was walking awkwardly with them before. After a few minutes, they finally manage to find Yamada. Looks like Yamada has bought multiple food items. She can barely speak since her mouth is full. That's where Kana offers Yamada to come over to their place. It shocks Ichikawa. However, Yamada agrees with her proposal. Hence they start to walk toward Ichikawa's house. At this point, he is shocked because he never imagined that this day would turn out like this. Ichikawa even asks Kana why she invited Yamada over. At this point, she reveals that she finds Yamada quite charming, therefore she decides to invite her. Weirdly, Kana mentions that she wasn't expecting Yamada to be found while snacking this much. Moreover, she asked her if she was waiting for someone there. At this point, Kana even cracks the words that Yamada said when her mouth is full. She realized that Yamada was indeed waiting for Ichikawa, and that's why she bought extra food. Both Ichikawa and Yamada have some higher intelligence level siblings. As she finally solves the mystery, Kana shouts that Ichikawa really has a chance with Yamada. Though Ichikawa shuts her up on time. Anyways, they finally reach home. So when Yamada takes off her coat, the keychain that Ichikawa gifted her. So at this point, Ichikawa is worried since he told Kana that he bought the Akita dog keychain to match her. And if she finds this out, it'll be a living hell for him. So when Kana enters the room, Ichikawa holds Yamada and hides the keychain that is attached to her stomach. Kana freaks out as she sees her little brother holding Yamada just as they enter home. Therefore, Kana grabs Ichikawa away from Yamada and starts to stare at Yamada. At this point, Ichikawa thinks that Kana finally found out, Instead, Kana seems to be staring at Yamada's body. She feels surprised that a junior-year-old girl has such melons. Anyways, Kana then serves New Year's soup. While Yamada is having her soup, Kana and Ichikawa can't control themselves but envy Yamada's beauty. Moreover, Kana feels impressed by Yamada's confidence. At this point, I'm not sure which sibling is more obsessed with Yamada. So Kana then asks Yamada for her first name, so she could call her by that name. Now that they are friends, she even asks Ichikawa to suggest the name that she would use to call Yamada. Both of the girls surround Ichikawa and ask him to reveal Yamada's first name. Ichikawa starts to hesitate. He even asks Kana to back off since she's super close to him. So Kana taunts him by saying that he doesn't seem to mind Yamada being close to him. Anyways, Kana then decides to show Yamada the yearbook. She even shows the childhood pictures of Ichikawa, who doesn't seem to change that much. I mean, he is still a kid. So as Yamada starts to check Ichikawa's past pictures while he hides his face in embarrassment. However, it shocks Yamada when she finds out that Ichikawa never went to school on an outdoor excursion. At this point, Kana finally decides to give them privacy. Therefore, she leaves the house. However, before leaving, Kana thanks Yamada for being friends with Ichikawa. It makes her happy that her brother finally made a friend. Moreover, Kana strikes a deal with Yamada. If she lets Kana call Yamada by her first name, then Yamada can call Kana her sister. Moments later, Yamada starts to wash the dishes, even though Ichikawa stopped her multiple times. So Ichikawa decided to hide those albums. However, Yamada seems to be following him everywhere he goes. She even snatches Ichikawa's album and begins to look at his photos. So both of them sit together on the bed, while Ichikawa tells her about his two old best friends, Kinoshita and Takano. However, both of them got enrolled in private schools. Therefore, they are no longer in touch with him. Moreover, Yamada notices some trophies in his room, so he reveals that he won these from essay contests, poster competitions, local science fairs, and stuff. Ichikawa claims those days as his glory days. He even won a national prize for writing the book, Bizarre Crime Files of Murders. So he explains to Yamada that the book reveals the mind of murderers. It surprises Yamada because she is also into such psychological things. Therefore, she lies on the bed and asks him to read her mind. Though Ichikawa refuses it since she's not a murderer. However, Yamada notices a magazine under his bedsheet. So when she tries to take it out, Ichikawa jumps above her to stop her. Both of them start to turn red as they stare into each other's eyes. However, Yamada pushes him back slowly as she sits. Hence, she silently stands up and apologizes for going through his stuff. At this point, Ichikawa feels like he's done for good. However, Yamada starts to click photos of his childhood, while Ichikawa sits silently in embarrassment. And as she finishes clicking photos, Yamada starts to run downstairs. Hence, Ichikawa runs to stop her, though Yamada seems to be smiling as she promises to show her yearbook the next time they meet at her house. And so, Yamada takes her leave. It takes a moment, but Ichikawa finally gets the hint that Yamada has invited him over to her house. Anyways, we then see a glimpse of Ichikawa's past, about the time when he realized that he got enrolled in another school than his friends. Moreover, everyone used to avoid him since he used to read weird books about murders. No wonder why he was always lonely. He is too young for such books. However, now Ichikawa doesn't care if it freaks anyone out. Now he has Yamada on his side. Hence, he packs his bag and heads outside to his mother's car. Even Kana joins the ride to drop her brother at school. Yamada seems to be waiting outside the school for Ichikawa, and as he arrives, she gets happy. Moreover, she greets Kana and Ichikawa's mother. Kana asks Yamada to take off Ichikawa since his hand has begun to heal recently. However, Yamada starts to stare at his bag. Turns out, she's looking for the matching keychain that he bought for her. So Ichikawa shows Yamada the matching strap as he takes it out of his bag. Did he just steal his sister's keychain? Anyways, Yamada hangs his keychain to his shirt button, since Ichikawa doesn't want to hang it on his bag. At this point, Ichikawa starts to get flashbacks about the moments that he spent with Yamada. He feels strange that about a year ago, he never wanted to come to school, and would always cut off from events. Therefore, he gives credit to Yamada for changing him. Though Yamada uses the Onna reverse and tells him to thank himself, because if he wouldn't come to school, then both of them would never be friends in the first place. It makes Ichikawa quite emotional. Therefore, Yamada hugs him, and this time, Ichikawa also holds her and thanks her. Then we see Yamada sharing sweets with him as both of them walk towards their class. The new day starts with a messy bed and a thrown-away bunny. A school uniform is set on the bed where Yamada-san is getting freshened up to join everyone in school. Later, when seeing Ichikawa walk inside, Yamada says good morning to him and walks away in a hurry. Later the same day, as the sun is setting, Ichikawa is about to walk outside the school. Yamada crosses his path in a hurry and says bye, leaving Ichikawa confused. Riding his bicycle in frustration, he decides to talk about something. In the continuing struggle to find the strength to say some words, Ichikawa is having a hard time expressing his thoughts to Yamada-san. Today's the day. With a determined look, he proceeds to make up his mind to face Yamada-san and say it all. While rehearsing for that moment, suddenly someone elbows him from behind saying good morning. To his luck, it is Yamada-san greeting him, but she is about to walk away in a hurry again. At this point, Ichikawa calls out her attention and she faces him, asking what it is. To which he replies there is nothing when turning to face the other side. Man had one job. Saying good morning to her should not require a negotiation team. Yamada is curious about what Ichikawa has to tell her, so she gets close to him. Repeatedly asking what it is, Yamada gets close to his ear and whispers that if it is something he cannot talk about here. Ichikawa then hesitates to answer. Closing his eyes shut, she takes his hand and runs to some other classroom alone. Panting heavily, she asks him to spill the beans now. Looks like Ichikawa's communication skills are on par with a mime. Regretting his choices, he tries to wish her good morning. Watching him being this worked up to say good morning to her, she chuckles and wishes him back. Further ahead, Yamada-san keeps finding ways to wish him good morning out of fun, as the guy wasn't already irritated the past few days. Thinking about what he has done to get this treatment, Ichikawa walks away with Yamada behind. Later, standing beside a bookshelf, Ichikawa is lost in his thoughts while holding the book on his own this time. Bored Yamada is sitting on the desk, and then shouts to tell him that it is time for a pop quiz. She asks Ichikawa if he knows what her blood type is. Ichikawa is confused as to why she is suddenly asking this. Let's see how much Ichikawa knows about Yamada-san. Seeing a confused look on his face, Yamada teases him that he cannot guess his close friend's blood type. She doubts he knows it anyway. However, he looks at her sitting on a desk, thinking she does seem like a stereotypical type O. But then he isn't sure that might not be it, as she is acting all confident and sure. Staring at her to make sure, he thinks she might be the fully opposite type A, although he thinks she could be type B. Even though he knew that his sister's type B attitude would not let her ask about blood groups, that might not be it either. Therefore, he thinks type B does make sense due to them being looked down upon unfairly. Ichikawa then proceeds to imagine her sister talking about blood groups, as if she believes to screw people who judge others based on blood type. Shutting his book, he tries to think of some other ways to guess Yamada's blood type. He sure knows how to turn a pop quiz into a freaking telenovela. This has more drama than Shakespeare's play. Then he thinks that he might be able to get her to talk more about it, to reach the final answer. Therefore, he mentions to Yamada that he is an AB type, to which Yamada is stunned to hear, saying it says type AB ones are geniuses. Hitting the jackpot, Ichikawa gets successful in making her tell more about blood types. No one he thinks would call themselves genius, so the type AB is off the list. After further calculation, he comes to the conclusion and tells her that it is type A for sure. Crossing her fingers, Yamada suddenly outsmarts the guy by telling him he is wrong and that it is AB, the genius type. Accepting his defeat, he then thinks that he forgot that it is Yamada he is talking about. Normal calculations do not apply to her at all. Watching him, she then tells him with excitement that they are the same type. But Ichikawa tells her the truth that he is not type AB because he used that trick to get her to talk more, but it backfired. Then she asks him what his type is. Hesitant to answer this, he asks her to drop this conversation and jump to some other topic now. Furthermore, he explains that blood type does not matter and that there are way more than 4 personalities in the world. Plus, no one even thinks about things like blood type outside Japan. Hearing him shut this topic out, Yamada jumps to her conclusion and she says that he is type B, definitely. Ard. Standing in the mirror, Ichikawa is looking at his clothes. Ichikawa looks as if he is wearing the gym wear of some obese lord. Thinking that this time he was the one to talk her out into buying bigger gym clothes. Then he reminisces back to the choice he made, where he asks his mother to buy him bigger clothes because he will become tall this year. His mother agrees that it is that time of his age. Though it seemed like it was not a good idea, he thanked his mother anyway. Ichikawa further tries to pose in the mirror, saying that he looks like he possesses some evil powers. Afterward, a girl tells her group that she made a 3-pointer today and everyone praises her. Not gonna lie, I actually believe Ichikawa would unleash some ancient demon. My man's got that mysterious vibe down. Talk about luck. After making a 3-pointer, she said she did not do much later and could not touch the ball further. Hence, everyone calls it a Kobayashi miracle. When they pass by the mirror, Yamada spots Ichikawa making a gloomy face while walking with the girls. All of them are still praising each other for doing great in their last period. Then one mentions that it would not have been a miracle if she could do this every time. And the other agrees with her when Yamada gives one last look to a dying man inside, Ichikawa. All of a sudden, she excuses everyone by saying that she has forgotten something. However, she walks to Ichikawa and gets close to him. He slides away from her, but Yamada again takes a step towards him. She then jerks him and asks him to snap out of it, noticing how big his clothes are. To which he asks what she is trying to do here. Telling him that she mistook him for wearing someone else's clothes, he then shouts that it looks like she is mugging him. So then she stops touching him and asks him to give his hands. Yamada then proceeds to take her hand inside through a sleeve hole and hold his fingers. She then pins Ichikawa to the wall and whispers, eye to eye, that this is an off-record exchange. Confused, Ichikawa asks her what she is talking about. Furthermore, he tries to watch out for both of them, while he tells her that if they get caught, he will be in trouble. Ichikawa, the unintentional drama queen. Who needs a script when you've got a variety of confused expressions and a tiny body? Even though Yamada assures him that he should quit worrying, nothing can happen. Spooking the heck out of Ichikawa when she puts something in his hands, she then tells him not to worry when it is empty-handed anyway. Yamada-san opens her mouth to show the candy in her mouth and to assure him that what he has is just a wrapper. After bullying a grown man in the corner who suddenly lost the will to live, she walks away, giggling like a 3-year-old. Afterward, both Yamada and a short brown-haired girl are measuring their height. Seeing Yamada as tall and winning this game each time, the other girl gets frustrated and punches her. Bomb. Later on the subject of favorite hairstyles, Yamada mentions that the guys like ponytails more, apparently, according to Muko. When searching for his book, however, Ichikawa mentions that it should depend on the person. Along with this, Yamada asks him what hairstyle he would prefer while pointing at her hair. Imagining how Yamada looks in different hairstyles, he thinks that ponytails are more than fine, but there are pigtails as well as bob cuts, and not forgetting how hard it is to say no short hair. Coming to a grinding halt, he thinks that the more he imagines, the more he would like them all, so how will he be able to choose them? Can he survive this hairstyle drama, or can he just ask what she likes the best? Man's head takes a vacation when seeing Yamada. Yamada watches him behind, seeing how much thought he is putting into this. He then awkwardly mentions that anything would look great on her. Confused, Yamada looks at him for a second, and then tells him that she did not ask this. She then further thinks about how to ask this man about which style he specifically likes, so she can try it out sometime. Take the hint, man. Further, she mentions that she just wants to know what he likes in hairstyles. Yamada, on the other hand, felt shy while asking the question that Ichikawa was afraid of answering before. Why does everything with this guy just turn into a full-on soap opera? He sure knows how to turn everything into an awkward roller coaster ride. Gasping for air, he hits the shelf, regretting saying anything about hairstyles. Later in the class, Ichikawa is sitting at his desk, thinking it is time to go home when he hears the final bell ring. All of a sudden, Yamada peeks from the door at him. Further, she tells him that she forgot something in the class. Then she comes in and picks up the science book from underneath her desk. Seeing that, Ichikawa corrects her that she forgot literally everything. After getting her belongings, Yamada proceeds to follow him out and even into the corridor. Further ahead, he stands over to the men's bathroom, where Yamada almost follows her, but then both of them get embarrassed. She then holds his belongings and waits for him outside. Ichikawa, while washing his hands, thinks about what is going on with her. Suddenly, he hears that Yamada is talking to a friend and tells her that she is waiting for a friend in the bathroom. However, he gets scared as to why she has to mention the waiting for a friend part. Moreover, the girls ask Yamada if she is going to the science lab next, and mentions that they are going to the same class and asks her to go with her. Hearing this causes panic in his body. Man already trembles in the presence of one girl, let alone adding 2 others would send him to hospital. Peeking through the bathroom door, Ichikawa finds their suggestion of going together compared to walking into hell. 2 of those with him and Yamada already feel like a horrible idea. Although hearing the girl's suggestion, Yamada hesitantly makes an excuse to go to the office first. She apologizes to them, and they tell her to be more careful to avoid trouble. Weird guy, one moment he found himself in hell walking with these two, another he is sad that she doesn't want anyone to know he is coming with them. Falling in despair, he thinks that she does not want people to know she is headed with him to the science class. Yamada then spooks him and asks him to let go. Afterwards, in the library when Ichikawa is submerged in his book, Yamada asks him if she ever becomes a zombie, he would kill her. Then he replies that yes, he definitely would, which shocks Yamada. Even then, he confirms that he has to sever Yamada's head to kill her when she is a zombie. Downhearted by the response, she then asks him if she is conscious or can feel emotions. The classic dilemma. He then tells her that if anyone does not pass through this meet death soon. Yamada then questions if he could do it that fast. Immigrating a zombie, she then proceeds to slowly attack Ichikawa. However, he asks her casually to cut it out and proceeds to walk away. But Yamada mentions he cannot step foot outside in a zombie face. At this point, he judges this zombie for being a talker. Moreover, he then tries to walk into this scenario by asking her if he has a gun. Yamada nods yes, and he takes a sigh of relief, getting into a ranger's position. He tries to point the gun at her, but she keeps walking to him and pins him down on the shelf. Yamada is getting closer to his neck for the bite, and suddenly he shoots her. Bang! Acting like she is really hurt, she proceeds to lose balance and falls. Looks like it is not just Ichikawa that is dramatic. Yamada sure as hell knows how to turn the tide of this room. One zombie encounter. Extra drama, please. It gets a bit dramatic when colors of horror overcome the room when he sees Yamada dead. However, coming back to reality, Yamada sits up saying it took you long enough to pull the trigger. All of an instant, Ichikawa falls to the ground and worries Yamada. Then he thinks that if Yamada dies like this, I will go with her. Sometime later, Ichikawa is taking a hot bath in the tub. He is replying to Yamada that he is doing nothing, to which she asks him what he thinks she is doing now. After imagining every possible thing she could be doing, he replies with "Dunno." On the hunt to find a dress, Ichikawa is out shopping with his sister. He is standing in the corner, holding a red dress, imagining Yamada in it. Hence, he bets she would look beautiful in this one. Sneaking from behind, her sister snatches that dress, and Ichikawa gives her a death stare. Along with this, they go to a restaurant to eat, and she asks if he is ready to order. But Ichikawa is in his own land of Yamada, where he is thinking about what could Yamada order right now. Hence, he imagines his sister as Yamada, asking for a steak lovers combo with her usual jumbo fries. Not just that, she also asks for pancakes with strawberry sauce in his imagination. Suddenly, he hears his sister ask if he wants the kids' menu, and he asks her to shut up. A couple nearby are romanticizing the environment, and Ichikawa watches them from afar. Both are feeding each other one at a time and cuddling. Seeing this, Ichikawa then thinks if Yamada has a boyfriend now, would she act like this as well? He then proceeds to imagine her feeding a guy. Look at him imagining Yamada's food choices. This man sure knows how to daydream in the midst of a crowd. All of a sudden, his sister puts a bite in his mouth, saying, "Ah." It looks like everyone's sister has the same community that initiates daily plans to annoy the heck out of their brothers. Very neatly, his sister tampers his daydream and welcomes him back to Earth. Giving him a side look, she tells him that the way he is staring at them, so she figures he is asking for it. He then whimpers that he wants to kill her for this. Later, Ichikawa cycles to meet Yamada to get meat buns. Then both ask each other which one they are getting and pick the pizza one together. But Yamada changes her mind and mentions she wants a regular one. A turn of events. Pizza buns on the menu, but the last-minute change of flavor has left Ichikawa questioning. Eating out of the store, he wonders why she does not want the same as him. Then, Yamada asks him what is wrong with him, to which he tells her that he has never done this. Further, he mentions that he just kind of followed her, and he has never eaten a snack on the way home from school. Yamada gets really happy to hear that. Ichikawa then wishes no one from school would see them here. Seeing him looking here and there, trying to watch out for both of them, he then tells her to be cautious. Yamada watches him, but clueless, he thinks that the staff might tell the schoolers about them. Looks like he is gonna be a future conspiracy theorist. I spot a promising future up ahead in a dark delusional world. Seeing the opportunity, she jumps in and bites his pizza-flavored meat bun. Taking a cheesy bite and spooking the heck out at him, she assures him that nobody is gonna come here. He then looks at the inside of his pizza bun, from where the cheese is melting off as the smoke gives away. How can these look so yummy on these screens? Wish someone could just snatch it away from his hands, or it is better if Yamada shoves it in my mouth. He turned to the side where she bit, and suddenly, Yamada puts his bun into his mouth and she further pushes it in until he takes a bite and chews it in. She then asks if it is good, and he nods yes. This girl sure has the rees, or how else she got our man on knees vibrating and everything. Smiling with a smirk, she then tells him that that's why she picked a different flavor. However, this shakes Ichikawa when he hears it. Afterward, Ichikawa finds that the soup bottle is empty and proceeds to use the girl's shampoo. Later, with Adachi looking over everywhere, he shouts that the room smells like a girl when there is no girl around a mile away. Ichikawa shoved his head in his desk, trying to hide from everyone's eye, thinking this was the last time he used his sister's shampoo. Walking home with Yamada, he then thinks that the smell is almost gone. Suddenly, she smells something nice, scaring Ichikawa, and gets closer to him. However, he does not want her to get the wrong idea and he thinks to try explaining his situation. But she points out to the neighborhood that they are having curry tonight when he is trying to tell her the truth. So he tries again to mention his sister's shampoo bottle saga, but Yamada refuses to pay attention. She then tries to smell it from his head, which seems to chill down his spine. Having a tall girl smell your tiny head would send many things down anyone's spine. Sweeping off the floor and cleaning the smudges, singing Adaki is annoying the hell out of everyone. Furthermore, Ichikawa says that he hates this period and wants to go home. Moreover, he says that it is a drag and that the school community should hire someone to clean this for us. Yamada asks him to skip it and plans to eat out, but both of them hear people chattering about harassment on the other side. Along with this, he mentions that if they don't do this, it will stay dirty. Transforming himself into a crazy freak, he cleans everything and finishes his chores. Cleaning time's over. Yamada then follows him and takes him away in a hurry, saying it is not skipping if they are done so fast. Sheesh. Running ahead, she asks them where they should go next. So he tells her to get somewhere out of sight. Hearing this halts Yamada, and she asks why, to which he replies that we are in their way. Disappointed to hear that, she gives in and accepts that it's true. Afterwards at night, Yamada texts him to ask when he dozes off, and he replies that around 1. So she reminds him that it is too late for the middle school guy, and it might affect his health and studies. He then asks her about the timing and finds out she sleeps at 11:30. To which he tells her that it is not even actually close to the real timing, and she says that it is his fault. Sometime later in the library, Yamada asks Ichikawa if he thinks that she could kill him if he ever becomes a zombie. Turning away, he asks cluelessly, why not? He has a bad feeling about how this is going to turn out. She then asks him to try this with her, and this is what Ichikawa was afraid of. So, imitating a zombie, he then tries to attack her and gets closer but gets embarrassed. Yamada then tells him to go on and do it. Well, when he thinks about it, it seems pretty normal for him. She apologizes and mentions how she can tell if he is a zombie or not. Furthermore, she thinks that it might be the smell or heartbeat, to which replies that getting close would be risky. Hence she says it is set, and then she will figure it out if he can say his name or not. Ichikawa refuses the idea because he thinks that he will remember things as a zombie. Well, she stands and holds his head, telling him that she cannot kill him then. Running into the hall, Yamada waves and says bye-bye to Ichikawa without realizing it is him. Both turn to each other with a stunned look. She then walks to him awkwardly, and he thinks that saying bye-bye to her is a bit weird for him. Sweat washes over his face and body. Trying to think of every possible way to go through this situation, the man prays. His mouth mutters, see ya. However, hearing him say that, contentment washes over Yamada, and she tells him that she will see him tomorrow as well. Well, Ichikawa thinks to himself that tomorrow's Saturday. Afterward, Yamada is snacking beside the bookshelf like a 5-year-old in the library. Noticing this, Ichikawa remembers that Christmas is on the way. Further, she spots him from afar and gives him an empty red sock. Man thinks he will get candy, but a sock seems to be enough too. He sure needs some color in his life. Red is a good start. Thinking that this is not essentially garbage, he picks it up. She thinks that she can wear the sock, but he bets that it has no stretch. Moreover, he is trying to put the sock on Yamada, but realizes what the heck they are even doing. However, she tells him it cannot fit, but he assures her that it is almost in. Don't give up. Then he thinks that they will never know until they try hard enough. In a world full of isekai anime, we get to see this one, yup, a story that we might only get to live if we get isekai'd. And that isn't guaranteed, like since when did model girls start going for short boys with introverted traits? Haha, no gym is going to help you with that, kiddos. The story begins when a short emo boy sits in his classroom. He is ready to start his third semester. Gyotaro Ichikawa, a second-year middle school student with a fractured arm, watches a black-haired girl, Anna Yamada, who is holding hands with her friends. A few seconds later, a short-haired girl bows down on Ichikawa's desk. She tells him that she is shocked to see that he really fractured his arm. Then she mentions that Yamada told her, to which Yamada nudges Chi while blushing. She asks Ichikawa if he fell from the snowy mountain in Akita. Hearing this, some of the girls circle around Ichikawa's desk for the answer. Looks like this guy just traded mountains with a couple of butterflies and one grumpy gorilla on the sidelines. Thinking that he is surrounded by many, he hears Chi's wish to write on his cast. Meanwhile, a loud thud comes from the other side, and a man is agitated to see that swarm beside Ichikawa. He then shouts at him to not be cocky, just because he has a broken arm. Stunned to hear this, he then glares at him, saying, "Don't make his misery sound like a good thing." To which the other guy thinks that misery truly loves company, pretty or otherwise. A puppy keychain hangs on his shirt button and is touched by Che, who asks what it is. The boy beside Ichikawa regrets not having a broken arm instead of Ichikawa. Chi shocks him when she judges the keychain and declares that it is gross. After the girls go away, he holds the keychain and thinks of putting it in a safe place. All of a sudden, Yamada bows down and scares Ichikawa. She then asks him to let her know if he has trouble with anything. Someone calls Yamada from outside and tells her that they have souvenirs for her from Osaka. The girl behind Ichikawa watches Yamada bid farewell to Ichikawa. Then her eyes fall on a blue bag with the same puppy keychain. Outside of classes 2 to 3, an instructor tells Ichikawa that it must be inconvenient to have a fractured arm, especially when it is the dominant side, but he says he is used to it by now. With the intent to help, the instructor asks Ichikawa if it will be easy if he asks for help. Acting shy and looking down, he believes inside that this is something that he is worst at. Then he is asked by the instructor, whom he is close to in the class. Sweat washes over his face when he hears the question. The instructor cracks the code and mentions Yamada, which surprises him. He asks Ichikawa if he is close to Yamada, although the instructor notices that they both sit closer to each other. Trying to decide how to handle this situation, he thinks that Yamada has a lot of friends and is also busy. Hence, he tells the instructor that he talks to her occasionally and they are not very close. He then asks him not to worry about his arm. On one hand, he can manage classes and breaks, and he proceeds to enter the class. Suddenly, his skin gets paler than his cast when he sees Yamada within earshot of the door. She eyes him for a few seconds and coldly walks away. Her icy stare was enough to send shivers down his spine. Talk about the plot twist. Yamada's entrance was smoother than melted cheese, leaving Ichikawa sweating like a banana in a sauna. Regretting his action and hiding his face in dismay, he asks himself what he has done to deserve this. To have Yamada beside the door at the same time when the instructor mentions Yamada being close to her. What are the odds? To make it worse, he has told him that he is not close with Yamada. This is bad. Bad? He remembers that both he and Yamada finally become a little bit closer over the winter, and this happens. Further, he shouts at himself that he has ruined it all with his own hands. The clock strikes 11:30, and Ichikawa is finding it hard to write with his left hand. As soon as he catches the board, someone just erases half of what was written on it. Taking a sigh, he thinks that he has no choice but to ask someone else for notes. He tries to look on the other side but gets spooked to see Yamada standing beside him. Yamada stares at him for a few seconds and goes away, leaving him confused. Then he remembers that he can ask Hara, but for some reason he stops himself in the middle. The grumpy gorilla, Adaki beside him, hands over his notes to Ichikawa with a happy face. He is overjoyed to see that someone relies on him. But it's not Ichikawa he is talking about. He is referring to Yamada relying on him. This shocks Ichikawa and he asks him how Yamada is relying on him. To which Adaki replies that Yamada has asked him before to make a copy of notes for Ichikawa. She says her handwriting is pretty awful, so she asks me to do the deed and give it to you. Imitating Yamada's son, he tells him that she said she could only ask someone as kind and cool as Adafta-kun for this. As if the Grim Reaper possessed Ichikawa's son, he tells Adaki that she would never say such a thing. Scared, Adaki proceeds to take his words back as fast as he utters them. Later, when the sun is about to set and school is over, everyone is finding their shoes and belongings to go home. Yamada's son puts her shoes down and spots Ichikawa coming closer to her. She then looks down in disappointment and walks away. Sweat washes over his face. Looks like the cast is the only thing holding this man together. One wrong step and goodbye to the little guy. He calls out to her and apologizes. Without turning to see his face, she asks him what he is apologizing for. To which he replies for what he mentioned to the instructor before. Then she further asks him what is wrong with saying what you said to the teacher. Looking at him while giving an eye that he has let her down, she asks him to repeat it again. He tries to recall what he said, and then the truth finally comes out. Hence, he felt bad naming you in front of the instructor to get help. Aware of her popularity, he says that he knows you are busy with friends, and he does not want her to be stuck with him. Grabbing the courage to confess his true feelings, he takes it a step further. With a shy face, he then mentions that she actually is the only one he wants to rely on the most. Yamada walks over to him up close from the side, where his head rests on her chest, and bows head to head, telling that she knows this. Grateful for being short, Ichikawa screams inside, hearing her this close. Wait, what? Moments later, both are seen outside, walking home. Yamada then asks why he is not going home by car. He then mentions that his mom has a part-time job now, so he is walking home. So she mentions that can care for his bag then, to which he first refuses, but remembering he has told her that he relies on her, he gives in and hands over the bag. Furthermore, he requests her not to talk with Adaki so much. Picking up jealousy, Yamada teasingly asks him why not. Afterward, due to his fractured arm, Yamada starts helping him out from his chores to carrying his backpack. When they finish their lunch, Yamada walks over to him. Smiling as if she is happy to help, she tells Ichikawa that she can take his tray back. Surprised to see her this soon, he further asks for time to let him finish the soup at least. But Yamada mixes his spoon with her, which puts Ichikawa in a dilemma. He then picks any and eats while blushing. Yamada apologizes hesitantly when seeing this. Adaki, standing in the corner, asks what has gotten in with Ichikawa. Later, Ichikawa is reading in the library, and he says that 3 weeks have passed with his cast. Moreover, he realizes that he has gotten used to his lack of freedom. When he sees that Yamada is eagerly helping him while standing beside him holding his book, he asks her to flip the page. Being so close to Yamada has turned Ichikawa's cheek red. Afterward, he is sitting down beside a tree and watching kids play sports. And panting heavily, Yamada comes from the sidelines and throws a shirt at him. Catch. She forgets that his arm is broken when she sees the shirt touch the ground, which confuses Ichikawa. Looks like he forgot his arm is on vacation. He is filled with disappointment. He is convinced that he is not used to Yamada's way of helping. Beside him, the commotion is erupting. What is it? 18+ mags. The other guy corrects him that it is the Idol magazine. Struck by the mention of Yamada's name, he is shocked to hear that she is in the Idol magazine with the stage name Akino. Then, Adaki doubts that Yamada is a model. Hearing these outrageous misconceptions, Ichikawa then clears out this mess. He then mentions with confidence that she is not just a mere model, she also does plenty of movies and shows. Seeing that she is in this Idol magazine, he says perhaps her agency asked her to do this. Everyone is stunned to see how much Ichikawa knows about Yamada, which makes it awkward for him. If Yamada is in the Idol magazine, then it means that she may be trying to become one. Adaki jumps up to say swimsuits. All of a sudden, he gets caught off guard and saves himself when he sees the girls walk past him. Not gonna lie, when Adaki blurted swimsuits so loud, Ichikawa almost faced the Yamada-induced apocalypse. Yamada picks up something fishy going on. Later the same day, Ichikawa and Yamada are walking home. Yamada watches him and asks him what he is talking about with Adaki today. Turning his face to hide his grimness, he knew she might ask this later. He then tries to slide this off by saying nothing much. She gets the hint that it must be the boys' conversation. He apologizes to her in his heart. Further, he wonders if he can talk about her work without embarrassing himself. For him, it does not look like a male-oriented gravure. Suddenly, Yamada remembers to ask him if they can stop by a convenience store. A bell rings at the convenience store. Yamada is excited to see Hanoka Saito from Lemonzaka 46. So cute. She then proceeds to open up and gets amazed to see her own photographs on the page. She screams and shows it to Ichikawa, to which he replies that he thinks it's horoscopes. Moreover, she mentions that it has taken her more time than usual to get these clicked. They tell her to act natural, and that makes her so nervous, but Ichikawa thinks that she does not look nervous at all in her pictures. Seeing how he is noticing makes Yamada's cheek blush. Then she mentions that the staff was so funny that they sucked the nervousness out of her. But soon realizing she is talking about work too much, She apologizes, instantly saying that it does not matter. When she is about to put her book back, he holds it with her. Then he mentions that she looks like her usual self, so they have come out really great. To clarify this further for her, he turns his head away and tells her that her usual self is already the best version of her. Realizing that complimenting people is hard, he is afraid to say more words, but he finishes with Yamada, whom he is used to seeing as the best. I see. With content, she understands his words and further repeats it for herself. The Yamada he is seeing is the best of her. When he asks her as to why she is repeating, she hesitantly picks a book and says to buy it for him. The barcode is scanned, and she purchases the book for him. They walk out together from the convenience store. Further, Ichikawa thinks that he has switched the topic to anecdotes about my broken arm, but he will try asking her little by little. He wants to know about her world that he knows nothing about. Watching herself in the magazine, Yamada asks him which one he likes the most, to which he replies none in particular, so Yamada reads this as he likes all of them. Meanwhile, he is thinking to himself that she is completely different from how she is portrayed in the fashion magazine. Yamada stops suddenly in the middle of the street. Seeing her halt like this, he stops to see her. Yamada then asks if he has seen these before. He gets surprised to see her ask this, but he bluntly refuses. He then mentions that his sister bought it by coincidence. Embarrassed that she has accused him, she tells him it was a guess. Furthermore, she explains how different it is with makeup, poses, and the environment of the shoot as the sun sets in front of them. Also, he asks her if he likes her job in the middle of when she is talking about her work. Caught by a sudden question, she nods yes with a happy face. Then he turns his face to the other side without seeing Yamada smile with his own eyes, to which he blames the sun for being too bright at this time of the day. Later in the home economics class, Yamada breaks the egg clumsily. She asks her to be gentle with the eggs. She asks her to try one more but gently. Yamada then taps the egg on the shelf, and thinking it has cracked, she then crushes it again with her fingers. Hara, standing beside Ichikawa, asks him where he has gone in the winter break. To this he replies that he has gone to his hometown in Akita, and that's where he has gotten injured. Yamada comes with a stool, telling them that they tell her to go. Then Hara asks the same question to Yamada. Where did she go during winter break? She then replies that she did not go on a trip, but she mentions going to Aoyama with Miku. Then she tells her she spent Christmas Eve with Ichikawa and welcomed the new year at Naa's house. Furthermore, she mentioned she did her first shrine visit. Yamada's winter break saga looks like a Netflix movie plot. Aoyama with Miku, Christmas with Ichikawa, and New Year at Naa's house, as well as her first shrine visit, just like a queen of multitasking. Ichikawa's face screams confusion, whereas Hara is just trying to keep up. Excited to share, Yamada asks Hara about her winter break. She then replies that she did her first shrine visit with Kanzaki. Striking her first blow, Yamada asks her why she mentions Kanzaki when she asks about her winter break. I got tricked. Ichikawa believes it has been a while since he has felt such a warm and fluffy feeling. Excited to chatter more, she asks Hara to spill her beans further. Hara then remembers the time of winter break when she met Kanzaki. She hears Kanzaki coming close to her and apologizes for being late. He mentions that the hair club is on break, so he is trying to grow into it. Hara notices the sideburns and gets embarrassed and confused. She then mentions to Yamada what she should have done in that situation. She further tells her that she does not want to judge his appearance or anything, but she does not want to lie either. Yamada then thinks out loud, saying, if someone you like does something that is not suitable for them, what should be done then? Looking at Ichikawa, she blushes, turns her face, and justifies that it is not like she has someone she likes. Becoming a tomato face, she denies knowing what someone can do in these situations. Hara then says that you are repeating yourself. The home economics teacher grabs their attention. She asks them to push their bangs inside their bandana. Remembering that Ichikawa has a broken arm, Yamada asks him to let her help. Both of them sit on the chair, and when she is fixing his hair, he then asks her to let some of them out. Putting his bangs all back, two of them fall awkwardly out to see how weird he looks. Unable to hold his laughter, Yamada chuckles when he fixes his bangs again. Reading this situation from the side, Hara has picked up something fishy going on between them. Adaki shouts that it is all done. Looking at all the burnt food on the plates, Chi blames Hara for not helping much with this. Hara then apologizes for her clumsiness, but Adaki adds that he bets it still tastes fine. Not gonna like, the burnt food on these plates might taste better than my cooking on a good day. With that said, Yamada holds the fork and tells them she is going in for the crew. As she is close to taking the bite, Adaki tells her that it is the one he made. Suddenly, Ichikawa snatches the bite off Yamada and gulps it down. With horror on his face, he is glad that he has bangs to cover his expression. The puppy keychain falls to the floor, and Hara picks it up and shows it to Ichikawa. Hara moves her hands between them and tells him that this keychain is pretty cute. Yamada then picks it up and tells everyone that Akita dogs are so cute. Moreover, a guy comes close to Hara to ask her if she has eaten already, to which she replies that she is on a diet and is thinking of losing some weight. The guy then reminds her that she is fine with the way she looks and then asks Ichikawa for his approval on the subject. Huh? Hearing this, Hara pouts and picks up a bite of what seems to be pudding. Facing her fears, she then tells Kanzaki that he should not grow his sideburns again too, while munching on this bite. Afterward, Ichikawa is reading the book in the library when Yamada helps him hold it. All of a sudden, he thinks about Hara and how earlier she realized what was happening when she saw the Akita dog keychain. Yamada, breaking his thoughts, asks him if something is wrong, to which he replies, everything is good. Again, processing his thoughts, he thinks, if Hara asks Yamada about it, what her answer would be. Then he thinks it is normal. Further, he doubts that things like that are normal between girls. However, he thinks Yamada gets along with everyone and gives gifts and lots of souvenirs too. Lost in his thoughts, he soon catches Yamada dozing off and drooling while holding a book for him. Suddenly, she walks up and apologizes up front. It's fine. Sitting at the desk together, Yamada apologizes for not being helpful lately. He realizes that she is apologizing too much these days. He then tries to think of words to reassure her but fails. He wishes that he could say something better than thank you. Here. He then shows his phone to Yamada with a photo of his sister in a red kimono. Moreover, he says that it was her coming-of-age ceremony the other day. She gets excited to see her and finds her cute. But she also tells him that the one who saved this photo is cute too when nudging his foot. He gets embarrassed and denies it quickly. Furthermore, he remembers that Yamada told him once to take a snow scenery photograph. Finding a blurred photo of the tree, Yamada asks what it is, to which he replies it is when he fell from the tree. Seeing her gloomy face, he realizes that he planned this before and that he is not supposed to mention that ever again. Yamada realizes on the spot that Ichikawa broke his arm when he was trying to take a photo of snowy scenery. Instantly, he denies that and tells her he was not careful enough, and that's why he fell. Trying to change the subject and clear Yamada's head, he mentions that the snow is predicted for next week. Hence, he could not say it out loud. He could not tell her that when he thinks of her, everything around him gets blurry. Yamada walks out behind him and suddenly mentions the snow forecast for next week. Hearing that, Ichikawa tells her that he said this earlier, but Yamada gets embarrassed for not paying attention earlier. Hence, the face Yamada made at that time was his first time experiencing it. Afterward, he comes to school and thinks of Yamada and how she has not contacted him since yesterday. Wondering what has bothered her about his injury, Chi asks Ichikawa to stop. The girls take him to some class to talk about Yamada acting strange. Chi further mentions that Yamada had only fries yesterday, which is not like her. To which he asks, one single fry. Chi corrects him by saying, 1 bag of fries. Also, she explains that she gets 2 bags with room to spare. Doubting that he has something to do with it, she asks him if he knows anything. To which he gets confused as to why he is being asked. All of a sudden, Yamada comes and asks what is wrong. Nothing. She sits behind Ichikawa, who notices that something is definitely wrong with her. Suddenly, she notices that her keychain is not here. Subjected to going home. Spotting Kanzaki and Hara, Kanzaki tells them that Hara lost the dog keychain. Hara then walks over to Ichikawa and tells her Yamada is pretty sad about losing the keychain. He thanks her and proceeds to go find it himself. Looking here and there, she asks him if he is finding something. He refuses and continues to do what he is doing. However, Chi mentions that Yamada's house is the other way. He thanks her for showing the way. Further ahead, he goes, his body freezes and his broken arms start to hurt, but it all seems meaningless. Then he reminds himself that he is doing this for his own satisfaction. She is apparently repeating with the computer of the bathroom and said, now reading the bath. Kyutaru is frustrated and tells Anna to stop sinsing with it. The sink he wants to begin would be inside the shower for sure after all. He is a man. It was snowing outside and the weather was dark. Both Anna and Kyutaru were alone in the apartment. Kyutaru asked Anna about her parents. Anna told him that they were at work, but they might get back soon because of the heavy snow. Kyutaru thought that it might be bad. Anna asked him why he was thinking like that. She started rubbing a towel on his head to clean all the snow on his head and harm him. Kyuteru's face was red, and he was blushing because of the cold weather. Kyuteru's confusion grew as he struggled to make sense of the dark events that had brought him into this confusing situation. Amid all of this confusion, Anna decided to clean his messy locks while projecting a terrified attitude. She recoiled in surprise and urged Kyuteru to finish the job on her own. Kyuteru's reply was flat and indifferent, highlighting the fact that he hadn't asked her for help in the first place. The irony was that Anna had done his hair without asking permission, having done it out of an unbidden impulse. Meanwhile, the comfort of the bath covered the room, and a timely reminder came from the computer. Anna was so sweet as to invite Kyuteru to take a soothing bath and even offered to give him their shampoo. The odd changes in the situation were further complicated by Kyuteru's cruel response, which came with a hint of anger. In the bathroom, Kyuteru carefully undressed, his right hand covered in bandages, and his anxiety increased. Understanding that he didn't want to come across as visible, he forced himself to remain calm in spite of his own emotional state. But suddenly it clicked on him. The possibility of finding himself naked in Yamada's home was about to happen, and it made him anxious. I mean, if he is saying being anxious is excitement to be laid, then I understand it. Now filled with a sense of urgency, Kyuteru wondered why he had entered the bathroom with such indifference as he struggled with his racing thoughts. The air became even more tense as Anna's voice drifted in from outside, asking how warm the bath was. Startled, Kyuteru clarified that he hadn't even started the process, answering with a hint of fear. Eventually, he undressed and forced himself into the tub. Aware of his bandaged hand, he used caution by covering it with plastic to keep it out of the water, showing an equal amount of danger and flexibility in this unanticipated event. He was blushing and felt uncomfortable because the bathroom has Anna's smell in it. Her aroma was spread wide in the atmosphere, and Kyuteru could feel her presence. He was shaking while in the bath. Shaking in what way, I am eager to know. He tried to choose the shampoo so that he could wash his hair, but he started looking around the bathroom. Kyuteru forced himself because he was looking around for Anna. He forcefully closed his eyes. Anna came inside the bathroom and spoke with Kyuteru. She told him that she left her clothes inside and came to collect them. Kyuteru was going outside because he could stay inside anymore, but when he heard her voice, he got embarrassed and covered his rod. Anna also collected his clothes because they were wet. She started when she collected his clothes. Kyuteru was ashamed because he even talked to her while covering his rod. He could see her shadow from the mirror and got shy. Anna smiled because she was in the same room as Kyuteru while he was naked. Kyuteru told himself that Anna was feeling responsible for his arm and for the whole keychain incident. He went outside of the bathtub when Anna left and checked for the clothes she left for him. Anna left a shirt of her name and pajamas. Kyuteru tried to convince himself that it was normal for people to share clothes in a situation like that. He tried to search for his underwear in the clothes and was shocked when he realized that Anna took them too. He thought that his underwear might be in her bag. He tried to wear the pajama and ran outside to get the underwear and get back inside quickly. When Kyuteru wore her clothes, he was embarrassed and thought that he should wash them before returning them. When he went outside the bathroom, Anna's dog ran toward him and started barking. Kyuteru was shocked because he completely forgot about him at that time. Anna heard the dog's bark and came to see him. She also changed her clothes too. She asked him if he wanted to eat chanka or chicken soup. Kyuteru got embarrassed because she was in loungewear and covered his pants. Anna asked him if he wanted to get them in a hot pot because she had the whole set ready just to dig in. He didn't realize that they were going to do lunch. His mind was going onto her shorts and forced himself not to think that way. He tried to make himself believe that he was in a sea of death and told himself that if he slipped over it would be the end for him. Kyuteru knew that he needed his underwear because he was in a really difficult situation. Anna's dog bit his pajamas and started dragging them. He couldn't hold it and was going to get naked. Kyuteru knew that it was going to end for him. Anna hugged him and told her dog to go away. His face was on her melons and he could control his feelings. Even though he put the pajama back on, he laid down because he could stand straight in front of her because she might see him inappropriately. Kyuteru went to the toilet and relaxed. He cooled down because everything was back to its original place. Anna wore a hoodie. Kyuteru asked her why she changed her clothes. She told him that it was a gift from Moko and she thought that it might be cute on her. Kyuteru was confused. Later he sat on the dining table and the soup was in front of him on the stove. Anna kept walking around randomly. Kyuteru asked her if she should sit too. She sat right next to him and apparently was waiting for him to invite her. While Anna was sitting right next to him, she told him that she always prepares hot pot before dinner whenever her mother was going to be late. Kyutaro was shocked when she told him she would prepare it before dinner. Anna smiled and asked him if it was really cool. Both were shy, and then she asked him if he could come to eat with her some other time. Kyutaro changed the topic and asked her if she brought something with her. Anna was excited. She showed him her yearbook. Kyutaro didn't think that he would peek at her yearbook so soon. Kyutaro's eyes stayed over her photos, studying every one of them, even the ones from her field trip. He was too watchful not to notice the slight difference in her height from junior high. He quickly recognized her in every picture, so when Anna casually brought it up, he experienced a sudden wave of shyness. Kyutaro's curiosity caused him to focus on the room's piano. He asked if she was a musician and if she knew how to play. Anna blushed and said that she had taken ballet and piano lessons for a year when she was younger. She opened up a little about herself, saying that she had tried her hand at swimming, kendo, and English, though she had given up on all of them pretty quickly. The disclosure provided insight into Anna's wide range of interests and the fleeting character of her adventures. Anna gave up on all her hobbies and hated when the new kids improved faster than her. She never got better at any of them, and that made her sad. She thought the other kid picked on fast and made her quit intentionally. Anna told Kyutaro that there was tradition in her family that her parents made her favorite food whenever she quit something. Her parents continued the tradition for her when she could get into private school and also when she hurt her nose. Her parents tried their best to keep cheering their daughter on. Kyutaro told her that they must be good parents. Anna was worried because she was surrounded by so many good people and realized that she was a burden on them. She was crying because she was afraid that she would make them only hate herself one day. Kyutaro tried to convince her and told her that he doesn't know about her parents, but he was sure that other people would tell her when she would be too much for them. They won't hold back, and they would be straight with her. Anna wanted to ask Kyutaro about something she was curious about. She asked him why he didn't come to the library for 2 days during the winter break. Kyutaro was nervous and started sweating as he remembered the time when he first touched her. Anna thought that he was irritated by her and tried to avoid her. She asked him if he would tell her if he had enough of her. Anna cried and told Kyutaro that he was really nice, and that made her scared because she thought that she might be a burden for him too. Anna apologized for her tears and calmed down. Kyutaro stood up and hugged her. He apologized to her and she started crying while holding him. He told her that he lied because he was afraid that it might get him harm, that's why he held himself back. Kyutaro said that he was just afraid of being hated. When both of them got separated, Anna's nose was wet and her saliva was attached all over Kyutaro's shirt. He cleaned her nose with his arm and then Anna poured soup for him. She told him that Napa cabbage was best when musty. Anna explained herself that she was always like that. Kyutaro asked if that's why she started worrying about things very easily. Anna's face got red. Kyutaro suggested that it might be because grown-up gets annoyed easily. She smiled and told him that it might be that way. Kyutaro told her that getting worried was a good thing. He told her that her parents might treat her after she quit because they didn't want her to stop trying new things. It might be because they wanted her to be happy and keep moving on. Anna was surprised because she never thought about it that way. Suddenly, Anna got many messages on her phone. She was surprised, and Kyutaro asked her about it. She told him that her mother was at the nearest store a while ago. Both started panicking. Anna tried to convince him that it was all right because she always had friends in her place, usually because she was also afraid. Kyutaro told her that it might not be normal for her to have a guy at home and also wasn't in proper clothes to meet her. Anna blushed and told him that he should come some other time to meet her mother. Anna hid Kyutaro inside the closet and went to the door. Her mother was at the door and she came inside. Anna's mother noticed another pair of shoes and asked Anna if she had a friend at her place. Anna lied to her and told her that she came to stay at their home. Kyutaro was listening to them from inside the closet. Anna's mother asked her if she prepared the bath for her. Kyutaro thought it would be good for him to go when her mother would be inside the bathroom. Kyutaro was inside Anna's room and was watching her bed. He told himself that it wasn't a good time to think about that because he just made her lie for him. Anna's mother was happy because she was dressed up. Anna told her that Mako gave her the dress and it was cold outside, that's why she thought about wearing it. Her mother smiled and told her that she also had something like that and she thought about wearing it too. Anna came inside and relaxed, but she remembered that her father was also going to come home soon. Kyutaro panicked because he was afraid that her father might catch him. She told him that his father was like him. Kyo imagined Anna's father like her and got confused. Anna's mother ran inside her room. Kyo covered himself in the blanket, but his hair was visible. She asked Anna if she was fine with the hot pot or if she was allergic. Anna tried to convince her mother and told her she already ate most of it. Kyo changed his voice and spoke from inside the blanket. He thanked her mother for having him and pretended to be Chi. Kyo said that he was fine. She got relieved and told Anna that the snow was coming down slowly, so she should not stay up late. Her mother went outside and closed the door. Kyo came out of the blanket and apologized to Anna because he made her lie again. Anna saw her milk tea bottom on the window and got embarrassed. She laid on Kyo to hide it. She told him that it was a payback for him, and it was true that she never lied to her mother, but since she was a grown-up it was fine. Anna was laying on Kyo while both of them were in the same bed. Kyo covered his face and asked her about what kind of grown-up was referred to by its first name in the house. Anna's face turned red. She told him that it was a secret, so should not tell anyone else. Anna was embarrassed because she was still treated like a child at home. She wanted Kyo to keep it a secret society that no one would know about. Later, when Anna's mother was in the bathtub, Kyo sneaked outside of their apartment and Anna walked him to the door. Kyo was dull because it was a long day for him full of secrets. Anna was smiling and waved her hands toward him. While Kyo was inside the elevator, he saw a long man with a scary face with red stain on his shirt standing in front of him. He got afraid because he thought that it was a giant. Kyo ran away thinking that high-rise apartments were scary. The man saw Kyo wearing Yamada's shirt. Kyo went outside and decided never to come back. He received messages while he was walking outside, and it was from Anna. She apologized to him for all the problems and asked Kyo to come again another time. He agreed to her invitation instantly. Other day, Kyo was inside the bathroom of his own house. He was washing Anna's clothes because he had no other choice. He was struggling with the tap water and got frustrated because he couldn't risk getting caught with the clothes while using the washing machine. Kyo stopped because he was using a different soap than her. He thought that it would cause problems and wondered if he should wait and ask her first. The shirt was already wet, but he came outside of the bathtub and saw Kana changing her clothes. Kyo panicked and Kana got afraid. She covered herself and called him a pervert. Kyo imagined that Anna might get frustrated because of the different smell from the clothes. That's why he stopped washing it. Even washing it was a big trouble. He put Anna's clothes on his bed and was staring at it. Kyo was worried because it was a big headache for him to wash and give it back to her. He was facing a lot of problems because he couldn't wash them properly and returning them in the school might have caught some attention, and he also didn't want to go back to her apartment because he was scared of it. Kyo put the clothes inside the bag again, and his subconscious tried to tell him that he got Yamada. Kyo wasn't sure about it because he got shy even when he tried to think about it. His subconscious tried to convince that he had a bath at her house, he hugged her, and was in the same bed as her, and that would only mean that Anna loved him too. Kyo was in denial. He told himself that Anna was just trying to introduce him to her parents if he didn't stop her. Kyo wasn't confident. He thought that he was nothing special and just a normal friend of Anna. Even after they hugged and he wore her clothes, he still doubted himself that she loved her. His subconscious was trying to convince him that he couldn't call it just friendship after what happened between them. Kyo didn't know what it meant to be a friend because he never made friends normally. Neither his subconscious knew about having friends, but Anna's feelings were still obvious to him. Riding his trusty bike to school felt liberating for Kyo, with the wind rustling his face and reinforcing the sense of freedom he felt after taking off his cast. A quiet unease began to creep into his mind as he made his way through the well-known streets. He checked his voice and sensed something was off. The reunion with friends Anna and Chihiro took an unexpected turn inside the busy school corridors. Unable to contain her excitement, Chihiro revealed that Kyo had lost his cast. Kyo's expression fell, bewildered by this new information, so Anna stepped in quickly. She skillfully diverted Chi's playful enthusiasm from Kyo, keeping the surprise intact. The scene became humorous as Chihiro made fun of Anna's habits of consuming rice balls. Still, the jest took an odd turn when Anna answered. Anna corrected herself, embarrassed by the mistake, and disclosed an interesting fact about her eating habits. Chihiro became entangled in a web of humor, momentarily confused by the unexpected correction. In the midst of the lighthearted conversation, the friends grew closer and rejoiced with Kyo. In a genuine moment, Chihiro shared her distinct viewpoint and said that Kyo wouldn't be the same without his cast. The day was filled with friendship, laughter, and the sweet taste of Keio's newfound freedom. When Chihiro went away, Anna asked Keio about his arm. He told her that his right arm got a lot skinny and he couldn't lift heavy weight either. He made Anna worried and went away. During the class, Keio was wondering. Anna was definitely going to choose the dancing class. He received messages from Anna. She told him that it was fine if both of them won't talk during school, but they should at least make eye contact. Keio hesitated and wasn't sure about making eye contact with Anna, but when he saw her, she was also looking at him and smiled. Keio was feeling stressed, and later the gym class started. During the gym class, the sensei asked for a daki. The students laughed and thought that he definitely would have chosen the dancing class. Keio was nervous because Anna was still in the gym class and proved him wrong. Anna was talking to Chihiro and told her that she wasn't good at dancing class at all and was glad because she came with her. Anna smelled a strange aroma from her uniform and got worried. She asked Chi to smell it too because she was getting frustrated with it. Chi told her that uniforms from the school sometimes smelled like that, and it was common. When Chi smelled it, she coughed, which made Anna panicked because she thought that it was really bad. Keio wanted to give Anna his uniform, but he knew that it would only make things more weird, which was the least thing he wanted at that time. The sensei told all the students that they were gonna practice sparring and also told them to make pairs. All the students started talking to each other and made the most suited pair. Keio was standing alone quietly. Anna excuses her friends and tries to come near Keio. He couldn't believe it, and suddenly the sensei grabbed Keio and threw him on the floor because he wanted to show everyone how to perform ouchigari throw. Keio was unable to process what happened and went flying to the ground. He laid on the floor, and sensei told him that it was a nice fall, but it was completely unintentional for Keio. All the students started practicing. When Keio saw Anna, she was standing alone. Keio went near her and touched her through his foot, and then both started the sparring practice. Anna was hesitating and told Keio that she stinks because of her uniform. Keio pushed her toward the wall and asked her if that was the reason she didn't want to practice sparring with anyone else. Anna pushed him with her force and threw him on the floor. She told him that it was the payback for him. Kenta talked to Keio and told him that he really got along with Yamada. Keio blushed and tried to tell him about some smell. Kenta got surprised. He shook hands with him and told him that smelly girls were the best. Keio's voice was changing. He remembered about the time when he talked to Anna. Keio knew that once he grew up there was no way Anna and he could keep up their relationship the same way. He thought that Anna thought of him the same as her other friends. He went to the schoolyard and saw her smiling. Keio knew that there was nowhere around it but through it. He couldn't ignore Anna at all again. In the library, Anna was trying to listen to Keio's voice. He told her that it was just hard to speak for him because whenever he tried to speak loudly, his voice cranked. Anna got worried and asked him if it was because he catched the cold. She was sad because he had to go home during the snow. Keio told her that it wasn't cold and he just thought that his voice was changing. Keio was embarrassed, but Anna thought that it was very cool for him because he got voice change and facial hair whenever they grew up. Anna was excited for his new voice. Keio told her that was the part he hates most. Anna held his hand and thought that his left arm didn't get skinny, but his right one got bigger. Keio was surprised because he didn't think about it that way. The day is just around the corner and the girls in the classroom are planning out the agenda for the day. Yes, it is Valentine's Day and all of the girls are very excited thinking about what they are going to do that day. They all have several plans in mind, but they want to map it out before they choose some of them. Moeka, for one, has been counting down the days from Valentine's Day to the 2nd. She is the most excited one for the day, and she is also the one that started this random discussion. She wants to discuss everything they can think they can do for the day. Anna is also excited now that the topic is up, and she has various things in mind they can do for the day. The rest of them are a little pumped up, but not that. I guess they really do not care how the day goes. They just want to have some fun for the day. They are talking it out, and Moeka really wants to hear options now for the different stuff they can have. Anna comes in with her creative mind and starts bombing the discussion with all of the things she has in mind for the day. She tells them that they can take care of the little girls for the day as their seniors. She really cares about their juniors and wants to do something nice for them for once. She tells them that they can also do all of the work for the day together with them, so they have any kind of activity jammed in this as well, to keep it a little more lively. Then she wants to just go out and spend the rest of the time walking near the classes of those girls, to feel the heat of the classes. She says this, and all of them start laughing in happiness. They are all looking forward to this, and some more suggestions come into the discussion when we see our MC sitting in his seat hearing their discussion. He has heard everything, and it kind of creeps him out. He is the introverted type and has never really thought about these days and what it can mean for his life. He really has not even tried anything on this particular day, as he knows he cannot get anywhere near the competition. He is just weirded out hearing these girls, and he just knows that this year is just another year for him, and this day really does not mean anything to him. He goes back to what he was doing when we hear Moko suggesting that they should do something for the boys as well. She suggests that they should make something nice and special for the boys. Bayashiko is not really on with this plan, as it is going to be a lot of work for her, she knows, but the rest of them do not care about her feelings. The girls are up on this plan, and now they have to decide what they are going to be making. After a lot of ideas, they decide that they should make some type of sweet goodie for the boys, and this is where Moko tells them that they should do a chocolate goodie. This is the best she could come up with apparently, and the rest of them are on board with it. They are really looking forward to it, as they all love chocolate, and the things they will be making are going to be very exciting for sure. Moko notices MC sitting on his desk, and she teasingly goes to him and tells Anna that they should make something chocolatey for the boys. This is to tease our poor MC, and he knows it. Moko says that Anna will be making these things, and these are going to be very tasty for sure, another tease for MC. Anna comes to her and tells her that she is really happy with this plan, and now they should decide where they are going to be doing all the cooking and stuff. Moko thinks about it and tells her that her home is available, and they can do it there, but Anna does not seem happy with it. She is not really happy with doing this plan at Moko's, so she tells her that they should come to her house for the day. Saying this, she gives MC some weird looks as she is doing this for her. MC gets really confused seeing her move her face so strangely. Moko gets the things Anna is trying to do and is on board with her plan. She tells MC that he is going to be coming as well, which kind of surprises him. He gets thinking as to why he should come when it is a girl's thing. They are making these chocolate goodies for the boys, so he should not be there, right? But after school, Anna texts him and tells him that he is invited and should come. So the day is here, and all of them have to go to Anna's for the cooking. MC is here right on time, and he is currently standing outside the apartment building. He thinks to himself as to why he is here really. He wonders if the invite for him is a mistake, and if he is not meant to be here, but he checks the message again, and it does not seem that way. He knew that Moko was going to be coming only, but the shock on his face was visible when he saw Bayashiko and Serena coming to the apartment building as well. He thought these three were going to be alone, but these two were invited as well. This gets him wondering if the invite was really a mistake, because, in his mind, Anna's friends think of him as the weird guy from their classroom only. They would not want him there, so it is clear to him that he was not invited. This hurts his self-respect, and it hurts like hell. He goes away feeling like a knife stuck in his chest. He feels like dying more than he ever felt for the last half-decade. He can barely walk with the sheer embarrassment just felt. Walking back, he bumps into Moko. She does not want him to go, so she grabs him and drags him back to the building, saying that he is not going anywhere now. She drags him to Anna's apartment. They go to the apartment, and upon ringing, Anna comes outside with a chocolate bar in her hands. She has been eating it for a while, that much is clear, but her friends wonder if she has any left for the real reason they are here. She tells them that there is a lot inside, so they should not worry. MC is constantly asking himself if he really belongs here, as this does not look like a thing a guy should be invited to. They go in, but going in, Moko tells MC that Anna's mother is a really strict woman, so he should be careful. He is already so nervous, but this information has struck another kind of nervousness in him now. They go in, and Anna's mother greets them all in, but seeing a boy with them confuses her. She starts asking him if he is really a boy, and if he is, how he knows her daughter. He has to answer here, but the sheer pressure is not letting his tongue function. He wonders if he should say that he is a friend of hers, because he really doubts that. Is he a friend? What is a friend, really? These are the questions running around in his mind right now, and so he cannot answer properly. But Moko comes to the rescue and tells her that MC here is her boyfriend. They are dating, and she wanted her boyfriend to be here. This shocks everyone, including MC. Mon goes away saying that she can never get how the kids these days do things. Anyways, they go in and get the things ready for the cooking. Everyone has their aprons, so they wear them. MC has a hard time wearing his, so Anna comes and gives him a little help with it. Seeing her help MC, her mother is really confused. The thing that bothers her is, why is she helping him when his girlfriend is right here? Anna notices this, and so does Moko. Moko comes to the rescue again and takes Anna's plane to help MC. She does it perfectly, but this is very embarrassing for MC. He cannot stand the insult he is feeling right now. Anna's mother totally suspects him, but he cannot just leave here. The cooking starts and Moko asks MC to pass her a thing on the table that she needs. Anna's mother is constantly watching everything MC is doing, so Anna tells her that they can take it from here and she should go. Saying this, she pushes her out of the kitchen, but her mother is worried if these are going to be fine on their own. They are fine, and this is the opportunity Moko takes to tell MC what he has to do. Anna is not in the kitchen, and she tells MC that he has to now think of what he is going to be doing about Anna. She says this in a coded sentence, and it confuses Bayashiko. She asks about what Moko meant by this, but Serena shuts her up, saying she needs to not focus on what she is saying right now. They do the work as they are talking. Hearing Serena talking like this makes Bayashiko feel so naive. She feels like she doesn't even know anything that happens around her. She is there all the time, but she does not understand half of the things they say and do. This must mean that her friends are growing very fast, and she is the only one left that has to grow now. This makes her feel very dumb. Only she and Anna are the ones that are kids in her opinion. But the others do not want to believe this, and it makes them stop doing what they are doing for a second as well. Anyways, Moko brings up another topic and asks everyone if they know what kind of food Anna likes and does not like. This is a hard one because no one knows for certain. Anna is a very close and introverted type of person. She does not talk about herself that much to anybody, and that is really the reason Moko wants to know this. MC might know the answer to this question, but he does not want to shoot where he might miss. Bayashiko speaks up, saying that even she doesn't know what kind of food Anna likes. This is very weird because she is the one who knows her the longest. They were in elementary school together when they met. Bayashiko starts explaining how she felt when she first met Anna. They met, and they were standing together for the selection of the female basketball team. Bayashiko looked to her right and saw Anna so huge and tall. She tells them that at first when she saw Anna, she thought of her as a really weird person. She was so tall and she was huge. She was literally miles away from her, and it made her feel as if she was an alien of some sort. She just started roasting the hell out of Anna right when she got the chance. She always thought of her as the really strange girl who she never got the chance to talk to. But one time she was going back after the practice when she saw Anna practicing alone. She was alone in the whole court, but what she was doing surprised her the most. She was not practicing basketball but spinning the ball on her finger. She tried it multiple times, but it did not work. It meant so much to her that she started crying after so many attempts and failing. This made Bayashiko feel that maybe she was not a bad person after all. She was never bad though. This proved to her that no matter how you look from the outside, you can be the totally opposite from the inside. But Moko wanted to know what kind of food Anna liked, not how she was from the inside. Moko tells her that it does not tell him what kind of food she likes, so why the hell is she ranting about this? Bayashiko was not trying to tell them what food she liked, but just sharing a random story. She finished the story by saying that she went to Anna and asked her why she was crying. Anna was shocked that Bayashiko had come to her. Anna told her that she liked doing this and wanted to be good at it. She then started praising Bayashiko, saying that she is so small, and yet she trains so much. It really surprised her because the teacher deemed her the best player in the school, but still, she practiced every day without a gap. No one wanted to know this story, but here it is, I guess. She ends this story by saying that Anna then started saying very good stuff about her and also told her that she is really cool and all that. Hearing this does not impress anyone because they know she is just adding these things. Moko asks Serena to pass her something, and Serena does. Bayashiko feels not so good about herself after this and wants to just focus on the work now. Moko tells her that there is no way Anna went that far and praised her like that, but Bayashiko is not going to prove her point. But during all of this, MC is constantly thinking about the food Anna likes and does not like. After a lot of thinking, he knows he cannot get this right, but it hits him. Why the hell is he thinking this? He is just invited here to be a part of this, and he does not even belong here. He knows Anna does not think of him that way, so he wants to distract himself from these random thoughts. He focuses on the work he is doing, but we see Anna and her mother coming back. Her mother tells her that she cannot leave these kids alone like that. So Anna tells her that she can stay here, but she has to sit on the sofa quietly only. Seeing her mother, Moko tells MC that they have to think about this and decide how they are going to take their fake relationship in front of her. MC has no idea what she is talking about, but Moko tells her that he has to call her by her first name so it looks a little more real. MC has never called her this, so this is very hard, but Moko tells him that it is important for him to call her by her first name. He tries it, and after so much stammering, he gets her first name out. He called her Moko, but Serena had enough of this. She expresses her anger by banging the bowl very hard, leaving everyone shocked. She says that she cannot let this happen. Bayashiko, being all dense, has no idea why she reacts this way and finds her very rude. Everyone is left speechless by Serena's reaction as Bayashiko goes back to work as if nothing happened. After a little while, MC is alone and doing something with the dishes when Anna decides to come to him and ask him about his experience here so far. She has seen him have a fake relationship with Moko in front of her mother, and she doesn't like it. She goes to him and asks him if he is having fun or not. The way she asked him looked like she was going to suck his soul out of his eyes just by staring this way. My man just felt the devil staring into his soul with a cute face. It leaves MC shocked and really terrified that he has to make an excuse to get out of it. He goes to the washroom, saying that he has to take a leak right now. Going to the washroom, he is forced to wonder if the day going here is really okay. He is sitting on the toilet when he hears himself from above. We see a version of himself talking to him, being above him on the wall like Spider-Man. MC is getting asked if he really has to lie like this. The real one tells the other that he cannot do anything, and Moko starts it all without telling him, so he has to play along. But the other asks him what he is going to do when he starts dating Anna in the future. He wants to know how the hell is he going to tell Anna's mother how his relationship with her daughter came to be. He cannot just tell her that he broke up with Moko and started dating her daughter. That would look really bad, and she would not really trust him that way. But the real him knows that dating Anna is a miracle that can never happen. He knows how Anna sees him and how she treats him. The way she treats him feels like she is not interested in him. But the other him says that he cannot just give up on the miracle he wants to happen so badly. He has to work for it, and without that, it can never become a reality. The real him knows this is true, but there is a risk involved. He knows he can root for himself to be Anna's boyfriend, but if that never happens, it would leave him very hurt, and that would mean depression and everything that comes with that. He does not want that for himself, and so he is willing to let go of this dream. The other him disappears after this, and he decides that he is going to go home now without telling anyone. That talk was one of the most serious talks I have seen, but I couldn't help but laugh at the way the guy was sticking to the ceiling. He goes out and puts on his shoes, ready to leave. As he is leaving, Anna's mother sees him and asks him about why he is leaving so early. She caught him off guard, but he told her that he had to just leave now. He grabs the door handle ready to leave, but gets back in to tell her something. Anna comes here as well, but MC does not care. He tells her mother that his dating Miyoko was a lie, and he apologizes for it. Saying this, he leaves, but he does not want to. He is outside, and he wonders if the miracle that he wants can be true or not. He wants to believe in himself and in the miracle itself. He is thinking this when Anna's mother opens the door. She sees MC standing outside, so she asks him if his name is Mkawa. She knows him, and after he tells her yes, she tells him that she remembers him. She saw him during the teachers' parents' conferences, and Anna told her that he and she talk a lot. In fact, she also told her that she likes. As she is about to finish this sentence, Anna comes out, interrupting her from completing her sentence. She wants her mother to come inside because she is needed. She goes inside, and MC is about to leave when Anna grabs his hand, saying that he should stick a bit longer. MC really does not want to because he feels very unwanted here, but Anna assures him that he is welcome here and she loves him being here. She is really curious as to why he went along with Moko's lie. He tells her that if he did not, he would have had to tell her mother why he was there. And he also did not want her to lie to her mother about him again, so he cleared her up himself. This leaves Anna touched, and she is really happy about him staying. Now they both go in to help others, but they go into the kitchen and notice all of them very scared of something while working. We see a huge giant person standing with them and telling them how it is done. The girls are shaking like crazy, and this person is like a monster cursed on them. MC freaks out, panicking, wondering what this thing is. The giant thing stops as soon as MC comes into the kitchen. He stands in front of MC for a while before he goes to his room, saying literally nothing. All the girls are scared as hell, and even MC is terrified of what he just witnessed. Who wouldn't? That guy was literally an Eiffel Tower teaching the girls how to cook. He asks Anna if that is her dad, and it is. The girls come out from the shock and wonder who that giant person really was. Anna comes to Moko and thanks her for lying for her in front of her mom, but Moko does not care about that for now. They have moved far away from that thing whenever that giant thing came into the kitchen. They all get to know that it is not a giant but Anna's dad. He is a chef in fact and cooks French food. This makes sense as to why he was helping all of them. MC, on the other hand, is still in shock. He thinks about it, and he remembers her dad because he saw them that time before outside the lift once. And the dead stare he gives surely fills in the body with creeps. MC cannot forget that, and he looks to the room her dad went to see him sneakingly looking at him, which scares him more. Anna comes to him, and they are talking when her dad comes out of the room again. Without saying anything, he comes in front of MC and gives him that dead stare again. He knows this is it. He cannot lie anymore. He knows about him and his daughter, and he should just tell him the truth. But Anna's dad has only one thing to ask him, if he plays games or not. He tells him yes, he does, so he takes MC to his room and hands him a controller so they can play games. Dad sure feels lonely because no one here plays games with him. Those dead eyes, now I feel you, my guy, literally just wants someone to play games with, and he can't get even that. How sad. He is really excited, but it is not visible though. They are about to play a game when Moko comes up and asks Anna if he really is a chef. Moko thinks that all the chefs have that fancy attractive look with their hair slicked back, but that vibe is not coming off of her dad. She is telling her this when her dad sets his hair back slicked, throwing a flash of charisma toward Moko. Anna hears her dad saying that no one here plays games with him, so she takes the controller from MC and starts playing with him. After this, they get back to the chocolates they were making and they are done. They want to give a test taste, and the first one is going to be Anna's dad. It is because he is a real chef, and he also helped them with this. They all go to his room while MC and Anna are alone behind. She pulls him behind the curtain and gives him a piece of chocolate to taste. He takes it from her and takes a bite. It is a bit sweet for him, so Anna tastes the same one, saying that she is glad that MC is here to tell her this. They all go home, and on the way, MC is exhausted. Moko tells him that he had the perfect day today, but he missed it. On this note, MC brings up the fact that Moko was trying to help him surely, but she was also having fun with it. He did not like that, and so he wants her to never do that again. They go home, and after reaching home, MC's sister comes up and asks him where he is. Upon telling, she is very surprised to hear that he spent the entire day at a girl's house with other girls. She thinks that her little brother is rizzing up those girls, but MC gets a call from Anna, and he goes to his room to pick it up. Picking it up, Anna asks him how the day was for him and how her parents felt about him. He tells her that the day was good, and he thought of her parents as those strict ones, but he was wrong. On the other hand, he asks her what her parents thought about him. Anna is happy with the way her dad asked about him after he left. He asked Anna what his name was and what his friend code was. He wanted to come again sometime so he could play games with him. So this is clearly a green flag. Mom was also happy with how her friends were. Anna keeps asking him again and again how his day is, so this kind of irritates him a bit. But the call ends and he goes outside to have a drink with his sister. She is drinking and eating fries while MC is just having a drink. She randomly asks him when he is going to ask her out, which takes him by surprise. He spills half of the drink out on this question, and the reaction says it all. He tries telling her sister that there is no way he can be with Anna ever, but he does not want it to be that way. His sister tells him that he is just in junior high, so there is a lot of time and he can take it slow. But the other side to this thing is that his feelings can change as he grows up, and maybe someday, he would not even have those feelings for Anna anymore. This clearly bugs him because he knows he will never feel another way about Anna. He feels like he will always like her no matter what, so there is only one question for her sister to ask, and she asks him, what does he want? It is very hard for him to speak his heart out, but right now, the heart is spilling like crazy and it comes out. He tells her that he wants her to be his boyfriend. Saying this, there is a bit of silence and both of them look at each other. They freak out together hearing what MC just said. Sister feels like he is high right now. In fact, MC cannot believe what just came out of his mouth. But he knows now what he wants, and the next day, MC and Anna are walking to the school together when it hits him. He wants her to finally do what he wants, and he gives her a little pull on the sleeve, signaling his feelings toward her. We then see with Yamada walking down the corridor when some girls appear out of the class and give her some flowers. Those little girls wish Yamada Valentine's Day and give her some chocolates. They are totally mesmerized by her. Anna Yamada accepts the gifts and thanks them with a bright smile. The girls get very excited and are captivated by her cuteness and beauty. The girls go back inside the class containing their excitement, while Yamada makes a decision to go on another round trip. Chihiro interjects saying that she needs to stop as it is her 5th round trip already, but Yamada doesn't listen. They finally, after so many rounds, go down the stairs where Yamada is flexing her presents and chocolates that she got on Valentine's Day. You are probably alone, so you wouldn't know what it feels like. Upon asking Chihiro about what she got on the special day, she just replies that she received some presents and flowers from her mother. As they are approaching the stairs, Ichikawa is standing there listening to this conversation. Yamada congratulates Chihiro about the flowers her mother got her, while Ichikawa suddenly goes to hide himself so nobody can see him. As they pass by indulged in their own conversation, Ichikawa is thinking to himself that February 14th is a day like no other. Meanwhile, Shoadaki is seen protesting to put a ban on obligatory chocolates just outside the classroom so that the poor guys don't get the wrong idea. Ichikawa passes by and seems to pay no attention and just enters the classroom. Upon entering the room, they notice that Moko had set out some free chocolates on the desk for everyone to enjoy. Shoadaki's eyes lit up at the sight, quickly snatching one despite his earlier declaration about ending such indulgences. The boys in the class eagerly indulged in the treats, savoring the deliciousness, while Ichikawa found himself simply staring at the chocolate sitting on his desk. Moko encouraged Ichikawa to partake, hinting that there was a purpose behind placing the chocolate there. However, before Ichikawa could take a bite, Yamada swooped in, snatching the chocolate for herself and devouring it without hesitation. Chihiro teasingly called Yamada a big eater, but Yamada quickly shot back, saying she was just being adventurous like a boy for a day. Suddenly, Shoadaki got really excited when he found a heart-shaped nut on his chocolate. He thought it was a special sign, but Ichikawa wasn't so sure. Moko and Serene started to regret giving out the chocolates as they saw the chaos unfolding. Shoadaki kept going on about how boys shouldn't get chocolates, saying they're too easily impressed. He even turned to Ichikawa for support, but Ichikawa just told him to hush. Meanwhile, Yamada, who was listening in from a distance, blushed when Ichikawa scolded Shoadaki for his silly talk. Ichikawa and Yamada are in the library when she suddenly offers him to play shogi. Ichikawa says that he does not know the rules of the game. Then Yamada tells him that they should play Tyrol Chocolate Shogi. He insists that he does not know the rules of that game either. However, they still end up playing the game. As they are playing, Ichikawa makes a move in the game that Yamada never saw coming. Yamada tells him to repeat the same, but before he completes the sentence, she makes a move and declares him the winner. However, he does not understand anything about the game. She says that the winner gets to keep all the chocolates, and that is a rule. She gives him all the chocolates, but Ichikawa is shocked as he did not have any understanding of this game. He takes a moment to take it in when Yamada insists on keeping the chocolates. They leave the library, and as they are heading to the class, Ichikawa cannot seem to believe the fact that he got chocolates from her. He keeps repeating in his head to grasp reality. In class, Shoadaki is seen checking everyone's chocolates and belittles everyone as nobody has a heart-shaped nut in their chocolates. He says that everybody else got the obligatory chocolates while only he got special heart-shaped ones. Everyone is weirded out by him and pray that they don't get as delusional as he is. Exactly what your friends feel about you. Looking at Shuadichi's delusion, Sakine is seen regretting not writing obligatory on all the chocolates as he is taking things in the wrong direction. She adds that everybody needs to make their feelings clear, which makes Yamada worried for some reason. During home time, Ichikawa is thinking about the chocolates he received from Yamada again. He does not seem to be convinced by the idea of receiving chocolates from Yamada and is trying to make sense of the situation. He thinks maybe it is Yamada just being her usual self. The unpredictable thing is that even getting any snack from her is a miracle. As he is indulged in his own thoughts, Yamada grabs him by his collar and drags him to the corner. Ichikawa is shocked, but Yamada tells him to stay quiet. She reaches the corner and peeks behind the building. They see Hanoko Hara gifting chocolates to Kenta Kanzaki, for which he thanks her while blushing. Yamada looks at them with longing and says that she is jealous of it. Ichikawa says that she cannot get all the chocolates, but Yamada says that that is not what she meant by this and just walks off. Ichikawa brushes it off by thinking that it is her just being unpredictable again. Ichikawa and Yamada are on their way to their homes when Ichikawa questions what is the big deal about giving chocolates in school. He continues to say that even in the case of Hara and Kenta, everybody knows that they are together as they even go on dates. He even mentioned that there are plenty of hours in the day and anybody can give out flowers at any time. Moreover, he said that schools are a place of learning and not for stuff like this, and this does not make him jealous. He is about to ride his bicycle when Yamada hops on it and asks for a lift. He agrees and starts cycling swiftly when Yamada points it out, saying driving on sideways this fast is scary and that he should slow down as he has plenty of hours in the day. Yamada repeats how they are riding bicycles this way again, but Ichikawa mentions that he thought he was dead the last time they rode by the police station. He mentioned that he was about to tell her to get off the cycle, but when she said that nobody should be afraid of a little change, he could not help himself. Yamada did not seem to remember any of it, but Ichikawa was dead sure this happened and said that she lives for change, and that is why it is never a big deal for her. Yamada takes a pause and leans on Ichikawa and seems to agree with this statement. She says that she is really happy now and that is the reason she understands. After some thinking, she tells him to head to a shop as she still wants more chocolates. As they reach the store, they look at the chocolates on the shelf and get awkward all of a sudden. Yamada takes a look at all the available chocolates and decides to buy a heart-shaped chocolate bun. Yamada and Ichikawa stand outside when Yamada is feasting on her chocolate. Ichikawa is intrigued to find out that she has bought a heart-shaped bun and even mentions that she has received so many chocolates today. Yamada hides her chocolates and tells him to not keep an eye on them, to which Ichikawa reassures her. After a moment of silence, Yamada breaks the ice by asking Ichikawa about the kind of chocolate that would make him feel special if someone gave it to him. Ichikawa, caught off guard by the question, sinks into deep thought because he never really considered it before. After much pondering, he responds that receiving a heart-shaped chocolate, like the one Shoadaki got today, might mean something to him. Yamada is surprised by his answer and quickly offers her own heart-shaped bun to him. Ichikawa is taken aback by the gesture and doesn't know how to react, so he simply thanks her. As Yamada hands over the bun, Ichikawa realizes there's some chocolate on the side of his lips. Yamada notices the chocolate on Ichikawa's face and gently leans in to clean it off, her eyes locked with his. As she gets closer, Ichikawa feels his heart racing, unsure of what to expect. Instead of fully cleaning it off, Yamada surprises him by using the chocolate to draw a heart shape on his face. Then, before Ichikawa can react, she runs away, saying bye-bye as she disappears into the distance. Ichikawa is left standing there, stunned by the unexpected encounter. As Yamada's departure sinks in, he finds himself replaying the moment in his mind, trying to make sense of what just happened. He realizes that he had let his hopes rise, only to be left feeling confused and uncertain. In a daze, Ichikawa suddenly feels the urge to go back into the shop, though he's not entirely sure why. Yamada, lost in her thoughts, pauses in the middle of the street and takes out a cupcake-shaped chocolate, smiling softly as she gazes at it. After a moment, she tucks it away and tries to continue on her way. However, as she turns around, she unexpectedly comes face to face with Ichikawa on his bicycle. She is surprised by the unexpected encounter. Before Yamada can say anything, Ichikawa hands her a box of chocolates that he just bought for her. They both feel a bit awkward, but Ichikawa explains that since she said she's being a boy for today, that's why he's giving her the chocolates. Yamada is taken aback by this gesture and is at a loss for words as Ichikawa gets back on his bicycle and leaves the scene. Meanwhile, Ichikawa rides his bicycle in a haphazard manner, his thoughts consumed by what he just did. He wonders if it was the right move, especially since it involves Yamada, someone he cares about deeply. In the evening, Ichikawa tosses and turns in bed, feeling restless and cringing at himself for giving Yamada chocolates with melty kisses written on them, the same ones I got your mom. He criticizes himself, thinking he should have chosen different chocolates instead. Unable to find peace, he changes sides repeatedly, his mind consumed with worry. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a notification, causing Ichikawa to get even more anxious. He hesitantly checks his phone, expecting the worst, but is surprised by what he sees. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaps out of bed and rushes out of the house. To his shock, he finds Yamada standing at his door, waving and saying hi. As always, Ichikawa is taken aback by her unexpected presence. He notes the exact time she appeared, 7:26 p.m., engraving the moment into his memory. Yamada explained that she was passing by as she decided to change Wantora's, her dog, walking route. Yamada extended the leash to Ichikawa as they embarked on their walk. As Ichikawa grasped the leash, Wantora, the dog, made a run, but Yamada quickly regained control, urging Ichikawa to ensure he held it firmly. Their stroll led them to a vending machine where Yamada announced her intention to play a gambling game, preparing to predict whether she'd receive hot cocoa or hot coffee, the latter being a beverage she disliked intensely. She compared the experience to gambling, suggesting that any outcome was possible as she would press the buttons at the same time. Ichikawa found Yamada's characterization of the vending machine experience as gambling somewhat surprising. As Yamada inserted the money, Ichikawa watched with interest, intrigued by her anticipation. However, when the machine dispensed hot coffee instead of the desired hot cocoa, Yamada's disappointment was obvious as she shouted at the vending machine in order to take out her frustration. "With your luck, you wouldn't even have gotten that." Disappointed, she handed the unwanted coffee to Ichikawa, who accepted it graciously. After a bit more walking, they settled on a bench in Senzoku Station Plaza. Yamada launched into a story about herself and Chihiro, but Ichikawa found himself growing bored. Summoning his courage, he gently interrupted, expressing his sense that something seemed weird about Yamada that day. However, Yamada, in her characteristic manner, brushed off his concern, insisting that she is always weird, and Ichikawa agreed. Yamada, catching on to his teasing, playfully asked him to stop pulling her leg. Ichikawa explains that the reason he called her weird is because she seemed to agree, but Yamada explains that she only said that because Chihiro is always calling her weird this way, and since she is not around, she was just answering in her place. Yamada then proceeds to thank Ichikawa for the chocolates, which made him embarrassed. She then quickly changes the topic and starts talking about the weather and how she thinks it is not going to snow again. Ichikawa interrupts and asks about what they are doing here. Yamada stops and with much hesitation asks him if he had received any chocolates today. He remembers how they played the chocolate shogi game today and Nyamda gave him all the collates, but still replied saying that nobody gave him any chocolates today as he knows she's referring to someone else. After a pause, he poses the same question to Yamada. She replied saying that she decided to not give out any obligatory chocolates this time. Ichikawa remembers how he was given chocolates while playing the shogi game and also when Yamada gave him a bun-shaped chocolate after school. He then proceeds to agree with Adaki's ideology that boys should not be given obligatory chocolates as they get a wrong idea and start feeling differently. Yamada asks if it feels bitter as Ichikawa is seen drinking the hot coffee drink. He puts it down and confesses to Yamada that he was lying about not liking sweet things. After some brief silence, Yamada takes out the chocolate cupcake she had made for Ichikawa and offers it to him. She says that she made it too sweet and then cut it into half, keeping one to herself and giving one to Ichikawa. However, Ichikawa is flustered as he was not expecting any of it. Ichikawa finally takes the half cupcake and after an awkward silence, he finally thanks Yamada for it. Yamada seizes the moment to express herself, assuring Ichikawa that misunderstandings are natural, occasionally leaving him surprised. They both sit quietly for a while Wantora, Yamada's dog, gazes at them curiously. Ichikawa glances at the dog and suddenly, Yamada bursts into tears. Ichikawa feels unsure, not understanding why she's crying. Despite his confusion, Yamada continues to cry, confessing that she couldn't get something right. She couldn't make the cupcakes properly. Without hesitation, Ichikawa takes a bite of the cupcake and praises her effort, telling her how delicious it tastes. He repeats his words of encouragement, and Yamada's tears gradually cease. Feeling comforted, Yamada suggests they try again, opening her arms wide for a hug. Understanding her unspoken request, Ichikawa embraces her. Their hug is a brief yet meaningful exchange. Eventually, they part ways for the night, Ichikawa dropping Yamada off at her home before returning to his own bed. Lying there, Ichikawa reflects on the events of the day, as the cupcake that was given to him by Yamada was resting beside him. He ponders Yamada's actions, picking up her cupcake and discovering something written on it. Connecting the dots, he begins to unravel the mystery, realizing that Yamada likes something, though the complete sentence eludes him for the moment. The next day, everyone is standing in the corridor, and as Yamada looks around, she sees Ichikawa walking towards her. She waves him a hello, and he waves back, but before he could say anything, Adiksha enters the scene with a weird look on his face, as if he is deeply concentrating on something. His friends ask him what's wrong and why does he have those facial expressions. Adiksha breaks silence and tells everyone that he is worried about what he should give Moko on White Day. His friends, disappointed, tell him that White Day is still a whole month away, so he has plenty of time to think about it. Ichikawa interjects and says that it is not just a month, and thinks to himself how Yamada gave him chocolates, and now he has to give her something on White Day. He is very passionate about this thing, and is doubting if he would be able to even give her something worthy of her or not. He thinks that it is going to be a tale about a boy and 1 month from now as he goes on a quest to find a good present for Yamada. As he snaps out of it, Adichya's friends remind him that he just got an obligatory chocolate that Moko was giving out to everyone. However, he is still delusional about it and says that the chocolate he received was a special one as it had a heart-shaped nut on it, and girls usually give out hints that way. Chihiro and Moko are listening to their conversation from a distance. Chihiro tells Moko to burst his bubble and tell him the truth as soon as possible, but Moko seems to enjoy this situation and says that she will let him figure it out himself. Adichya takes this as a sign again. At the same time, she goes around Adichya and his group and tries to drop hints about how she would like AirPods on White Day, which leaves Adichya very excited. Adichya wants to give Moko something extremely special, something that makes her go wow. He says that the gift he wants to give her should make Moko think that he has a good taste. All of a sudden, he gets an idea of gifting her lingerie, which makes everyone wonder why would he want to gift her that. Adaki explains that Moko got him a customized chocolate, so he should now gift her customized lingerie. His friend tells him to back out on this idea as he is digging his own grave, and it can seem offensive. Kanzaki gives an idea of taking her to an all-you-can-eat buffet, which Ichikawa finds to be a good idea, but the only problem is to ask her to go out with him. Everybody turns to Ichikawa as he is too intrigued by this, and they find out that he got chocolates. Adaki is shocked to find out that he got chocolates from somebody, and Ichikawa accepts as there is no point in lying. Adaki is flabbergasted and gets really angry, but says that the girl who gave him chocolates must be ugly. Yamada is listening to this from a distance and gets a bit awkward. Adaki and Ichikawa are walking in the school when Ichikawa asks why is he worrying about gifting Moko something when he doesn't even like her like that. Adaki replies that he likes keeping his options open and that he automatically likes girls who like him. Ichikawa tells him that in that case, there is no girl that likes him, it's the same in your case, Tubto. Adaki raises his concern saying that there isn't anything that he knows about Moko, and that is what he is scared of as he doesn't want to get her something that she doesn't like. Ichikawa interjects and asks him where they are heading when all of a sudden, Adaki greets somebody from a distance. As the guy turns, Ichikawa is shocked to find out that it is Nanjo. Adaki introduces them both and tells them that Nanjo is in the student committee with him. However, Nanjo notices that Ichikawa is fading in existence. Adaki takes this opportunity to ask for his advice as to how he gets laid as Nanjo is usually liked by ladies. Nanjo stays humble and says that he is not liked that much and that he just grabs the chances he gets, but Adaki buys none of this. Nanjo continues saying that you cannot ever tell for sure when is the right time and everything depends upon the mood, but Ichikawa interrupts saying that that's not the case. Both Adaki and Nanjo look at him with surprise, but Ichikawa just pretends to cough as if he did not say anything. Adaki quickly redirects the conversation in front of Nanjo, mentioning that Ichikawa received chocolates the previous day, leading him to wonder what he should give in return to the girl. Nanjo nods in confirmation, seamlessly moving on to offer some advice on the matter. Adaki then confides in Nanjo, expressing his uncertainty about what to give the girl, as he admits to not knowing her likes and dislikes very well. However, Nanjo dismisses this concern, expressing the belief that it ultimately doesn't matter. He asserts that regardless of how well people think they know each other, there will always be aspects that remain unknown. Nanjo's perspective on the inherent mystery between genders resonates with Adaki. However, Ichikawa holds a distinct perspective, viewing the creature as inherently dangerous. In the midst of their conversation, he suddenly experiences a vivid flashback, which contrasts his life with Yamada's, highlighting the stark differences in their backgrounds, values, and upbringing. Yet despite these disparities, they somehow manage to find common ground. Ichikawa articulates the notion that despite their differences, they share a profound emotional connection, recognizing numerous similarities beneath the surface. His words carry significant weight, prompting a brief yet touching silence as each individual contemplates the depth of his revelation. However, Adaki, eager to lighten the mood, interrupts the silence with a nervous grin, steering the conversation towards the topic of potential gifts. After some deliberation, Nanjo suggests the idea of purchasing lingerie, a suggestion that Adaki enthusiastically supports, revealing his own preference for the same choice. As Adaki's excitement builds, Nanjo exudes confidence in the decision, believing it to be a guaranteed way to please the recipient. Meanwhile, Ichikawa stands in silence, internally questioning the wisdom of the proposed gift, but refraining from voicing his opinion. As the group prepares to depart, Nanjo stands at a slight distance, engaged in conversation with Adaki, expressing his satisfaction with seeking Nanjo's advice. Despite Adaki's conviction, Ichikawa remains steadfast in his differing viewpoint, silently contemplating the implications of their decisions and the potential consequences of their actions. He tells Adaki that it is because of him that he feels and realizes how much better he knows. This leaves Adaki shocked, and out of surprise and jealousy he warns Ichikawa that he would never be able to win over him and just haphazardly runs to his practice, leaving both Ichikawa and Nanjo alone. Ichikawa leaves immediately, telling Nanjo that he is going home. As he starts walking, Yamada looks at him from the window. She opens the window and calls out Ichikawa's name. He looks at the window above and sees Yamada waving at him. Ichikawa, on the other hand, gets surprised and also nervous as he might not want her to see Nanjo. However, Nanjo walks towards him and sees Yamada. As he sees her waving her hand, he tries to wave back, but Ichikawa shoves Nanjo's hand aside and waves at Yamada instead. Yamada looks at him and gets a bit surprised and shuts the window immediately. Ichikawa gets a little embarrassed and turns to Nanjo. He nervously tries to tell Nanjo that he likes Yamada. He gets restless while telling this, but before he could say it all, Yamada comes running to him. She holds him by his arm and runs to the other direction. Yamada tells Nanjo goodbye while he just stands there, confused. Both Ichikawa and Yamada indulge in conversation on their way back, leaving Nanjo alone. Anna Yamada and MC Ichikawa are both walking to school together. Yamada asks him if he's been exercising, and he tells her that yeah, as his arm is better now. He tells her that he figured he would walk home on days he doesn't have cram school and when she doesn't leave early. She, while hesitating, asks him if that means he will walk home with her every day after school ends. She's evidently blushing while asking this. Ichikawa's cheeks turn pink as he replies to her, saying that he basically already does walk with her every day and double riding on his bike just sounds too risky to him as she's a celebrity. He thinks to himself that there would be no turning back if they got into any kind of trouble. Suddenly, Yamada says that she just remembered something, so she takes off her backup and asks Ichikawa to hold it. He does as said. She opens her backpack and starts looking for something in there. She pushes her udon point card to the side. Then she finds her test, in which she scored 52 marks. After that, she takes out money for a signboard for graduation. In no time, her hands are filled with random junk and a lot of papers, but she's still unsuccessful in finding what she was actually looking for. Ichikawa looks at all the different papers in her hand and asks her annoyingly if her bag is a scrap paper maker. She looks disappointed as she couldn't find what she was actually looking for. As she looks down at the pile of paper in her hand, she suddenly spots what she was trying to find and uses her mouth to take it out of the pile. She then moves her face close to Ichikawa, with a piece of paper still in her mouth. Ichikawa reads it out and finds out it's actually a ticket for the nationwide special admission. As they continue walking, Yamada tells him, with the ticket still in her mouth, that it was a gift to her. She tells him that the star, Yuko Kitamura, is from the same agency. She tells him, while also simultaneously trying to pack her bag with one hand, that the movie is almost out of the theaters, so she has to go today. Ichikawa asks her if she's still looking for something. As she's still fishing into her bag with one hand, she tells him no. Ichikawa thinks to himself about what Yamada just told him. He wonders about the movie being a love story. Yamada was walking ahead of Ichikawa, and suddenly she ran back to him and showed him a blue ribbon with yellow stripes. She told him that Moko gave this ribbon to her for her to wear when she goes somewhere out after school. Ichikawa looks at it and is visibly confused. Anyhow, they both walk to the subway station. Yamada is taking pictures of Ichikawa on her phone, which has a cute pink cover with little pink ribbons on it. Her face is red as she's blushing while taking Ichikawa's pictures. On the other hand, Ichikawa questions her that why does he have to wear her cardigan. He's a little embarrassed, but Yamada tells him that he looks grown up this way. Ichikawa doesn't really understand what she means by this and asks him about it. Ichikawa turns the other way to walk, but suddenly Yamada remembers that her ticket is still in the pocket of her cardigan that Ichikawa is wearing. She jumps in and unintentionally hugs him from behind while making an attempt to take out her ticket from the cardigan's pocket. She holds the ticket in her hand, acknowledging that that's where her ticket was. Anyhow, she notices Ichikawa's reaction and realizes that he also wanted to maybe watch the movie. She offered her ticket to him and asked him to take it. Ichikawa did as said without giving it much thought. He knows that he shouldn't take the ticket as there's more to her offering him her ticket. Yamada says goodbye and starts to walk away. That's when Ichikawa once again hears a voice in his head asking him if this is really what he wants. He quickly acts on it and holds Yamada's arm, asking her to stop. He collects up the courage to ask her if she wants to go with him, then hesitates and rephrases his sentence, asking her if he can go with her. Yamada's face lights up after she hears this and agrees to go with him. They both get on the subway and stand close to the door. Yamada apologizes to Ichikawa, and he asks her what she's apologizing for. She tells him that's it for making him ask her. Ichikawa reassures her, telling her it's fine and she doesn't have to apologize. He looks out the window and thinks to himself that it feels like he really just followed his heart. Suddenly he sees an imaginary Ichikawa out the window who appears out of nowhere and says to Ichikawa that he wants her and wants to go out with her on a date. The imaginary Ichikawa warns him and asks him to be careful as there are always traps, and then disappears. Ichikawa is left unfazed. Yamada notices that something is wrong with him and asks him if he's alright, to which he says that he's fine and it was just nothing. He thinks to himself how his own heart is fighting against itself. They reach their destination and get off the subway. As they are walking, Yamada stops to fix his shirt and asks him to unbutton it from the top, and then gets the job done herself. They continue walking and Ichikawa is thinking about how he got them off the risk of double riding, but it still feels like they're doing something wrong. He catches up to Yamada, who was a few steps ahead. She takes out her phone to check the time and tell him that they still have enough time to get there before the movie starts. Ichikawa is not paying attention to what she's saying and is still lost in his own thoughts. He's thinking about how they are like high schoolers and it feels like they just skipped a few grades. He is worried that if they run into anyone they know out there, he might just explode. He puts his hand to his chest, thinking that if something like that happened, it would just make him look like a big show-off. Yamada, who's walking in front of him, stops when she sees places to eat and suggests getting food before the movies. This isn't surprising because Yamada really loves food. She rushes to the nearest counter, while Ichikawa tells himself it's time to go stealthy and covers his face with his jacket. Yamada greets the girl at the counter, and by that time Ichikawa catches up with her as well. The girl asks her what they want to eat but suddenly screams when she sees Ichikawa. It turns out that the girl is Kana, Ichikawa's sister. All three of them are left shocked with their jaws dropped at this interaction. Kana screams at them, loudly accusing them of being on an after-school date. Ichikawa tries to correct her and tell her that it's nothing like that. He makes an attempt at trying to explain that they are just going to see a movie. Kana ignores her explanation and says that it sounds like a yes to her. Ichikawa slightly hits his head in disappointment and gasps. Yamada, who's also shocked at the entire situation, asks Kana if she works here, to which she responded affirmatively. That's when the hotel manager interrupts their conversation and asks Yamada if they are ready to order. Yamada tells him that they are actually going to eat inside and enters the restaurant. Ichikawa, on the other hand, is not so happy about this plan and makes an attempt to stop her from going inside, but it's too late as she has already seated herself. He follows her inside as he has no other option and sits down at the table with her. Kana comes to their table to take their order and annoyingly tells them that she's just going to talk to herself. Yamada questions her, asking what that means, but Kana just starts talking. She says that even if she were to win the heart of some Arabian oil prince and then win herself wealth and power, even then there will be one thing that she would never have, and that is an after-school date in her school uniform. You, on the other hand, can't even get a guy who doesn't live with his parents. She is referring to Yamada and Ichikawa, both in their uniforms, and this was just her way of mocking them. Kama then puts her hand on Ichikawa's shoulder and tells him to chew on this thought. Ichikawa warns her that if she keeps this up, he will give her a 1-star review. She leaves, smiling and satisfied with her attempt at annoying her brother. Yamada mentions to her as she goes that she thinks it's okay to wear your uniform on a date even if you're an adult. Ichikawa simply asks Yamada not to punch back. He then shifts to a more intense topic and hesitantly asks Yamada whether this is a date, suggesting that something like that needs more time. She ignores the questions and looks at Kana. It seems like she's being scolded by the manager, and Yamada says that she thinks she's in trouble. Ichikawa asks her not to stare at her. He tells Yamada that she used to practice at home every day when she started working at the restaurant. Impressed, Yamada tells Ichikawa that it really takes commitment. Ichikawa dismisses her by saying that it's just her job. Just then, Kana walks up with the food. She playfully makes a scary face and spreads her arms over the table. In a deep voice, she tells them to eat up. She continues the act, urging them to be insatiable and never let the dishes pile up more than they can consume, still using that deep voice. Yamada responds enthusiastically to her, but Ichikawa just tells her to go away. Kana looks at Ichikawa's shirt and notices the top button open. She starts mocking him and accusing him of trying to look cool. He just tries his best to make her go away. After Kana has left, Yamada says to Ichikawa that takoyaki isn't really her thing. Ichikawa is surprised and mentions that she's the one who picked the takoyaki restaurant to eat in. She then tries to explain to him that it's not like she doesn't like it and Ichikawa just asks her to make up her mind already. Anyway, she starts picking up a piece of takoyaki using her chopsticks and blows on it to cool it down a little, but ends up making some of the sauce go into Ichikawa's eyes. She apologizes to him instantly and confesses that she's just bad at eating them. She puts the whole thing into her mouth all at once but starts puffing as it's too hard. Ichikawa advises her to not stuff the whole thing in her mouth at once if that's the case. Kana comes over and serves drinks on another table, and as Ichikawa stares at her, Yamada mocks him, saying that he's the one who's staring now. Ichikawa hesitates and confesses that it's just that he has never really seen someone close to him at work, and he thinks that she sure is working really hard. Yamada then asks Ichikawa to come with her on a photo shoot for a magazine this coming Sunday. He's surprised she's inviting him to see her at work. He says he might just be in the way, but Yamada reassures him since it's outside. It'll be fine. He responds saying he'll go if he can. Yamada thinks he's saying it like he won't come. Ichikawa corrects her, saying only adults say it like that. She asks what he'll be doing. He says out loud that he doesn't mind going, but in his mind he definitely wants to go but still has doubts. Yamada is happy to hear he'll come along. She looks at the last piece of takoyaki and asks if it's for her, and Ichikawa says yes. She happily picks it up, but Ichikawa asks her to let it cool down first this time. She hands the chopsticks to Ichikawa and asks him to cool it down. He takes them and demonstrates how it's done. While he's blowing at the last piece of takoyaki, he questions what he's even doing. Then, when Yamada brings her mouth close and opens it, hinting at him to feed her himself, he's shocked at first, but then gathers the courage to finally do it. However, on the inside, he's screaming. As they both step out, Yamada asks Kana for their bill, but Kana tells them to not worry about that as she has got it covered. That's when the other guy walks behind her and asks her if she's sure about that, and Kana shouts at him, asking him to cut her some slack. Ichikawa notices his tag, and it turns out he's not a manager but just a newbie. He mocks Kana for being yelled at by a newbie. As Yamada and Ichikawa enter the movie theater, Yamada buys a large box of popcorn and drinks. They both walk towards the movie hall, with Yamada carrying the popcorn and Ichikawa holding the drinks. He jokes, saying that the box looks huge and seems like they serve a Yamada-sized portion, or as I'd say, Yumam size. She tells him that they'll be sharing it. Ichikawa thinks about the concept of a date. It's what people call when a girl and a boy go out to do something alone. He says to himself that this is a date as well in that case. They both find their seat. Ichikawa says to himself that if this is a date, then it kind of feels like going too far. As they both sit down, Yamada asks him if they can swap seats, and he agrees. She asks him if he watches a lot of movies, to which he responds that not at theaters, but when he's watching them at home, he always ends up sleeping. Yamada assures him to wake him up in case he does fall asleep. He says to her that he read the book about what the movie she's casting in is based on. Yamada's face lit up when she realized that he remembered this. He tells her that it was on his radar anyway and that her character isn't in the book. Yamada didn't know that, and Ichikawa asks her if she hasn't herself read the book. As they settle in the movie theater, Yamada tells Ichikawa that she's going to Hiroshima to film for a movie over spring break, about a week-long trip. She explains that today's movie is to help her study acting. She starts talking faster than usual as she talks about Yuko Kitamura, her idol. Yamada tells Ichikawa that Kitamura is the actress she admires the most because of her cool roles and funny ones too. She's just amazing. Ichikawa thinks to himself that maybe Yamada talks fast when she's passionate about something. As the movies start and the lights dim, Ichikawa reflects on the indescribable feeling he gets when it comes to Yamada's work. Just before the movie begins, an announcement is made, asking everyone to turn off their phones. Ichikawa takes out his phone and sees a text from Kana, teasing him again, asking if he wants her to cover for him in front of their mom since he'll be out late. He gets angry and shouts at his phone in frustration. As he settles down, Ichikawa finds himself reminded of another movie, Neo Werewolf Last Final 2. He says that it's a film with Lemonzaka, or whatever his name is, from about half a year ago. He asks himself why he even watched that movie, and then answers his own question, realizing it's because the credits listed Anna Aquino, which meant Yamada was in it. Reflecting on that memory, he thinks about when he fell asleep during that movie and rewinded it so he could see Yamada. He talks about her role in that movie. She played as some random mean girl who died super early on. He talks about how you could see the difference between her and an amateur clear as day. He suddenly opens his eyes when Yamada calls him. He realizes he fell asleep again, but Yamada woke him up as she promised, that too in the middle of a kiss scene. He gets awkward as it keeps going on. He looks at Yamada and notices how fixated she is on the movie and thinks to himself how Yamada sees the world through different eyes. He says he's always reminded of that fact, but at the same time he's scared of it too. The movie ends and they are both walking out. Yamada is sad as their love in the movie didn't work out, just like yours never does. But then she adds that breakups don't always have to be bad, and even though their love didn't work out, Yuko Kiramura looked so pretty. Yamada suddenly apologizes to Ichikawa, and when he asks her what she's apologizing for, she explains that it just felt like that the movie wasn't exactly his type. She says to him that she's been rambling about the stuff she likes all day. Ichikawa is thinking that even still, seeing her face about things that he would never know is a beauty to behold. He says to Yamada that he wants to know her better, but Yamada doesn't know how to respond to this as it was really unexpected of him to ask. He says that he just never knew that she was so much into stuffing this stuff. She tells him that she is, and told him that she learned a lot from the movie they just watched as well, even outside of work. Both of them play a word chain game while returning back home. The game is called Shiratori, and whoever uses a word that ends with the letter N first loses. Yamada wins the game. The next day before leaving, Ichikawa wakes up his sister and asks him if the outfit he's wearing looks weird. She reassures him saying that it looks good and he leaves. He's thinking that he's gonna get a look at Yamada at her work today, and he's only going because she said it's okay. He overthinks about it the entire way and questions if it would be weird. He decides to buy something for her on his way and gets a snack that she would like. He reaches the place and realizes that as it's Sunday morning, no one's here. He gets even more nervous as he planned to blend in with the ground while he watched her. Suddenly, Ichikawa notices Yamada in a stunning dress, posing for pictures for the magazine. He's taken aback by how beautiful she looks. When Yamada sees Ichikawa, she waves at him, but he quickly hides. A guy approaches her and compliments her appearance today, to which she confidently replies that she always looks pretty. Ichikawa silently acknowledges that he always knew Yamada's work involved glamour, but seeing it firsthand is different. Everyone around is so grown up, stylish, and working hard, and Yamada is right in the midst of it all. He watches her as she stands there, surrounded by makeup artists fixing her up, and suddenly he feels insecure about what he's wearing and questions his outfit. Yamada spots some macarons on the table and shouts excitedly, adding to the vibrant atmosphere. Feeling out of place, Ichikawa quietly slips away and stares at the cake he brought for Yamada in his hand, wondering if it's enough to match the elegance of the occasion. The imaginary Ichikawa appears and asks him what's wrong. He replies that all of this suddenly feels like child's play. The imaginary Ichikawa reminds him that he's the one who wanted to get to know Yamada better. Ichikawa admits he thought about it and realizes it has nothing to do with him. The imaginary version of himself reassures him that he doesn't need to run away. Ichikawa acknowledges that he knows he doesn't, but the imaginary him questions if their feelings are just a play. Ichikawa shouts at him to go away, but then he sees Yamada standing there. He asks her what she's doing here, and she tells him that she saw him running off. Surprised, he questions if she isn't supposed to be working. She assures him it's fine, explaining she told them she needed a bathroom break. Yamada leans in next to him and asks him, with a concerned face, what's wrong or if he feels sick. He brushes it off, insisting it's nothing, and urges her to go back. Yamada apologizes to him, and when he asks why she's apologizing, she confesses that this situation probably isn't fun for him. He responds by saying that work isn't always about being fun or not. Curious, she asks if he really believes that. Recalling their past conversation, she reminds him of how she never got good at things she practiced and always quit. She admits feeling the same way about her job before. Yamada confesses that she thought that there are so many girls who are cuter, prettier, better actors, and funnier than she is. She tells him that she even gets in trouble every day, and it's very exhausting. Despite all this, she confesses that she doesn't really know why she kept at it. She tells him that he's the one who made her realize that she really likes her work, and that he's the one who made her happy, and she was genuinely grateful. Just as they share a moment, her phone buzzes, interrupting the conversation. Ichikawa, conflicted by his own feelings, thinks to himself that if Yamada is happy, he should be too. but then wonders why it hurts so much. In a sudden surge of emotions, he contemplates the possibility of Yamada not returning to work, getting fired, or reverting to being an ordinary junior high girl. These thoughts take over his mind, and without thinking he takes her hand, starting to run back to where the chute was. He realizes that if Yamada were just an ordinary girl, he wouldn't have fallen for her like this. They return to the chute location, where the guy who complimented her earlier is waiting. Ichikawa suddenly realizes that he's still holding Yamada's hand and lets it go, but she firmly holds onto his hand, preventing him from escaping again. As the other guy approaches, Yamada introduces Ichikawa. Meanwhile, Ichikawa is intimidated by the other guy's presence and finds his eyes intimidating. The guy shows his card, revealing himself to be Yamada's manager. Ichikawa is taken aback by the revelation, realizing that his fears were unfounded. Ichikawa gets seated with Yamada and some of the other team members, and Yamada jokingly says that she would let him have one macaron. He politely declines the offer, feeling a bit out of place amidst the group. One of the makeup artists, Atsuki, notices Ichikawa and jokingly asks if he's a junior high boy, to which another team member playfully confirms. Atsuki then teases Ichikawa further, asking if he has any girls, and Yamada scolds her for the teasing. However, Atsuki continues her playful banter, expressing her desire to revel in Ichikawa's youthfulness. Just then, Nikki Kauda, the other model for the shoot, enters the room. At first glance, she looks intimidating, casting a powerful presence over the room with her demeanor. And maybe that's why it hurts. Interrupting his thoughts, Yamada asks Ichikawa what he thought about today's shoot. He mentions that it was quiet yet intense, and he was surprised by the number of people involved. However, Yamada clarifies that's not what she meant. In response, Ichikawa takes out his phone and shows Yamada a picture he secretly took of her, admitting he couldn't resist. Yamada playfully scolds him, saying if he's going to take a picture, he should do it when she looks better. Ichikawa counters by telling her she looked really pretty, and Yamada's face lights up with joy. EPSOD 6, the teacher approaches Ichikawa and asks if he can be the student representative and deliver a farewell address to their graduating class. Ichikawa's immediate response is a resounding absolutely not. However, just as he declines, Yamada enters the scene and encourages him to consider it, saying that it sounds pretty awesome. Ichikawa tries to explain to Yamada that this is something an honors student should do, not someone like him who's just in junior high. He suggests that someone like Eshimuro or Hara would be more suitable for the job. But Yamada doesn't give up so easily. She sits on her knees next to his table, looking at him earnestly, and asks, "What about me?" Ichikawa replies, asking her to be his guest. As Chihiro, Moko, and Serena join them, they overhear Ichikawa's conversation with Yamada and the teacher. They praise Ichikawa, saying he got really good grades and even got the second highest grade on their finals. Yamada is amazed to hear this news. Moko asks Yamada if she didn't already know about Ichikawa's grades. Yamada explains that she was just happy about improving a little, but then Ichikawa teased her by mentioning his own high grades. Nevertheless, they all encourage Ichikawa to go ahead and take on the role of the student representative. They think he'd do a great job. As Shuadicha and another friend join the conversation, Sho remarks that the idea of Ichikawa giving the speech is really funny. And it's not just about the grades. The teacher reassures Ichikawa that it's okay if he doesn't feel comfortable, emphasizing that he won't force him into anything. The teacher explains that they have a rehearsal scheduled for tomorrow, and no one has volunteered for the role yet. Yamada looks at Ichikawa with her big, hopeful eyes, silently urging him to consider it. Feeling a mixture of pressure and encouragement, Ichikawa agrees to take part, but he insists it's just for the rehearsal and only until they find someone else, something all girls think before getting with you. Yamada's face lights up with a smile at Ichikawa's decision, grateful that he's willing to step up, even if it's just temporarily. As all the students gathered in the big room to rehearse for the farewell event, Chihiro let out a big yawn, showing how bored she is. Meanwhile, Serena has already dozed off, snuggled up in her seat. The teacher then asks MC Ichikawa to stand up and speak on behalf of all the students during the farewell ceremony. As he walks up to the front, he starts thinking to himself that he should have said no to this responsibility. Feeling the weight of the whole school's attention on him, MC begins to feel nervous. He looks out at the sea of faces before him and feels his heart racing. As he starts speaking, he realizes he's speaking really slowly, almost like he's struggling to get the words out. Serena, who's half awake, complains that she can't hear anything. and Moko chimes in, saying he's speaking so quietly it's like he's whispering, and Nanjo even calls him a nervous wreck. After the practice ends, the teacher approaches MC and comments that he seemed really quiet up there. MC quickly responds, blaming it on some trouble with the sound system, hoping to cover up his nervousness. He says to himself that he almost died out there. As Ichikawa walks down the hallway, Yamada suddenly appears and compliments him, saying he made a really good effort during the rehearsal. Ichikawa responds modestly, saying it's okay if they choose someone else, which he thinks they will do after this. But Yamada, eager to help, grabs his hand and insists they practice together. Despite Ichikawa's initial resistance, Yamada assures him that she can assist since she takes voice lessons and can offer guidance. Standing behind him, Yamada instructs Ichikawa to focus on his diaphragm, placing her hand on his stomach to demonstrate. However, Ichikawa moves her hand on his chest, saying that the diaphragm is higher up. This leads to a moment of awkwardness that it was Yamada's guidance through her voice lessons that truly made the difference. Intrigued, Yamada questions Ichikawa's decision not to boast about his academic achievement, expressing that if it was her that got such an achievement, she would be going around telling every single person. In response, Ichikawa offers a thoughtful reflection, emphasizing his belief that school grades serve as very small steps in life's journey. He stresses the importance of using these achievements to chart a meaningful path forward rather than simply boasting about them. Yamada says to him that it sounds so professional when he says it like this. Yamada leans closer to Ichikawa, telling him he got to visit her at work and saw her trying her best. She then gently encourages him to do his best as well for her to see. Ichikawa feels really nervous and under a lot of pressure. Suddenly, they hear voices outside and instinctively quiet down, trying to listen to what's going on. It turns out to be Nanjo and Mida. Mida tells Nanjo that she likes him and asks him to go out with her, but Nanjo politely says no, admitting that he likes someone else. Mida asks him if he's referring to Yamada, and he says yes. Mida gets surprised and asks why Nanjo agreed to date her if he likes someone else all along. This news makes things tense between them as Mida gets upset, raising her voice. She accuses Nanjo of not being honest with her and wonders why he didn't end things earlier if he already had feelings for someone else. Ichikawa whispers to himself, realizing he doesn't want to witness the expression on Yamada's face. Deep down, he acknowledges that Nanjo's feelings are genuine. Summoning his courage, Ichikawa stands up and announces to Yamada that he will deliver the farewell address. With determination in his heart, he resolves to stand tall and proud, not just for her, but also for him to see. This is his moment to show Yamada and Nanjo that he can rise to the occasion. At home, Ichikawa sits at the table, practicing his speech while his mom watches him closely. He looks up from his notes and asks her to stop staring. She responds by reminding him that he was the one who insisted she watch, saying it was the only way it could count as practice. Ichikawa realizes she's right and apologizes for snapping at her. As he continues to rehearse, Ichikawa reflects on when he started feeling afraid of being in front of people. He's hit with a memory from elementary school where he proudly stood on stage and showed everyone his drawing, feeling superior to others. Back in the present, he thinks about how he has lost touch with that confident version of himself. Sighing, Ichikawa acknowledges that he needs to rediscover his old self-assurance. He wonders when he became so fearful of public speaking. Just as Ichikawa is lost in his thoughts, Kana bursts into the room, announcing that she's brought a humidifier and some throat cream. Without waiting for a response, she pushes him onto the table and starts applying the cream to his chest. Ichikawa protests, saying that this stuff is meant for colds, not nerves. Brushing off his concerns, Kana reassures him, insisting that it will help soothe his throat and calm his nerves. Ichikawa tries to downplay the importance of his upcoming speech, saying it's just a basic script and not a big deal. Turning to his mom, he casually asks for some money, mentioning he needs a haircut. His mom obliges, offering him 2,000 yen from her purse, but Ichikawa shakes his head, saying he needs at least 5,000 yen. His mom is taken aback by the request, while Kana interjects, teasing him about trying to make a grand entrance with a fancy haircut. Ichikawa feels embarrassed by the attention and quickly changes the subject. Ichikawa receives a confirmation email from the hairstylist and immediately begins jotting something down. Kana walks in and curiously asks him what he's writing. Ichikawa reveals that it's a flowchart for his conversation with the hairstylist. He explains that he wants to make it easier to describe the specific type of haircut he wants. Further elaborating, Ichikawa mentions that he needs to come up with simple ways to convey his desired haircut to the stylist. Kana offers to accompany him to the salon, but Ichikawa adamantly refuses, saying he absolutely doesn't want that. He prefers to handle the haircut appointment on his own, wanting to ensure he can communicate his preferences clearly without any distractions. Ichikawa arrives at the hair salon and takes a seat in the chair. A lady soon begins cutting his hair, but they don't exchange a single word the entire time. Ichikawa can't help but feel like they've labeled him as the non-social type. Once the haircut is finished, the lady holds up a mirror to show him the back of his head, announcing that it's all done. Ichikawa examines the haircut and is pleased with the result, noting that these fancy salons offer a different experience compared to others. Upon returning home, Ichikawa resumes practicing his speech while Kana sits at the table, listening and crying. Surprised, Ichikawa asks her to stop crying, but Kana questions why. As Ichikawa heads to school on graduation day, he pauses in the corridor to look at his reflection in the mirror. To his surprise, he notices that his hair looks different, even though it's only been a day since his haircut. Just then, Yamada approaches and remarks on his shorter hair, drawing attention to the change. Soon after, Moko, Serena, and Chihiro join them in the corridor. Moko admires Ichikawa's new haircut, commenting that he looks really rich and asking what happened to his hair. Ichikawa tries to brush off the attention from his haircut, explaining to the girls that it's no big deal. He mentions that he tried a new salon this time, and his hair turned out a bit different than usual, which feels a little strange. In his head, he reminds himself to make it seem like he's had plenty of haircut experiences before. Serena then asks him if he uses wax for his hair. Confused, Ichikawa questions what wax she's referring to. Before Serena can explain further, she abruptly announces that she'll be right back and hurries away from the scene, leaving Ichikawa slightly puzzled by the exchange. Shoedicha stands outside the classroom when suddenly, he's approached by Serena. She asks him if he has any hair wax on him and requests him to hand it over. Moko interjects with a joke, teasing Serena about robbing poor Sho. Nonetheless, they manage to obtain the wax. Taking Ichikawa along, they sit him down, and Serena begins applying wax to his hair, attempting to style it. Moko playfully adds that Serena aspires to be a hairstylist, causing Serena to feel a bit awkward as she clarifies that it's just one of many options she's considering. Serena continues to work on Ichikawa's hair, complimenting him on its quality. Once she's finished, Ichikawa's hair is no longer in his face, but the style looks a bit unusual, causing Moko and Chihiro to burst into laughter. Yamada steps forward and stands in front of Ichikawa, trying to fix his hair. He asks her what she's doing, surprised by her sudden actions. She explains confidently that as a model, she knows how to handle these things. Ichikawa is taken aback by her boldness, wondering how she can casually touch his hair like that. He thinks to himself that just 6 months ago, he could never have imagined being in this situation. Before the moment can linger, Moko interrupts, saying it's time to move on to the next task. She holds up a red ribbon, signaling the start of the next activity. Serena reluctantly agrees, but makes a face and says, indicating her slight displeasure with the idea. Chihiro sits on the table, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Serena notices her distant expression and asks what's wrong, to which Chihiro simply responds with nothing. Still fixated on the scene outside, Chihiro explains that she was just reflecting on how everything is coming to an end and how they'll be changing classes once they start year 3. Moko and Serena can't help but feel a bit sad too. As Serena starts to walk out, she mentions hearing rumors that they only split up troublemaker groups. Moko follows her, questioning if they're considered troublemakers. Chihiro joins them, adding that they don't fall into the troublemaker category. As everyone else leaves the classroom, only Yamada and Ichikawa remain. Yamada gently places her hands on Ichikawa's face and pulls him into a hug. She expresses her concern about the possibility of them being split up. Ichikawa reassures her, saying that they'll be okay. Yamada questions if he's certain about that, to which Ichikawa admits he isn't, but believes it doesn't hurt to have faith. Just then, the teacher enters and calls them out, signaling that it's time to get started. He instructs them to line up in the hall. Yamada and Ichikawa walk out together, but before they can join the others, Moko chimes in, noting that Ichikawa looks the same as always now. Ichikawa thanks Yamada for her help, and she responds with a casual, "No problem." As they all head to the hall together, Ichikawa pauses to check if he has his script. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a paper, only to realize it's the flowchart he made for his salon visit. He freezes, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him as he realizes he doesn't have his speech prepared. Panicked, Ichikawa calls his sister, informing her that he forgot his farewell speech at home. Initially in disbelief, she quickly realizes the urgency of the situation and asks if the event is about to start. She rushes out of the bathroom, toothbrush still in hand, and reassures him to relax as she heads upstairs to find the speech. Once in Ichikawa's room, she starts searching his desk, making a joke about finding something inappropriate. However, Ichikawa, feeling the pressure, urges her to focus and hurry up. With a promise to bring it to him quickly, she ends the call, leaving Ichikawa anxiously waiting for her to return with his speech. Feeling overwhelmed and unsure of what to do, Ichikawa considers whether he should approach the teacher and admit that he can't deliver the speech. However, he recalls that he does remember the opening part of the speech, so he ponders the idea of stopping after that. Just then, Yamada enters the classroom and notices Ichikawa's troubled expression. Feeling awkward, Ichikawa remembers his promise to Yamada that he would deliver the speech. He becomes saddened by the thought of letting her down and hesitates to confide in her. As Yamada approaches him and places a comforting hand on his shoulder, Ichikawa silently prays that she doesn't try to encourage him to go through with it. To his surprise, Yamada simply reassures him that everything will be okay. Then she takes out her Akita dog keychain from her pocket and explains that it's hers, but she wants him to keep it for a while, handing it over to him. Yamada then gently urges Ichikawa to go to the hall. Kana is riding her scooter to school, trying hard to get there on time. Suddenly, the traffic light turns red and she stops. She forgets which way to go to Daijuni Junior High. A guy on bike stops beside her and asks what's wrong. Kana explains she's new and asks if he knows where the school is. The guy says he used to go there. Kana gets happy and asks if he can show her the way. He agrees and tells her to follow him, and she does. As the graduation ceremony progresses, Ichikawa feels the weight of his growing anxiety as his turn to give the speech draws nearer and nearer. Sitting amidst the crowd, he can't shake the feeling of unease, knowing he doesn't have a script to rely on. Glancing at the time, a strange thought crosses his mind, imagining himself screaming for the speech to end and begging for relief from the anxiety. Feeling increasingly anxious, Ichikawa realizes he needs advice and decides to seek it out early. He makes his way towards the teacher, but before he can say anything, the teacher approaches him first. Expressing gratitude and appreciation, the teacher thanked Ichikawa for agreeing to give the speech, further adding to Ichikawa's nerves. He tries to stop the conversation, feeling the pressure building. Internally, Ichikawa acknowledges that while others may see him as capable and worthy of praise, he still struggles with social interactions, and the prospect of speaking in front of a large audience only adds to his discomfort. He tells himself that the old him is gone, but then he hears the voice of his imaginary self challenging him. Imaginary Ichikawa questions whether he truly believes Yamada and his teachers would have faith in him if he wasn't capable of doing the speech. He argues that maybe the old Ichikawa, the one with confidence and self-assurance, was the real him all along. As Ichikawa struggles with these thoughts, he looks down at the keychain Yamada gave him, still in his hand. Outside the school, Kana arrives, but the lady at the entrance refuses to let her in, saying it's not a public event. Kana protests, shouting that her brother is the student representative. Just then, she hears an announcement from inside calling Ichikawa to come up and give his speech. Without hesitation, Kana runs inside, and the lady is unable to stop her. As Ichikawa walks towards the stage, he notices his imaginary self sitting on the podium. The imaginary self reminds Ichikawa to remember who trusts him the most. He questions Ichikawa, asking if it's his teacher, sister, or Yamada. Continuing toward the podium, Ichikawa's imaginary self tells him that the correct answer is none of these people, rather it's himself who trusts in him the most. Reflecting on the promises he made and the support he received from everyone, Ichikawa's imaginary self emphasizes that he should not forget to believe in himself. He reminds Ichikawa that the person who likes him the most is himself, urging him not to lose sight of his own worth and confidence. As Ichikawa begins his speech, he looks out at the crowd with confidence. He speaks loudly and clearly, without any hesitation or stuttering. Serena notices how clear his words are this time, and everyone in the room can hear him well. He stands tall and speaks confidently, making everyone, including his teachers, Yamada, and his sister who's watching from the door, proud of him. Even Nanjo, who is usually surprised by Ichikawa's performance, is impressed this time. As Ichikawa finishes his speech, the entire audience applauds him enthusiastically. Feeling a bit dizzy, Ichikawa walks backstage. His teacher approaches him, praising him for his great performance. Ichikawa recalls the words he used to say back in elementary school, feeling a sense of pride. "Those ignoramuses, they are nothing compared to me." However, soon after, he collapses. The teacher guides Ichikawa to the nurse's office, where he lays down and reflects on himself. He realizes that perhaps, in the end, he's just himself. Suddenly, Yamada enters and asks how he's feeling. Ichikawa reassures her that he's fine and turns away while laying down. Yamada starts to talk about his farewell speech, but Nanjo interrupts as he enters the room. He acknowledges Ichikawa's presence and compliments him on his wonderful speech. Nanjo then turns to Yamada and asks if she has a minute to talk. Before Yamada can respond, Ichikawa calls her name and returns her keychain. He explains that he's going to sleep for a bit. Nanjo suggests they continue their conversation outside. They sit just outside the room where Ichikawa is resting. Yamada congratulates Nanjo on graduating and he thanks her. Ichikawa, who can hear everything from the inside, says to himself that if Nanjo pulls anything weird, he would get it even with him. He has a flashback from when he hit him with his cycle back in elementary school because he was with Yamada, but he realizes he is not like his old self anymore. Yamada asks Nanjo if he plans to continue playing soccer in high school. Nanjo is surprised by the question and wonders why she's asking. Yamada explains that she noticed him often watching the students practice soccer even after he left the club. She thought he must like soccer because of that. Nanjo expresses his happiness that she paid attention to that. Outside the nurse's office, Maeda listens in on the conversation between Nanjo and Yamada. Moko joins her and Maeda comments that the whole graduation ceremony seems like just an empty ritual, without much significance. That reminds me of your birthday. Meanwhile, inside the room, Nanjo reveals to Yamada that he used to be part of the youth soccer team in elementary school, but he doesn't believe sticking with just that guarantees a professional career. He finds more joy in simply playing for fun. Nanjo admires Yamada's dedication and success, especially her involvement in movies. He makes a joke saying that she's even cooler than him now. He expresses happiness at seeing her work so hard and admits to respecting her a lot. Hearing Nanjo's words, Ichikawa becomes angry, feeling that Nanjo is repeating what he said earlier. Nanjo finally confesses his feelings to Yamada, admitting that he likes her. Both Ichikawa and Maeda overhear this, but they remain silent and show no reaction. Standing up, Nanjo gives Yamada a button from his uniform, expressing his desire for her to have it. Yamada, moved by his gesture, acknowledges that she understands how he feels. She explains how it feels to be happy seeing someone work hard, yet also fearing they might come to resent you, causing worry. Looking down at the keychain in her hand, Yamada tearfully confesses that she already likes someone else. She apologizes to Nanjo, tears streaming down her face as she holds the keychain in her hands. She explains that her hand is already full and she can't hold anything else. Ichikawa begins to tear up as he hears Yamada's heartfelt confession and recalls all the times she cried in front of him. He empathizes with the feeling of crying over someone you care about and suddenly realizes that Yamada's feelings are directed towards him. Meanwhile, Nanjo, acknowledging that the graduation ceremony has come to an end, decides to leave. Before he exits the room, he tells Yamada that he will message her over the spring break, mentioning that Ichikawa had given him her contact information when he asked. Ichikawa overhears Nanjo's lie and is about to intervene when Yamada speaks up. She confronts Nanjo, telling him she knows his claim isn't true and urges him not to lie to her. Nanjo, acknowledging Yamada's perceptiveness, slowly exits the room, leaving Ichikawa and Yamada alone. Outside, Maeda questions Nanjo's decision to leave with a lie, fearing it might make Yamada resent him. She wonders why Nanjo didn't simply tell Yamada the truth about quitting soccer due to injury. Nanjo explains that he didn't want Yamada to feel obligated to love him out of sympathy. On the other hand, even your parents love you out of sympathy. Just as Nanjo is about to leave, Ichikawa emerges from the room. Nanjo stops him, remarking that they are finally alone now. However, before he can say more, Yamada appears, her face flushed with emotion. Without exchanging any words, Ichikawa and Yamada part ways. Moko playfully jokes that maybe they did something inside the room when they were alone, which was no longer than a few seconds. MC is in his home walking out in the corridor when he is thinking about his life and how it is going right now. He does not have anything in mind about changing it, but he might have to think about something. Anyways, as he is walking, he hears his own voice coming from the living room, and it sounds like the speech he just gave at a recent function. He runs to see what it is, and how can it come from a random room when he sees his sister, Kana, watching his speech on her mobile. The speech video is pretty clear and she saw it in his phone. She is not watching it alone, as MC's mother and father are also in the same room hearing every word of his speech. Kana is doing this intentionally, as he has some things he said during that speech that point to MC's romantic life in a particular way. MC does not want Kana playing any more of that video, so he runs to her and tries grabbing that mobile phone from her hands. She does not let her have it, as she has very evil thoughts with the phone now. She asks him how much fame would he be getting if this video was supposed to be uploaded on social media. MC does not want to answer this question, as he knows it is going to be an overwhelming amount. Is a speech enough to get viral in today's time? I don't think so. He would need more than just a speech, a little bit of dance is required at least. Yeah, TikTok has ruined the game for everyone. He tells her to give him his mobile back, but she is just not going to give it up that easily. She tells MC that his speech is just great and the way he spoke about different things is just beautiful. She is teasing the hell out of him, but MC is able to snatch a mobile phone from her hands. She tells MC that the way he said some things was very touching. She would like to see him say those exact things again sometime. He has no idea what things she is talking about, but MC remembers. He remembered, and Kana also told him that it was something along the lines of "I have someone I already like." This sends shivers down his spine, as he never wanted anyone to hear those words, let alone his sister. We see a glimpse of Anna saying those exact words. Anyways, Kana starts teasing him more, saying that he has to practice his words and she can help him with that. She starts practicing those words, and the first thing she says is "I like you, Ichikawa." This is just the opposite of what MC wants, but he ignores his sister and goes to his room. He is now forced to think about Anna and whether she really likes him or not. MC sleeps it off, but he still does not have a clear answer. Going to school, he just sits in his seat going to the classroom. He is just by himself while Anna is with her friends chatting as usual. She is trying to peek and see what is MC doing, and he is trying to do the same right now. Both of them notice each other peeking and suddenly look away. MC knows that there is something different about Anna now, and he has never felt this thing before. He knows she did not like him at first, but now, he has no idea if that is true. He has to think of the possibilities now. He knows that the meter was 0 at first, but if the attraction meter is full, he has to take steps very cautiously, as a drop from that height can be a much harsher thing for Anna. He has to take his steps very smartly and not ruin if she really likes him. He has always liked her but never confessed, so it is much harder for Anna to do it as well. She just wants to talk to MC, but there is no right time for him. She is trying to look at MC again when Chihiro comes to her and tells her that there is a karaoke with basketball club graduates today. He wants Anna to come, and she agrees very happily. MC tells himself that this is clearly not a good time to be involved. After the class, he goes to his locker thinking about the offer Anna just got. He knows he cannot let her be alone with those guys at the basketball club, so he has to do something. But at the same time, he wants to do nothing, as it would seem a creepy thing to do. He just stands in his locker thinking things when he hears everyone talking about the karaoke. They are all also very excited that Anna is coming with them, which is a huge thing for MC. He is really jealous, but he does not want to do anything with it. He is just about to leave when he goes outside the school, only to see a bunch of heightened basketball players. These guys are way too attractive, and Anna is among them just by herself. This makes MC very insecure, as he does not want those guys to take Anna away from him. The huge group of basketball club players and Anna leave for the karaoke place, while MC is just standing there watching them leave. He wants to go behind them and see what is happening, but it would be a huge, creepy move. He tries to pull himself away from it, but he gets pulled towards it pretty hard. He is behind them after every street, seeing where are they going and if he can spy on them from afar. At the karaoke place, we see MC in a room right next to the room where Anna is with the others. She is enjoying herself, having a lot of food, while MC is just hugely embarrassed because of himself. He is not the kind of guy to do this thing, so he just cannot loathe himself more for this. This is a hugely creepy thing to do, but here we are. We see Anna enjoying food while the other guys are singing different songs and just having fun. They stop and turn to Anna so she can sing with them, but they see her eating. They tried it before, but she was eating then also, so the guys are pretty surprised seeing her still eating. They leave her this time as well, thinking they can give her a chance after a while. After some time, they turn to her again, but she is still eating. Girls are pretty shocked seeing how she is eating all the time, but Anna is just being herself now. MC is now outside the room trying to hear everything when he decides that it is enough of stalking. He is about to leave when he bumps into some girls from the group inside. These girls were out to get some more drinks, but they are now back. They recognize MC from the speech he gave. The girls are a huge fan of his because of the way he spoke. They ask him if the speech was written or if he just made it up on the spot. Anyways, they want MC to come inside with them so he can have fun as well. They drag him inside and Anna sees him. The others stop to see who it is, but Anna is just surprised seeing him. A girl asks why the hell is he here when MC just decides to dash out of this room and get into the room right next to this one. This is the last thing you want to do in a situation like this. These MCs really forget that they have brains in situations like these. He sits there quietly, and it is official now. He is the biggest creeper in the school who is caught spying on others. He is trying to calm himself down when Anna comes into the room. She comes and sits with MC. MC asks her why she came here when she was having fun there. She tells MC that she was having fun, but she was not anymore. She was invited to it, but still, she was feeling like an outsider. With this out of the way, she asks MC what is he doing here. MC has to answer this question now, but there is no way he can tell her the truth. He thinks about telling her that this was a coincidence, but this idea quickly drops out. He knows everyone knows what kind of a person he is, and he would never come to a place like this alone. He knows he just cannot say what is actually going on inside his head. As he is thinking about it, Anna gets close to MC. Her getting closer makes him feel things he has never felt before. She gets closer to MC a little more and asks him if he was for some reason following her, and he ended up here. MC has no idea what to say at this now, and he just stares at her. He tells her shakingly that it is not that. He was just very worried about her. He is trying to say something, but nothing comes out in one piece. He is making no sense right now, so Anna gets that maybe she is making him awkward. She looks away from MC and smilingly asks him if he heard "I have already someone I like" from her. This is again something that MC has no idea how to respond to. She tells him that she has been feeling some type of way lately, and this thing that she said, she has no idea what it is. She has been trying to figure it out, but every time she says it, it makes her heart skip a beat and she has no idea why. She has no idea why it feels so serious when she says it, but it also makes her realize her feelings a little more. Every time she says it, it makes her go wah. Since morning, she has been feeling kind of funny, but there is no clear reason to it. She apologizes to MC, but MC stops her from saying anything more. He thinks hard about it, and he knows he has to be responsible for his creepy behavior and tell her the truth. With a heavy heart, he tells her that the basketball club boys are here, and he does not like that. That is the thing that was making him worried about her. Saying this, MC tucks her legs in and turns away from Anna in embarrassment. She looks at him, and he looks very cute to her. She starts teasing him while laughing like a little girl. She is doing this when suddenly we see 3 girls looking at them from the door. We cut to MC standing in front of the screen with a mic in his hands. He is forced to sing at this karaoke, but he has no idea how he ended up here. He sings and the intro rolls with him singing. The next day, MC goes to the library as usual to read a book. He starts looking for a certain book on the shelf when what happened yesterday strikes his mind out of nowhere. He was never going to know what was going to happen, but it did. Yesterday was pretty abrupt and violent for MC as he was forced to do something he had never done before. In front of all the audience was a plus which did not benefit MC at all. He knows that the basketball boys were very harsh on him. We get to see what happened. MC sang through the entire song, and at the end, the boys cheered him on saying that this speech was fantastic. If he looks at it, it was not that bad, but still, MC is not doing that again. He gets back to focusing on his book when Hanoka shows up unexpectedly. She came to MC very out of the blue. She looks pretty upset for some reason and tells MC that she has something to tell MC. This makes MC very comfortable because it can be anything with this girl. The way she said it, it would be for any one man. MC takes a look to his right, and he notices Anna also secretly hearing and watching this when Hanoka brings her in as well, seeing as she is here already. She tells both of them that they are invited to come along to Hanoka on the 14th March. Anna is all the way in while MC has to think about it. He thinks about it a lot, and he decides that he can go as well. Hanoka is very happy, but she has one more thing to ask them. She wants to know if it is okay with them if she brings Kenta with them as well. This makes Anna and MC very surprised. They both try speaking at the same time, which shocks them both, seeing how in sync they are. Anyway, Anna tells Hanoka that it is pretty okay, but would not that mean Anna and MC coming in between Hanoka and Kenta? They are both worried, as it is a date between Hanoka and Kenta. Hanoka tells them that it is very okay, as Kenta asks her to invite MC and Anna. MC is pretty confused, seeing how this girl is bringing two third wheels to her date. Hanoka tells them that she and Kenta are not dating and they are just friends. Anna and MC both do not buy this, as they see her and Kenta talking all the time. They are always hanging out, so hearing her tell them that they are not dating sounds like a joke to them. MC tells Hanoka that he cannot come and they should do without him, but Hanoka tells MC that it is going to be the white day. This makes him blush a lot, but he still does not break the character, telling Hanoka that he will not be coming. Saying this, he leaves, but Anna tells Hanoka that he will come for sure. Hanoka goes and tells Kenta this, so he is pretty happy hearing this news. Anna says that this is going to be a pretty good date between Hanoka and Kenta. Seeing that, Anna tells MC that it is going to be a double date, giving him a pretty look. She makes him do the double date sign, which makes him a little bit awkward. MC now has to prepare for the day, as it is a pretty important day now. The day finally arrives and MC is on the train, heading towards the destination. He is nervous, thinking about what could happen today, when he notices Hanoka on the train as well. He notices her wearing casual clothes while he is in the uniform. Hanoka is surprised to see MC take the same train. She was very early, so she thought she would be going alone, but MC is here already. She asks MC why is he here so early. MC tries avoiding answering the truth, so he tells her that he thought of shopping something for himself. Hanoka knows he is thinking about Anna, so she asks him if he was thinking of shopping for the white day. He tries telling her no, but Hanoka knows. MC tells her that he is thinking of getting something, but he has no idea what to get. Hanoka plays MC answering his thing by saying that she gets him, as she knows Anna is pretty mysterious too. MC agrees with her, giving away the secret. Hanoka knew that MC was into Anna. MC freaks out seeing that he gave out the secret, but it is fine if he thinks about it. It is just Hanoka and no one else. He tells Hanoka that he has been thinking about it a lot, but he has no idea what to get. He is pretty unsure about everything, and the more he thinks, the more he gets unsure. Hanoka tells him that she can relate to him a lot, as she knows this feeling as well. She tells MC that she cannot be much of a help, but she is willing to lend him a hand in finding out the perfect thing. They reach their destination, and so they get out and start walking. They are walking through the market when MC thinks about the situation he is in. He knows Hanoka is going to help him out, but is this a good situation? He has to think about it hard and long before doing something. She asks MC if giving Anna something she can eat is a good idea. MC knows Anna is always eating the very best stuff, so that is not a good option. Hanoka agrees. MC tells her that he also cannot get her anything handmade, as it is very creepy and just over the top for him. She does not feel like it, but Hanoka does not disagree with him. She asks him what Anna gave him. She gave MC a chocolate muffin, and that is all. Hanoka asks him if Anna made it herself. He tells her that she did. Hanoka is making a point by saying that if Anna can give him something handmade, why can't he? MC knows that it was Anna, and her handmade things are pretty delicious. MC has no idea whatsoever how to do something that delicate in the first place, so the idea is still dropped. As they walk, Hanoka and MC come across an accessory shop. Hanoka looks at different things that can work, but MC feels like this accessory thing is also very boring and creepy for some reason. Hanoka tells MC that he feels that way, but not everyone does. Everyone has preferences. MC starts looking through the New Year's gifts catalog and asks Hanoka if he can give Anna something from this. He did not notice that it was a New Year's gifts catalog, so Hanoka told him. He is pretty embarrassed, but Hanoka tells him that it is okay. She also feels this way sometimes. If she thinks about it, she and MC are the same this way. This comment of hers scares MC, as it can mean a lot of things. Hanoka looks at a different section with the hats, and she goes to check them out. She picks up a hat and wears it on her head, asking MC if this could work on Anna. He thinks about Anna, saying that it looks cute. Suddenly, Anna shows up behind MC, and she hears MC saying the cute thing. It seems like he called Hanoka cute, so she gets pretty jealous. MC looks at her and freaks out, knowing what mistake he just made. Anna comes closer to Hanoka in all jealousy and asks MC again if Hanoka looks cute in this hat or not. He can totally see jealousy in Anna's eyes, but he knows this is just absurd. Kenta is also with Anna, and he is pretty jealous and mad at MC saying Hanoka is cute. He tries telling Kenta that it is not what it sounded like. Hanoka takes the hat and puts it on Anna, asking MC violently if Anna looks cute too or not. He has nothing to see because of just how violent and abrupt Hanoka is right now. With all of them together, Hanoka wants to start this double date. They walk, and while they do, Kenta is just constantly on MC's shoulder saying murder again and again because he called Hanoka cute. Can't you just clear up what happened? Again, an example of MCs forgetting their brains in these situations. This misunderstanding is taking a toll on MC's mind now. They reach their destination of lunch, and so Anna and Hanoka pick what they want to eat while Kenta and MC are waiting at the table. Kenta is constantly looking at Hanoka while MC just sits with his face straight. Kenta says that Hanoka is very cute, so being kind, MC says it too for him. Being kind is not good for MC because of the misunderstanding before, as Kenta gets pissed off hearing MC call Hanoka cute. He tells MC that saying that Hanoka seems nice is enough. MC says this now while looking at Hanoka, but even this is making Kenta mad. Anna and Hanoka are back with their sweet dishes. Anna has a full plate of different things while Hanoka just has one small tart to enjoy. Seeing this makes Kenta very worried. He tells Hanoka that it is his treat, so she should have as much as she wants. Hanoka just wanted this, so she tells Kenta that she is fine with this because her stomach is full. Kenta gets more worried and tells MC quietly that this is just the reason he called Anna to be here. Hanoka is controlling her weight, and because of that, she does not eat anything in front of Kenta. He wanted Anna to be here so she was not shy and would eat as much as she wanted. MC understands, but there is nothing he can do with this information. Kenta tells Hanoka once again that she does not have to control her mouth because he has no issue with her being like this. He would always see her as a cute girl no matter what. Anna hears this and appreciates just how straight Kenta is, calling Hanoka cute. Hanoka tells Kenta that he is too kind, and even this makes Anna really glad. She feels very jealous because of how cute these two are. She tells them that it is very good that they make their feelings known. Hanoka tells Anna that Kenta says it all the time. Anna says that it must be nice to be called cute once in a while. She looks at MC after saying this, and MC knows completely well that it is directed at him. Kenta calls her cute once again, and this time, MC tells him to stop. He tells Kenta that calling someone for the way they are is very okay, but if the other person does not say it back, they do not feel the same way. He says that you do not have to invalidate someone if they are trying to change themselves. Kenta hears this and feels like MC is saying valid stuff. But still, he tells Hanoka that he loves her the way she is. Even if she gains weight, he would have the same feelings for her no matter what. Saying this, he gives Hanoka the gift he bought for her. She opens it right away, revealing that it is a cutlery set. Kenta is happy with his gift, and so is Hanoka. She enjoys the tart and other sweets as well, while Kenta is happy watching her eat like this. He loves the way Hanoka smiles after eating what she likes. After that, Kenta tells MC that the gift he bought for Hanoka was chosen by Anna. This surprises MC as he was not expecting this. Kenta knew that she would have great taste in this, so he put her up to the task of finding the best thing for Hanoka right now. He tells MC that he came early this morning so he could find a good gift for Hanoka, but he was not happy with anything. That is when he bumped into Anna, and he asked her if she could help him out with this. She had the perfect taste, and she picked out the perfect gift. MC hears this, and he is not happy at all for some reason. Kenta continues by saying that Anna is very easy to talk to. MC tells Kenta straight up not to talk to her. Kenta does not listen and tells MC that she eats a lot, which is very nice. MC hates this and tells him not to look at her anymore. Kenta is just being nice and says these things, but they hit like a hammer to MC. He tells Kenta not to ever go shopping with Anna again because he is not entitled to. Kenta thinks this is because Anna is like a celebrity, but this is not it. He tells Kenta that Anna is his and his only. As he says this, Anna and Hanoka come out and she hears everything. It all hits like a cannon to Anna as she cannot believe what she just heard. MC notices that she has heard, so he tries covering up, saying that he was saying something like Anna's mind bonily into the curry he made. It does not land and no one buys it. They move on and are walking outside. Kenta now knows how MC feels about Anna. He He tells MC that it is pretty great that he has those feelings about Anna. MC feels like it is laughable almost. Kenta does not feel this way. MC wants to know if he and Anna are made for each other or not. Kenta tells MC that he is a pretty neat guy, to be honest. Everyone thinks of him as a great guy and no one dislikes him. His speech was the perfect thing, and now that he thinks about it, MC and Anna are like a perfect match for each other. MC does not believe this for a second, but he is happy hearing this. MC asks him what about his feelings from before. Kenta is frustrated that whatever he tries, he cannot let through his feelings to Hanoka. He has tried it a million times before, but he has never been able to make his feelings known to Hanoka quite like he would like to. Kenta wants to make sure that his feelings are known so he and Hanoka can really start dating. He wants to have the kind of relationship adults have, but he is happy even if he does not. MC figures out that this guy also seems to be missing that crucial thing in his love. Suddenly, Hanoka comes in front of both of them and tells MC that Anna has gone missing. The way she is acting, MC can see through her, but Hanoka grabs Kenta's hand and tells MC that he has to look for Anna, while she and Kenta look for her in the opposite direction. Saying this, Hanoka leaves with Kenta. MC has not even turned before Anna grabs his hand and drags him away. They are both outside an ice cream shop while Anna eats ice cream. She tells MC that it is pretty great that she and MC can be alone like this. She wanted to say Kenta and Hanoka, but now she cannot cover it. The tension between Anna and MC can be cut with a knife, but they are not doing anything about it. Anna asks MC what is he doing after this. He is probably going to go home, so Anna thinks they should do that. They are on the train back when MC is not feeling good about himself. He knows he messes it everyone there is a chance, but he has no control over it. He knows that he is always comparing himself to others on such trivial things as he should not do. He is watching his own reflection in the window when it gets changed, and we see the other side of him, telling him that he always believes in him. He gets behind in shock, but Anna is there to support him. She gets closer to him and asks him if there is something valuable in the bag he is wearing. She is worried about it because of the shaky train. He tells Anna that he would like to sit with her at the train station for a while. They reach the station and he and Anna sit together. Hanoka and Kenta went to a net cafe. MC thinks about it hard and long, and he remembers the way Anna was crying on Valentine's Day. He does not want to see those tears again, so he has to do it. He has a gift for Anna. A little push is needed. He tells himself that Anna is only his, and he just has to focus on that. With this, he opens up the bag and takes out the muffin he bought for Anna. She takes it and gets all happy seeing this little gift from MC. MC tells her that she would not be so hungry after all the day, but he turns to see her devouring the muffin whole without taking a break. He stops her, telling her to chill out and take it easy. Anna takes a look, and there is a little something in the muffin. It is a bracelet and a beautiful one. She takes it out and looks at it in awe, while MC just grabs his bag and leaves. Anna runs after him and grabs his hand, telling him to put this on her wrist. He gathers his courage and puts it on her. She asks him how it looks. MC tries to get out the words and tells her that it looks so cute he could die. This took Anna by surprise and she started tearing up. These are not the tears MC saw on Valentine's Day, he can tell that much. He wipes tears off her face and thinks in his mind that he and Anna took a huge step forward. They are overflowing with emotions. Adachi holds the gift in his hand while MC asks if he hasn't handed it over yet. Adachi explains that the 14th was Sunday, clearly nervous as he tries to downplay the significance, mentioning that the girl gave him chocolates. He admits to grabbing random chocolates from a nearby store and giving them to his crush. He's trying to pretend that he hasn't prepared anything for his crush and is just going through the motions, but MC knows his friend is lying and urges him to stop pretending. He tells Adachi to look at the perfectly wrapped gift box. Adachi blushes and interrupts him, insisting that it's not true what he's trying to make it look like. He tells MC that his eyes are still on Yamada, and it was just a little gift for Sakine. MC becomes dull and tells him that there's nothing big to thank because he got whatever others get on Valentine's Day. Adachi tells him that his chocolates have hearts in them. Despite being in love with Sakine, he tries to downplay it. He finds motivation in the heart shape as a perfect sign of love for him. As evening falls, both of them prepare to leave the school. MC asks Adachi what he plans to do with it. Adachi tells him that he's simply going to toss the cookie into Sakine's shoebox. He explains that he'll pretend he just saw MC tossing it inside the box and will inform Sakine about it. He plans it thoroughly so that Sakine will know about the cookies, but not from him. He knows that if MC tells Sakine about him giving cookies to her, she will definitely like it. MC gets nervous and Adaki tells him that it's the final plan and he has to help him as his friend. Adaki proceeds to throw the cookie inside the shoebox, but the cookie box falls outside. Adaki doesn't notice it and continues ahead. MC sees it and tries to tell him, but Adaki doesn't listen. MC decides that he should place the cookie inside Sakine's shoebox so that Adaki's plan won't be ruined. MC picks up the cookie, but he doesn't know about Sakine's shoebox. Suddenly, he hears Yamada and Sakine's voices approaching him. Panicking, MC randomly opens the shoebox and hastily places the cookie inside it. The cookie couldn't fit inside the shoebox, leaving it half open. When Yamada and Sakine approach, they see MC and fall silent. Yamada notices the cookies in the shoebox and starts blushing. Panicked, MC realizes he accidentally threw the cookie into Yamada's shoebox instead of Sakine's. Yamada grabs the shoebox and starts staring at it intently. Sakine notices there's a letter on the gift wrapper and reads it. She starts smirking and tells him that she understands what's going on. Then she tells Yamada that she's just going to head home. MC grabs Sakine's hand and stops her from leaving. Yamada and Sakine are stunned for a moment. Then they hear the voices of Adaki and his mother coming from afar. Adachi's mother grabs his hand and starts dragging him away. She declares that she won't let her cookie go to waste and brings her son in front of Sakine. Adaki starts blushing, feeling nervous to see her. His mother encourages him to go ahead and confess his feelings. Sakine is shocked to see him and blushes, holding the cookie in her hand. She asks him about what happened, and Adaki takes a deep breath, gathering courage. He tells Sakine that he really liked the chocolates she made for him because they were all handmade and very tasty. Sakine asks him if he forgot that everyone got them too. Adaki panics, his face turning red. He interrupts Sakine, surprising her. Her face also reddens, and she starts blushing. Adachi's mother starts smiling, knowing that her son did what was necessary. She tells him that they should go, and Sakine keeps staring at him. Adaki tells Sakine that he'll see her later, and her eyes start shining. Sakine gives the cookie to Yamada and walks away. MC panics because he still hasn't told them that the cookies weren't from him. Even Adaki leaves after just thanking Sakine, understanding the situation because she's the one holding the box. When Yamada opens the cookie box and reads the letter, she finds that Adaki wrote about kissing and love in it. Yamada mistakenly believes that MC was the one who wrote about the kiss and thinks he wants to kiss her. She turns bright red like a tomato and her eyes start rolling. A few days later, on March 24th, the teacher informs the students that they will be bidding farewell to the classroom. The year-end ceremony begins, marking the time for students to be promoted to the next class. Chihiro is in a fight with other girls in the class, and Yamada is also involved. The teacher asks Chihiro what's going on. Chihiro tells her teacher that she's not friends with those girls and she hates them. Chihiro is about to mention Yamada, but she can see that Yamada is already in a dense mood. She ignores Yamada and asks the teacher to keep her out of the same class as the other girls. The teacher agrees with her, orchestrating a drama so that Chihiro can change her class. When the teacher agrees with Chihiro, all the girls are surprised. MC watches them, knowing that people live in the tiniest bubble. Adaki and Chikaro come to MC and ask him about his line ID. Another classmate joins them, also wanting to ask MC about his line ID. Meanwhile, Yamada watches him from behind, smiling. Later that day in the evening, MC is left alone in the class, feeling nostalgic as he wants to remember all the previous memories he made in the classroom. Yamada messages him and asks if he's still inside the school. MC goes to the basketball club to meet her, knowing that students aren't usually allowed in the club, but it's fine because it's the year farewell. Yamada throws the ball toward MC, eager to play. She takes off her coat and gets ready. Yamada suggests they play one-on-one and proposes that whoever loses has to do whatever the winner wishes for. When they start the game, Yamada throws the ball towards the basket to score, but she fails as the ball doesn't go inside the basket. MC becomes attentive and tries to stop Yamada from scoring, but she proves to be skillful in handling the ball. She dodges MC and throws the ball towards the basket again, but once more she fails to score. MC tells her that she's not much of a shot. Yamada blushes, feeling embarrassed, and admits that she's good at defense mostly. Later, it's MC's turn to throw the ball, and Yamada covers in front of him, taking full advantage of her height. MC knows that if he could score a point, he would get a chance to make her do whatever he desires. He goes ahead to throw the ball, and Yamada comes close to him to defend. However, MC mistakenly touches her chest. Yamada panics, her face turns red, and she covers her chest. MC apologizes to her, and she tries to grab the ball again. He runs ahead, ready to score a point. Yamada couldn't let MC throw the ball into the basket because she wanted to win. MC knows that if he scores a point, he'll ask Yamada out on a date. He throws the ball toward the basket, and Yamada fails to stop him. The ball rolls on top of the basket, and both Yamada and MC start staring at it nervously. MC realizes that he won't be able to score a point, and the ball comes outside the basket. He blames it all on his bad luck. Suddenly, he sees Yamada take the ball and throw it inside the basket. She jumps as high as she can and wins the game. MC can't help but be surprised. Both of them are sweating, and it's obvious they both want to ask something to each other badly. Yamada starts cheering because she won, and MC has to admit that he wouldn't count it. But he doesn't. Instead, he asks Yamada if she really likes football. She tells him that it's only when he's with her. MC is surprised, and Yamada gets curious about what she should ask him to do. Lucifer appears like a death angel with black feathers and explains that he represents MC's libido. Confused, MC asks again, not understanding any of it. Suddenly, Kana enters MC's room, and he becomes dull. MC tells her not to enter his room without knocking. Kana informs MC that their mother is going to make sukiyaki for his birthday, which is the day after tomorrow. MC tells her not to get her hopes up because they'd never had a party in their house before. Kana tells her brother to cheer up because that year isn't like any other. She starts smirking and asks her brother if he's planning on going out with someone. MC tells her that it's nothing like that because Yamada is busy and he has cram school on that day. Kana stands up and starts asking loudly if she ever mentioned Anna to him. MC gets irritated because he made a mistake. His sister starts teasing him, and he tells her to shut up and get out of his room. Time passes, and nothing special happens during that time. Finally, MC's birthday arrives. MC is traveling on the train at night, and Yamada sends him a picture of herself with the cherry blossoms. MC gets curious and asks her if she's out. Yamada tells him that she's on the train after finishing work. MC tells her that he's going to wait for her at the station. He gets out of the train and starts searching for her. She comes from behind, smiling. MC gets curious and asks her if she usually goes home alone. Yamada calls MC by his second name and asks him if he also walks home alone. MC becomes curious because he notices that she's calling him by his second name as usual. He starts thinking if Yamada thinks that him leaving early meant that he didn't want her to call him by his first name. MC imagines that he would act cool and allow Yamada to call him by his name. However, he decides that he won't possibly do it because it would feel weird. MC becomes suspicious because he feels like he's being watched. He senses someone behind him getting closer. MC panics and can't figure out what's happening. He stops and covers Yamada because he decides that he will protect her with his life. Yamada's eyes shine with gratitude. MC is her hero at that moment. Suddenly, someone emerges from the shadows. It was MC's dad. MC gets irritated and shouts at his father that he scared him to death. He moves away from Yamada the moment he realizes that he was attached to her. Yamada greets his father, and he apologizes to her for suddenly spooking them and making them afraid. MC's father brings cake and gives it to his son. Yamada asks his father if they're celebrating something. MC's father tells her that it's his son's birthday. Yamada's face turns red and she's shocked. She asks MC why he didn't tell her. MC becomes dull and says that they're having Matsuzaka beef sukiyaki. He asks her in a slow voice if she wants to come and join his birthday party. Yamada is surprised, her eyes and mouth wide open. She starts blushing and becomes happy. Happily, she agrees to his invitation. MC, his father, and Yamada reach his home. Kana can't believe her eyes, and MC feels embarrassed. His sister starts cheering because she knows they're going to have a celebration. She gets all hyped up. Yamada calls home and tells her mother that she's staying at her friend's house and won't be needing a meal anymore. Her mother says it's fine but asks her about whose home she's going to stay at. Yamada gets curious because she can tell her about MC, or else her mother might take the wrong meaning. Kana comes down the stairs and calls Anna. Yamada's mother hears a girl's voice and is relieved. Yamada makes an excuse and tells her mother that she is going to stay at her friend Kana-chan's home. She turns off the phone and MC asks his sister to change her clothes. Kana tells him that it's just party wear. Yamada tells Kana that she looks adorable. Both of them start smiling, eager to celebrate MC's birthday. All of MC's family, including Kana, sits at the dining table, and the beef is also ready to eat. MC's family makes him wear birthday glasses, and it looks childish on him. He asks them to stop torturing him. Yamada greets MC and congratulates him on his birthday. She calls him by his first name, but her voice is so low that MC isn't able to understand her. Kana notices Yamada, and she's surprised. She offers Anna to eat as much food as she likes. Nervously, Yamada stops Kana and tells her that she is a light eater. It's because she doesn't want to make a bad impression, but MC knows that it's the biggest lie she might have ever made. Yamada is fond of eating, but it's hard for her to reject the food. MC's mother tells her that it explains why she is skinny because she is almost worried for her. Kana tells her that she really looks like a model. While eating the food, Yamada tells them that she really is a model. Kana gets surprised and asks her if she is an amateur zine. Yamada tells her that she is a regular and gets hired by an agency. It just means that Yamada is a professional model. Kana gets embarrassed and she starts feeling cold. She thinks that she is wearing such a foul dress in front of a real model. Kana offers Yamada more beef and she pours the drink into her glass. She feels great to get a drink from a professional. Yamada offers the drink to MC's father, but he tells her that he's drinking tea instead. Kana is lost in her thoughts, and her mother asks if she brought a gift for her brother. Kana starts getting nervous. She's too shy to give a gift to MC in front of Yamada because she fears that she might think it's lame. Kana tells her that she will give it to him later because it can wait. After her mother insists, Kana gives MC the bunny model of his favorite video game. Yamada's face turns red on Facebook, and MC is also surprised. He explains to Yamada that the figure just happens to be in a bunny outfit version. Yamada smiles and tells him that she understands. The lights go out, and MC's mother brings a cake for him. She sings some music for her son too. MC gets shy because he knows that it's wedding music. The cake has 14 numbered candles on it because MC is going to be 14 years old on his birthday. MC's mother agrees, and Yamada starts clapping and singing a birthday song for MC. Kana, her mother, and her father also join her rhythm. MC feels uncomfortable because he never celebrated his birthday with his friends, especially not with Yamada-chan. Kana tells MC to make a wish before he celebrates his 14th birthday. MC makes a wish and blows the candles. Yamada slowly says happy birthday in his ear and calls him by his first name. After that, Kana turns on the light and sees that MC is lying on the ground unconscious. She thinks that MC got murdered. MC gets dull. He can't digest the food and tells Yamada that she can't do it all the time. After some time, MC feels well, and Kana changes her clothes again. She shows it to Yamada, and she starts getting compliments on it. Kana is happy that she was successfully able to make an impression on model. MC is frustrated looking at them because his sister is doing dumb things. Yamada tells Kana she looks really cute. Kana tells her to stop and asks her if she's going to say that thing all the time when she sees her. MC's mother comes and tells Yamada that it's almost 9:30. She asks her if her parents would be worried about her. Yamada thinks that she might have to head home. MC is listening to them quietly, and Kana insists on Yamada to stay over the night. She tells her that Momo and Hinako also spent the night the other day. Kana asks her mother's permission, and she says that she's fine if Yamada wants to stay. Kana looks at MC and remembers something. She says that she won't be bothered because she knows that something is going on between his brother and Yamada. Later, Yamada calls her home to ask her parents' permission so that she can stay over. MC panics because he knows that it's wrong. Yamada's mother agrees with it, and her mother asks if Kana's parents are fine with it too. MC's mother asks for the phone, and Yamada hands it to her. MC's mother introduces herself as Ichikawa's mother. Yamada's mother thinks that she misunderstood when she hears about Ichikawa. Later, MC's mother tells her that their daughters were getting along really well. That's why she wanted Yamada to stay over the night. MC panics and starts walking in a circle due to nervousness. He knows that his sister and his parents are at home, but he thinks that something doesn't seem to be appropriate about Yamada staying over at his home. He tries to convince himself that there is nothing bad about it. At that time, MC's mother comes and tells him that she is going to let Yamada use the bathroom before him. MC doesn't pay attention to his mother, and he just thinks that it's nothing to worry about when Kana's other friends come over to stay, and there is also no difference. He sees him sitting on the stairs and panics. When he notices Kana's brother's sweater and pajamas, he can easily guess that they are for Yamada. MC takes one piece of cloth and starts looking at it. Kana tells him that she doesn't buy brand new pajamas, and it's the underwear she just wore once. MC panics and throws the underwear away. Kana tells him that he should stop acting like he has seen a cockroach. She gives the clothes to MC and tells him to handle them, then she goes to sleep on the stairs. MC can't believe that his sister is going to sleep so soon because he thinks both Yamada and she are going to chat all night. Yamada is taking a bath in the bathtub and using soap for her hair. MC tells her from outside that he brought clothes for her. He tells her casually that the underwear is of her sister and also tells her that she can use the washing machine if she wants to wear her own. Yamada is embarrassed to talk about her underwear with MC. She is sitting inside the bathtub and goes inside the water out of shyness. MC leaves the clothes outside and tells her that he is going to leave so that she can pick them up easily. Before MC leaves, Yamada asks him if he has a rubber because she forgot her own outside and she has to tie her hair. She leaves her rubber on the sink and asks MC to bring it to her. MC brings the rubber and he is going to leave it on the mat, but Yamada opens the half door and extends her hand outside. Her wet, naked hand comes outside, making MC panic. Yamada touches his hand while grabbing the rubber from him. MC moved his face toward the side so that he wouldn't see anything. But both of them feel affection toward each other. Otherwise, Yamada would never open the bathroom door for anyone else. Yamada is going to sleep on the couch, and MC's mother apologizes to her because it's a really cramped and small space. MC takes a bath in the same room later but doesn't use Yamada's water in which she is sitting naked. He cooks his head after he sees a small sight of his sister's underwear. The clothes are getting cleaned in the washing machine, and MC thinks that Yamada isn't wearing any underwear. He ignores it all and tries to sleep peacefully but can't. He convinces himself that he came out only to drink some water and not to catch a sight of Yamada while she was asleep. MC opens the door and sees that Yamada is still awake, reading a book while wearing her glasses. MC brings Amazake juice for Yamada because she barely ate anything at dinner, and he was worried about her. Yamada tells him that he was surely paying attention to her during dinner. MC sees the script, and Yamada tells him that she has to get ready because they are going to start shooting in 2 days. MC asks her if she isn't busy because of it. Yamada tells him that she is just reading it because she is unable to sleep. She later tells MC to sit near her, and he asks her if the script is about a movie. Yamada leaks the confidential script and tells him. MC says that the movie is about a girl in her rebellion stage who lashes out at her parents. It's also very hard because Yamada knows that she will ruin everything if she won't be able to get ready for it in 2 days. MC says that it must be nerve-wracking, but inside he knows that it was a lame comment. He gets silent, and Yamada tells him that she never had a rebellious stage in her life. MC tells her that it must be nice. Yamada gets surprised and asks him if he ever went through a rebellious stage in his life. MC asks Yamada if it wasn't obvious. Yamada asks him why and says that his parents look like really nice people. MC explains to Yamada that he doesn't know about his parents, but he's also not mad at them. He's always mad at himself because he always fails to express himself to them. He thinks that he might not be a good kid and gets sad and keep talking to each other. MC tells Yamada about the time when Kana joined a music band. She goes to sleep while talking to him, and then MC starts staring at her face while she is asleep. He goes near her face and gets intense, but he puts the blanket on her and goes away. Yamada is still awake and pretends to be asleep. She blushes and grabs the blanket on herself. The night is long, and she might have dreamed about MC with her eyes wide open. She still calls him by his second name because he hasn't given her permission to use his first name. He thinks that it would be weird because mostly only couples could use each other's first name. The next morning, Ichikawa finds Yamada brushing like crazy, and the lad still cannot believe if he is alive or dead. Upon asking, he shares that his father usually uses Kiyo to call him, but with rare calls he has turned it into Ichikawa, and so do his friends. Thus, Yamada decides to call this ugly loser by his first name, Kyotaro. With the intense brush flow, Ichikawa's cheek turned crimson red, and he is damn sure that the Grim Reaper must be nearby now. Yamada is off to Hiroshima for her filming, while Ichikawa spends his lunchtime with his friends gossiping about some idol use love scandal. Suddenly, there is a sting in Ichikawa's heart when he hears his friends yapping about some idol chick spending all night with someone. Out of the blue, a brunette beauty, Moko, stuns the poor lad, stumbling onto guys with Yoshida and Chihiro. However, Adaki, ever the hothead, doesn't like the ladies' intrusion on their manly chit-chat. Without a doubt, Moko struck a nerve, asking if their hot topic was Yu's current love scandal. Not only that, Moko passes her hidden delusions, especially to Ichikawa, about all being fair only if they date with a heavy friendly stroke to his back. Knowing Yamada's ever-long stay with a random guy might raise more questions and more problems for her at work. He recalls that deadbeat fancy loser's advice. Just then, Chihiro takes a snap of Moko all close to creepy, which bothered Ichikawa enough to send it to Yamada as he jolted to snatch the camera. After they learn about Yamada playing Ken's daughter at her shooting in Hiroshima, Chihiro assures everyone that this chick is still her old self, and nothing's ever going to change that. Back home, Ichikawa creepily stares at Yamada, giving a room tour through video call, believing something will change. Just then, Yamada's mom barges in, surprising her enough to let the phone slip, giving this ugly loser a side view of her hot legs that make him slam his phone down. Later, while shooting, Yamada glows up in joy to see Ichikawa's ordinary way of rooting for her. While the lad bets, this chick might have heard a lot of stuff about staying over here. Just then, he spots his umbrella in Yamada's picture posted online, making him run like a headless chicken off the field. After reading a sharp loafer's comment, guessing it to be at her boyfriend's house, Ichikawa is freaking out about this pigman stalking Yamada to the greatest extent. He thinks this guy is probably a middle-aged dude drooling over young models. Moreover, he sees a dumb article about Yamada's being taken, wondering if that's what the pig-s-men's doing. Without wasting another breath, Ichikawa, ever the righteous boy, takes up a stance to tell this piggy to lay off Yamada's back. Suddenly, Ichikawa faces an instant block by Yamada's creepy stalker. Back at shooting, Yamada's crybaby performance earns her praise from her co-star Ken, making her day. At the hotel, Yamada is non-stop yapping about how amazing Mr. Ken is for praising her. However, Ichikawa thinks that it is her amazing ability, to which she mumbles about tapping into his emotional anxiety before she goes up the stage. Thus, she expresses how that night's stay with him came in handy for her. Even after getting in trouble with her mom, she still wants to give her full support to his ass. And that just makes Ichikawa believe it was all worth it. Just then, Kana slides in to ask if she could post a picture with Yamada to brag to her friends. Spotting himself in it, he orders her to put that thought in the trash with his white-hot rage. Snatching her phone to delete this, he searches Pigman to see what he's onto. The lad is outright shocked to his core to see him figuring out Yamada's whereabouts. Throwing a curveball at Kana, he strolls upstairs in darkness, thinking he can relate to this guy. His heady chest reminds him of the time with Yamada when his love turned into hatred for her. Later on a video call, Yamada, ever the cutie, gives Ichikawa's clumsy bum a tour of this beautiful seaside view. She wonders if this is Shikoko, and Ichikawa corrects it to be Shinanami Kato, and that earns him the biggest smile on her lips. Upon asking, he learns this chick is out here by herself, with her mom on some work call. Dude's cracked brain is whacking inside out just to tell her she got a pervy stalker lurking nearby. So basically, this guy tells her to watch her back, which this ditzy girl takes literally, and that just doesn't help. Just then, she yaps about having a bad horoscope reading today, but that wouldn't stop this chick from having fun. All of a sudden, a creepy shadow behind her jolts Yamada to the point that her phone drops into the sea, making this anxious loser lose connection. Tight-lipped, the lad's jaw is tense and tight while trying to call Yamada back right away, but there is no response from her side. On the dinner, he can't help but hope Yamada's doing alright, and it all just was a prank or something. Even after asking Moko, the dude's getting teased when that chick's life is on the line. Suddenly, his imaginary loser selves emerge out of nowhere to push his crybaby ass to run after her right away. Thus, he decides to run to her apartment on this cold, rainy night. Nearby, by a biggest building, a tall guy spots Ichikawa's creepy ass lurking in the corner, desperately looking for shelter. The dude's sure that his dad's behavior might hint at how Yamada's doing and if this chick is safe. Well, her dad, Yuki, is pretty close to how Ichikawa is. With his dead, scary eyes staring into his soul, he believes this kid's freezing. Pouring hot tea for Ichikawa, Yamada's father commands this kid to inform his parents about this straight away, passing a dark, stinky eye at him. With a quick call, Yamada's father explains the whole situation to Ichikawa, asking if he knows the place Yamada sent. With his cheeks burning hot red, he nods rather desperately, on the verge of tearing up. Yuki dials up the call to Sana to let this crybaby check on Yamada. However, Sana thinks Yuki's lonely ass just can't hold on. While listening to Ichikawa's voice, Yamada's head spins faster than a yo-yo on the loose. Thus, this chick explains the whole situation in one damn breath, framing her mother for being the culprit here for dropping her phone. While her mom and dad slide away from this cringe show, Yamada talks a mile a minute until Ichikawa puts her mouth to rest, telling her to take a deep breath before. It comes as a shock for Yamada to know Ichikawa's ass flew to her house. Dodging her questions, he makes sure she can retrieve her data, while Yamada is smiling through tears. But this shocker hits like a nuclear love bomb when Ichikawa confesses to Yuki about loving his daughter, Yamada. While at the hotel, Yamada, walking the same path, confesses loving Ichikawa to her mother. After listening to Ichikawa's not-so-half-hearted confession and full-on apology for Yamada's stay, the lad earns Yuki's friend code for the game. Sounds like her father's blessing to me. His end to spring break comes shortly after, and the dude's missing Yamada scrolls down to her old messages about hitting Tokyo's ramen roast spot. With a new account in store, Ichikawa tries stalking the pervy stalker, Pigman, and learns the deadbeat loser finally cornered her. Without wasting another breath, Ichikawa runs like Flash, knowing this creepy bum has reached Maida's main store. Like a breathless puppy, he brings all the pieces together, finally catching up to the danger that strikes when one lets down their guard. All of a sudden, he spots Yamada standing right beside a suspicious girl Yamada admires, whom he once saw at the shooting. Though this chick mentions this girl running to her by chance, Ichikawa is more concerned, so he wishes to tag along. When this girl asks Yamada to take the third seat from the back, Ichikawa's mastermind stings a flashback of Pigman mentioning this very detail. Just then, he says Pigman out loud and spots this chick, scared stiff and shivering in her boots like crazy, making it too damn easy for Ichikawa to read. After getting his ramen, he looks at the demonic chicks slurping down this ramen with their reputation on the line. Thus, Ichikawa bets this must be a place that cannot be taken lightly. Within seconds, Yamada is all done, freaking Ichikawa out as she goes on to get her jacket. That's his chance, so Ichikawa signals Pigman about him being Thanatos and Akino's fan. After hearing such high thoughts about Yamada from her mouth, the dude is sure this disease might become a plague when Yamada's popularity rate takes off. However, Ichikawa is sure that he truly knows that this girl is not perfect. Hitting up Pigman's clueless ass, Ichikawa runs off to meet Yamada. Talking about the high heels, Yamada notices Ichikawa wearing a mismatched pair of shoes, hinting that the lad was in a damn rush to get here. Within earshot, Pigman passes a grave look of despair at his clumsy bum. Suddenly, she jumps right back into her old self, showing how cute Yamada looks. But Yamada, ever the sweet pie, can't help but tell Nico how much she admires him. Which, by the way, is putting jitters in her, as Yamada asks Nico out for lunch some other time too. But she lays it off easy, keeping a sweet distance from idols. However, Ichikawa strikes to have the last word, so he jumps ahead to tell this Pigman chick never to upload her private info ever again. Suddenly, his phone buzzes as Nico texts her to unblock him, with the sweet gift of sharing Anna's school pictures if he ever needs them. Heading home, Yamada is like a snooze fest, taking his Attachilder for a night pillow on the train. Just then, she apologizes for being clumsy with her phone to make him this worried. Though this goth-faced loser blames his delusional ass for overthinking. Moving on, he tries painting a picture of plenty of people trying to grab a train to make them celebrities in no time. So he asks her to be careful what she puts down the line, which may or may not endanger her life. Moreover, he requests her to take a look at her surroundings and be mindful of where she is. Looking at her shoes, she clenches a tight hold on her bag, saying that he got nothing to worry about. Thus, Yamada shows how much she wishes to be mature and more like an adult. At the start of his third year, Moko informs this moron of wounding up in the same class as hers. However, his clumsy arse got enough on his plate today to care about his seat placements with Yamada. Even then, the lad is ready to have it any other way, as the school's not that huge to keep them apart. On the other end, Yamada's heart races like a Ferrari to wait until Ichikawa spots her placement. Arriving slowly, the lad takes a deep breath before going inside. With a door slide, Yamada's bright face beams like sunshine to see Ichikawa running in as she runs to hold his hands happily. Suddenly, Ichikawa thinks about wrecking the distance thing as everyone stares at these lovable goofballs, and for a safe record, this cute chick pulls Rin-chan in to clean up this mess. The lad is pretty knocked out by this dramatic entrance, making this year's top mission to keep his distance from the crowd. Although Ichikawa is out here, he got nothing to worry about if they aren't dating. Moko, ever the lifesaver, goes all out about this ditzy chick flashing right in everyone's personal space and gets all handsy for nothing, no matter with whom, while Ichikawa breathes in fresh air for having the best cover these two needed. After that, Yoshida tries getting a sneak peek when Yamada and Moko spot her, giving her such a creepy vibe until they follow her out. It takes this chick some time to finally blurt out that she got into the same class, but these two already knew because she is behind Yamada anyway. After getting first-hand embarrassment, this trio spots Chihiro's demonic ghost sulking in the corner for being held back a year. Besides that, Yoshida, wearing such a concerned look, asks if she got transferred when none of them paid any attention. Though they got no clue what to do about this shit if she got right out, she desperately asked them not to leave her. Later in the teacher's room, the girls request Maida-sensei to take a look into this, and in no time, the lad finds her right inside this year's book. Without wasting another breath, Moko starts with her drum rolls to make Chihiro see the obvious. However, she blames Maida-sensei for doing this on purpose and making her head spin for a couple of hours. Yamada spots Ichikawa watching this riled-up situation but slides away, while Maida-sensei catches up to him, asking if he got in right. However, he still lets the guy know that he is aware he had to pull some strings here to make this all happen. Moving on, this bunch loves to enter their new class after a runaround. Greeting the basketball girls, Kana, Yurine, and everyone else back in the same class, they all settle in just right. Something twinkles in her mind, and Yamada hopes right to Rin-chan, who is sitting beside Ichikawa, just to give her a head shake by herself. Noticing that the guy picks up the paper to see a hangout invite. Moving along, Moria, the new teacher for Class 1, introduces her, while Ichikawa thinks about making a big one this year. Then, with a memory of Adaki, he bumps into his corpse, so Ichikawa makes his complimentary prayer right on the stairs. Sucking his soul in, he asks Ichikawa how's Class 1, but the lad is only interested in knowing if he got to see any panties. However, Ichikawa, ever the righteous, reminds this deadbeat loser that he ain't inside a pervy rom-com. Adaki can't help but drool over the fact that Class 1 got Yamada and Yoshida, ever since the prized possessions, with Class 2's leader Ando. Watching him go like a maniac, Ichikawa demands to know if he is pulling off some NPC shit. Suddenly, Adaki invites this moron for a walk home to spill all the details right then. Later, with everyone gone, Yamada hops to Ichikawa's side and gifts him a wallet chain for his birthday. Just when Yamada is putting it on him, all the girls start swarming in, giving these two enough time to slide down the desk, holding each other so close like a rom-com movie scene, while someone asks if Yamada is dating Ichikawa. However, Moko brushes the thought aside, but Kana, ever the enthusiast, definitely wants to call a biggest celebration if that ever happens. No doubt, Kanken got some nice plans for the couple if that ever happens, while Hanazawa breaks in to talk about how they broke up over spring break, putting water on Kanken's love fire. On the other hand, Moko's got a whole lot of fun sitting right before her, so she cooks up something for just the two of them. Right when they leave, Yamada asks if they are dating, which is what those dimwits have been wondering. Just when these two try coming out, with his wallet chain pulling his pants off, Moko spots those two in a spot to make her wash her eyeballs. Later on his walk home, Adaki asks if he got a sneak peek at panties, but his poor ass got his undies on display instead. While everyone pushes Ichikawa for some juicy details, he asks the jealous trash bags to lay off. Thus, Kanzaki mentions reaching Class 1 without Hara, who has gotten a lot prettier with a 45-minute difference. Though this cracked brain is into seeing his girl mingle with her new mates. This donut-devouring demon side of Yamada spies on the guys' talk, as Kanzaki mumbles about Ichikawa having Yamada as one nice thing. Just then, Ichikawa goes all out, telling everyone they are good friends. Later on, with Adaki and everyone else out of sight, Yamada happily hops to his side like a bunny for a walk home. Afterward, Chihiro in the nursing office had a huffy-puffy session, and the nurse couldn't believe this shorty got some inches this year. Looking at her, Yamada does tuck in to see her new weight, but Rin-chan calls off her bullshit. With today as it is, the lad refuses to let this chick, Kanken, get any idea of his feelings. Moreover, the lad refuses to be her celebration puppet to have fun this year. So he basically uses Maria Sensei's logical speech to his benefit, explaining how they are going to use this year to talk to someone they haven't met. That's when Kanpan shows how she sparks up with Yamada instead, but gets a name for herself as Kana, shocking her to the core. Just then, Hanazawa comes out of nowhere to let this chick know that the name Kana has been taken. Chihiro weighs in to tell Hanazawa that they had a good time in elementary school. Instead of deciding with Panda, Ichikawa is trembling in anxiety alone, like an anxious cloud in the corner. Later at the library, Ichikawa brags about getting 6 centimeters tall, while Yamada blabbers that she got 15 centimeters to fall in 5th grade. As he mentions this being the only milestone he has to hit, Yamada would like to mark down this height on the wall, so she gets the lad's height marked on the wall, and he gets the same for her. But seeing how he wrote Anna makes her heart flutter like a little girl. Just then, this ugly loser admits to never feeling like growing up, but he now feels like he wants to get closer to her physically. Not minding that at all, this cute rosy-cheeked girl, Yamada, pulls this moron right in the curtain. However, Ichikawa, flushing red, clears himself by pointing at the height-wise closeness. Thus, the lad is ready to confess to Yamada until Hanazawa bumps into 2 and acts like she didn't see anything, which is enough to freak him out. But they definitely broke this doll, who dropped her notebook before bumping into almost everything in her way and walking out of the library. Well, Yamada takes on the responsibility of returning this back to her. The next day, Ichikawa doesn't care about where his seat is. The only thing he got in his mind is Hanazawa, who is besties with Kana, the celebration girl, who is his biggest threat of all. However, he bets this chick isn't the tap to rat him out with the first chance she gets. Just then, this goth-faced loser realizes he got the spot by the window, which is allegedly owned by the protagonist himself. He notices Hanazawa requesting Yamada for a seat exchange due to her weak eyesight. The lad realizes what Hanazawa just did right there, as this chick is trying to push him right on the edge, which is enough to put jitters in him. Trying to act all normal, he, packing the rees of a protagonist, brags about being seated with Yamada to be at least acceptable. Unbeknownst to this dimwit, he totally creeps Kana and Yamada by looking like a love comic guy. Later on, the lad throws a curveball at Yamada for not sharing his book, trying to pull when they got this close. With a quick written apology, Yamada runs home real fast that day, giving no chance at an evening chit-chat, which makes him think this chick might be done with these crappy trust issues. Then he spots Hanazawa's book all abandoned, sitting on the desk like that, so he decides to give it back. Suddenly, he spots a piece of paper falling out of the book, which looks like a note to Hanazawa by Yamada. This girl, without a doubt, explains the whole situation with Ichikawa, as these two aren't going out at all. Moreover, she writes about this shy loser who just can't help doing a lot for others, which is hard to watch. Thus, she whines about this dumbass stepping away as she gets closer, like a stinky cat. Even then, they have formed a built-in bond, and the way things are now between them is the way she likes it. Hence, she demands that Hanazawa not leave things as it is, as she got nothing to worry about, and the boy doesn't have enough muscle power to read anymore. The next day, with a happy exchange of greetings, Ichikawa runs into Hanazawa, yearning to know what love is like in friendship as she asks Yamada. Within earshot, she hears Hanazawa rambling with all these questions about love, piling up on Yamada until he barges in. A sudden silence hangs in the air as Hanazawa swiftly runs out, but Yamada catches on to her, asking for her line to continue her love lecture. This just embarrasses the heck out here, as she runs away like a headless chicken on the loose. Today, Moriya-sensei breaks the news of their last sports festival, 19 days away. Like a dramatic, gloomy cloud, she cries about her blue team suffering a tragic, lousy defeat last year to come in third. Thus, she demands teamwork, cooperation, and determination flowing like steady water this time in her team to hold this one overall teacher's heads. While Ichikawa sullens at the thought of the school's pointless event coming up next, a jacked-up classmate demands he be his knight, and things just escalate from here for this poor soul. So basically, Ichikawa, the deadbeat loser, is chosen to be the knight of his mock cavalry battle because of his puny face, who packs some guts. Later in the bathroom, Adaki learns this moron is about to turn them down, but Adaki is adamant about joining their team on his own terms. Recalling that this dimwit got hurt last year, he remembers his dual fall with Yamada during the centipede race. Though this hot-headed loser apologizes for spreading rumors of him pulling Yamada down. However, he recalls Yamada setting this straight by telling how Ichikawa's intention was just to save her. Since then, this hot-headed loser thinks this chick is pretty cool for standing for his pal. Leaving Adaki high and dry in the bathroom, Ichikawa walks out, recalling how that was his first interaction with her. A sudden flashback to his darker demon judging her, trying to be some sunshine in the pile of running trash during the race. Just then, Yamada comes out of nowhere as she pulls his sleeves up when thinking of last year's sports festival, believing the lad still has the scar of that day. Hence, her sorry ass apologizes when caressing his scar, as Adachi spots these two lovable goofballs. Out of the blue, Adachi demands to know if Kanzaki, on the White Day date, was with Yamada and Ichikawa. Looks like Oda rat poor Kanzaki out. Fist bumping Ichikawa's back, Adachi demands that he join the cavalry battle against him one-on-one. And this just comes as a blind blow to both Ichikawa and Yamada. Feeling flustered, he tries to take his dignity back by stepping out of the scene, until Ichikawa musters up the courage to accept this challenge just for him. With a flashy grin, these two fists bump each other to make this a pact, as this ugly loser doesn't give a damn about wins or losses. Since then, Ichikawa has developed a sense of never losing. With a jog that took his breath away, he heard people say that working out too much while you're growing can turn you into a shorty. However, Ichikawa's imaginary self calls this to be rather bullshit, as most athletes train themselves since they were kids. The imaginary Ichikawa is ready to bet on that, but the real Ichikawa's clumsy bum doesn't plan on teaching his algorithm to look at him as a gym rat. Thus, the lad tries snapping out of it to avoid talking to his own freaky butt in public. All of a sudden, he turns around to find Yamada petting a dog. With their eyes locked, these two are both stunned, frozen cold, breaking into sweats like a leaky faucet, until Yamada coldly asks if he needs something or what. Later, she talks about having a chit-chat with Wantaro, keeping it all casual, until she raises the real question of whether he's preparing for the sports festival. Turning his head away, this shy loser expresses his determination to not show up like a third-world zombie in the game. In the rising chances of an apocalypse, the lazy lad is better suited to have a high survival rate. This catches him off guard, as Yamada stands straight up to ask Ichikawa for a race together. Arriving at her mental finish line, the dude's cracked brain salutes her former sports club's blessed endurance level. Just then, she mutters something about having everything they need at her house, asking to pop right up for a quickie. This ditzy boy didn't catch her right, or did this chick just say, quickie? With her mom out of town, Ichikawa, ever the righteous loser, bets this is the walk to hell if it goes on any longer. Out of the blue, she pops up to show an ab roller that might work, as Ichikawa sighs in relief, cursing his nasty head forever, thinking she would plan that. But even getting a full body shot when using an ab roller, he bets this still doesn't feel normal. Hate to break it to this dumb nut, but Yamada shares how every girl gives a damn about her weight. In a four-legged puppy position, a puppy is sitting right under her belly as she screams to get this pup out of the way. Just then, he mumbles about this puppy being a lot heavier than it looks, but Yamada catches this one to think he said it about her, making her flushed red. Moving on, Yamada suggests he give her dad's weights a try too, as this chick reminds this dimwit about his one-on-one match against Adachi. Never spotting someone firsthand giving off a challenge, as she bets his friend looked pretty damn serious about this. Ichikawa is pretty sure Adachi has finally caught up to Yamada's and Ichikawa's closeness. As he had his eyes on Yamada, he wanted to go for a manly duel. While Yamada, ever the sweet chick, worries about Ichikawa's protein snack, he mutters that he doesn't want to lose this for Yamada. With a scream for sweeter eggs, the dude must be packing some hidden gains to lift such a heavy weight before Yamada's jaw-dropping face. As she got his back, this chick took on his sports festival's lunch duty on her head, promising to give her best shot too. Later, Moko and Yoshida, with heart shapes on their sweet cheeks, do a victory photoshoot. Just then, Chihiro is done with Yamada's face makeup, which says Makoto on her head with a cute heart on her cheek. On the other hand, Kana looks excited to ask Yamada if she wrote her boo's name, to which she replies, Muko Taman. Throwing a curveball at literally everyone, she smiles like a ditzy chick, having no worry in the world. Ichikawa can't help but worry about his match against Adachi, thinking about how the sports festival just came right up. Afterward, this ugly loser bumps into Yamada as she writes something off that he hopes is not permanent. Thus, she demands this dimwit not to let it come off. With the expectancy of rain this afternoon, he doesn't give a damn if this all gets shut down, unless it would be much more thrilling if that happens. After Adachi's hardcore speech for sportsmanship and the pledge of all the students, Ichikawa looks to be exploding and vows not to lose to this dumbass ever. Back in the seating, Hanazawa shows off her fan-made fans for Yamada, as the scavenger hunt starts with Kana leading the search for any couple. With her sparkly eyes and handwriting, Ichikawa is damn sure she wrote this one to hype herself as she craves some hot lovebirds. Suddenly, Yuki and Sana come in first, looking like some lovesick fools but get disqualified for cheating. After Ando's dark and gloomy lecture, Maria feels Dan heard about her Thunder losing this year, and she clears on getting a win no matter what. Spotting Adaki prepping for their match, he notices Yamada all strangled in tight ropes, and he bets this guy is still far from the change. With Ichikawa being a shield against him and Yamada, Adaki mentions this ugly loser coming his way before too, which catches him by surprise, and the rain starts, making things a bit dull for the thrilling sportsmanship. Aside from that, Chihiro bets on the cavalry game and their early lunch is definitely going to be called off. Hearing that, the hot-headed loser runs to Maeda-sensei to change his mind about this little drizzle. However, Ichikawa catches up to support him, as he believes this will be all quick and done. With all set, Ichikawa orders his team to take a rushy head start. He admits to solely doing this because he likes Yamada and for no other reason whatsoever. Holding hands and pushing each other off, Adaki screams, confronting him for being a great guy, which is why it leads to this. Without wasting another breath, Ichikawa breaks out, saying no guy who believes Yoshida's chocolate meant something gets to claim he likes Yamada. Shutting his shallow theories, he screams about not knowing a thing about this chick, as she is much more mature than any of them. This chick is a wholesome, incredible thing that has ever happened to this dud. Like an incredible dream seeker, working harder than anyone else. Thus, he teaches this stupid moron that's not what it means to like someone without knowing shit about them. Being a lousy chicken, he would like to go down in his own way, but Ichikawa's pumped-up rage ain't letting that happen. Hence, this ugly loser tries beating it out of him if he likes Yamada, then shows it all, as Ichikawa goes all out screaming that he likes Yamada. All the girls, like dumbheads, look clueless heading for tents, while Yamada watches Ichikawa's match with wonder. While Moko and Yamada got no idea what they are fighting about, only the men in battle know what shit is going down as two goofballs fighting off for a chick. Even after winning, he watches Yamada's worrisome ass running to get to Ichikawa as he breaks into tears. At the nursing office, Blondie cools off Ichikawa's head as Yamada stares like a wide-eyed owl. As Adaki walks out, Moko wraps him in a soaked towel, getting him even more confused than he already is. Just then, he runs into a cutie, who looks to be Ichikawa's sister, but his sorry ass gets a door slam. While Yamada cheers Ichikawa up, she leaves this handmade lunch for him, which looks rather huge, alongside chicken karaage, but more like rice balls. However, he wishes to keep his face straight with all his might when tasting this one, as this leaves the rich, sweet flavor of perfectly cooked egg. This just makes Yamada blush instantly, as he bends down to see his face up close until Ichikawa puts a bite in her mouth. Thus, she tells him this is a whole lunch pack just for him, as he bets this chick thinks he is a sumo wrestler now or something. Before going out to get here, she stated that today he looked pretty cool. With a bright morning wish, this ugly loser, Ichikawa, runs into this gorgeous girl, Yamada, in her summer uniform, looking like a ray of sunshine. This dimwit didn't know it was a change of clothes day, so he decides to go half casually dressed. Talking about changing clothes, Yamada asks Ichikawa to feel her summer skirt, as he does with red-hot cheeks. Yamada is flustered with rosy cheeks, asking why this dumbhead is half-dressed in the middle of nowhere. His gloomy ass whines about hating this time of the year, but his imaginary self reminds him of having Yamada this time around. Sweat dripping down, he convinces himself of not building such hopes with such a dull golden week. Aside from that, Chihiro asks Yamada if she landed the audition she was hoping to get, but she shuts her up, saying that info's top secret for now. Just then, Maria-sensei marches on with the exciting news of picking their school trip groups. With Maria-sensei scribbling some weird shit on the board, Yamada catches on to the bad news jolting her mind. Later, Kanzaki suggests teaming up with Ichikawa, as he can have Yamada as well, but he runs off to check this with Yamada, who just tries shoving him into her girls group instead. That comes as a shock until Kanzaki mentions talking about Teppei Yamada and not Anna Yamada. Later on, the lad can't help but notice something shady with this chick, as she isn't acting herself, with his imaginary self mumbling about the school trip arc of Kimri Octave holding the biggest plot twist of a first kiss, scaring the crap out of him. With a quick imagination at a tea shop, where a drenchy wet scene might dial up the temperature enough for a first kiss. Just then, like a riled up bull, he rolls on his bed, calling this school trip utter bullshit. Suddenly, his eyes fall on the school trip comic book, thinking he's subconsciously looking forward to it. With a sudden video call from Yamada, Ichikawa learns this chick is rereading volume 12 of Kimri Octave about the school trip. Looks like this gorgeous girl might have something running loose in her pea-sized brain. But after a quick look at his Class 2's school trip book, she shuns this idea instantly. Like a flustered chicken, she changes the subject, asking for a nice food place in Nara. The lad can't help but feel somewhat concerned about this chick. Off to Nara and Kyoto, Moko rats out Yamada on devouring all the snacks like a hungry beast, as Yamada asks to restore the stock right now. While Ichikawa packs his bag above his seat, Yamada, like a hot, tall chick, gives this poor soul a hand as his doggy keychain pops out. Later on, Yamada argues to change the window seat every 5 minutes with Moko, while Ichikawa, the window seat, sits right next to Hanazawa. After a strange chit-chat, Hanazawa tells the lad to be on his guard for the next 3 days by pointing at Kana, like some serial killer, cutting strips for confetti. Thus, she rats Kana out on a search to pair up some couples during this trip, with every girl ready for a flash mob act. Not only that, she states that he and Yamada are Kana's top priorities. With his cheek turning hot red, he refuses to be a thing right now. However, Hanazawa, ever the righteous, demands to know if this deadbeat loser is waiting for a crowd to push him into asking this girl out. However, this ditzy boy convinces himself and Hanazawa to do this on his terms. Out of the blue, Yamada creeps out of her chair, making Ichikawa sit, scared stiff, as she asks for a chair recline. Though this chick faces a stone-cold decline, raging into a heated argument and making Hanazawa believe love is strange. Thus, Ichikawa plans on avoiding Yamada for the rest of the trip to get away from Kana's notorious desires. However, his luck runs out, turning them into the same group. While Yamada shares a cracker with the deer, tens of them swarm around her, freaking the heck out of her. Being chased by a swarm of deer like a damsel in distress, Moko mocks the charming lady for gathering all the deer of Nara. Just then, she throws the cracker, which coincidentally lands in Ichikawa's bag, leading the swarm onto his ass. While those two deal with this swarm, Hanazawa traps the celebration girl right on time, calling this one for the dream team. Seeing his chance, Ichikawa runs off, leaving Yamada all on her own, as that's the only right thing to do. Running into Chihiro, she even spots Yamada acting all weird recently, as she chooses to fake her enthusiasm herself. Though this ugly loser bets this shorty might be into something. Moko and Yoshida run off to take their group leader, Chihiro, back, leaving Ichikawa high and dry with his thoughts. Even then, he is stuck on going solo for safety, up for a group photo. He just desires to know how Yamada feels. At the first dinner of this trip, Ichikawa can't help but wonder what could have gone wrong with Yamada. Leaving for a bath, Adaki invites Ichikawa for a sausage battle, as Adaki praises Kanzaki's growth. On the other hand, Yamada enjoys a sweet bath with her girls. Although this law is pretty whacked about the size of Yamada's melons, Moko charges 1,000 yens for a second to look at. While everyone heads out, leaving Chihiro and Yamada, she asks if she is having a blast on this trip, to which Yamada replies a lot. As Chihiro runs off to claim the blow dryer, Yamada sucks her phone out. Suddenly, scared to bump into Ichikawa, she throws her phone in the air, which his mighty hands catch in time. Spotting a 1-hour Kimri octave alarm, he hands it right to her, giving Psycho Kana the right chance to swoop in right away. While Yamada runs off, Adaki catches up to Ichikawa, talking about that tough sausage battle they had. Noticing Kana's losing ass, he thanks Adaki for being a true lifesaver this time. Later, Yamada's whimpering soul tries deleting that alarm for this event, but turns this thought down. With 2 out, Ichikawa's wakeful eyes can't help but wonder what that event actually means. His imaginary self jumps up. This handsome version points out the fact that this is all about a Dan kiss on the last day and nothing else. With all this commotion, Kanzaki sleepwalks to tell Ichikawa that Hara is right underneath this room, catching Ichikawa off guard. A minute later, his imaginary self advises him to prepare for his first kiss, as he has 2 days left. Just then, he hears Yamada mumbling the lines of Kimri octave at this hour, confessing to liking the main character. Piecing everything together, the lad catches on quickly enough to believe Yamada might have landed a role for Kimri octave. Shutting this imaginary Ichikawa's butt, this ugly loser finally catches on to what she wants, and just can't keep it in anymore. Knowing her workaholic brain, he rushes onto Yamada as quickly as possible. And with her favorite series, the lad bets this girl is working her ass off to land this role. Despite all that, just because this chick knew he was looking forward to this trip, Yamada agreed to come with such immense pressure on her shoulders. Just then, Yamada bumps into him, hiding Ichikawa in her soaked towel to pose as Chihiro. Maria-sensei catches up and pushes these two dimwits back to their room. As Yamada finds Kana bursting in, she trips down with Ichikawa with a nice save. Though these dumbheads are walking in the enemy's den, and things just escalated from here on out. So this ugly loser demands the gods above select a less embarrassing trial than this. Like a hidden spawn in the enemy's den, he hears girls rambling on to ask Yamada's crush. Just then, Yamada swoops right into where she is hiding Ichikawa's poor soul. Asking for her type, Yamada mumbles about her interest in a cat-like guy. To change the subject, she plays the reverse Ono card, asking everyone else their type. With everyone's answers on the side, Moko bets this asking out game has turned pretty childish. Thus, she brings on real adults, letting things sort out into a relationship gradually. Finding this to be a real pain, Yamada's enthusiastic self stands out about liking being asked out. Sweet lord, this chick was just about to get caught red-handed. Well, this ugly loser listens to Moko filling Yamada's ears with utter bullshit about adults mating even before dating starts like a recreational sport. And this way, adults decide if they desire to continue this shit or not. With the lights turned off, Ichikawa decides to break out of this female den, after they all sleep. Just then, this dimwit realizes sharing a bed with this gorgeous chick, Yamada. In such a tight space, making her melon smush against him, the lad's about to explode. Suddenly, Yamada whispers if he thinks she is all grown up. Just when these two are about to have their first kiss, Ichikawa blurts that he wants to talk. This makes Yamada jump right up, freaking her besties out as they point at Yamada's blanket being abnormally huge. Ever the lifesaver, Kanzaki jumps right down to see Hara, causing enough commotion to let Ichikawa slip out. Upon asking, Ichikawa mentions having a talk with this blush-faced beauty, Yamada, tomorrow. The next day, in their group free time, Kana photographs her girls goofing around at a sacred place. Hence, she calls this spot a good luck charm to strengthen the bonds between two lovable goofballs, making Yamada wonder in surprise. However, Kana catches on to this interesting reaction as being a little too suspicious. However, Hanazawa objects to her claim as the internet got no proof to side with her, frustrating the heck out of Kana. Besides that, Ichikawa is cooking up ways to bring up the audition part, telling her not to worry for his sake. Just then, Yamada brushes against Ichikawa, hinting at him to follow her to this sacred tunnel as others use a different route. After the small chit-chat shows how much fun she is having, this dimwit puts her foxy mask off to ask what's with her face then. On the verge of tears, Ichikawa asks if she has an audition. Thus, she breaks into tears, showing her desire to have the fun of a lifetime on this school trip. However, she admits the audition runs through her mind like crazy, so she should focus on enjoying this trip. With a loud relief, he learns one more thing about Yamada, as she tears up about not being able to turn off work mode. Just then, he wears off the foxy mask to express how lonely he feels in this filthy mess of a world, being a hollow, pathetic shell. Not only that, he confronts feeling like a nobody whom everyone laughs at until things turn around and he makes friends, which, by the way, used to look rather impossible to happen. Counting his friends, he talks with Kanzaki, Adaki, and Ota, including Kujinuma and other guys in the class after the cavalry battle. Not just that, he can even chit-chat normally with the girls, as slowly he talks about mixing in. Gradually, he felt all kinds of emotions, as his empty world was painted in colors again. As for now, Ichikawa admits to liking the school, even without her around. But this is all possible with her around, as this could not happen without her. Thus, he mentions how Yamada showed her the true beauty of this world by being in it. Just then, he pulls his mask off, crying like a snotty bum as he confesses to liking her. With sunshine hitting those two like blessings from the gods above, Yamada jolts right up hearing Ichikawa's straight-up confession. All of a sudden, Kana sees the right opportunity and chases these two as they run ahead, holding hands together. With Kanzaki and Hara being the love shield for those two, Yamada and Ichikawa run ahead as he believes this girl makes his boring life special every day. Catching their breath, this ugly loser asks Yamada to run off for her audition, as he will take care of the teachers. He directs her to take the next bullet train as he gives her the bag full of snacks for a nice comfy ride. Stopping him right there, Ichikawa turns to mention being glad to see her being herself again. However, she tells him that she desires to say it as loud as him. Just when she is about to, Chihiro, ever the mood spoiler, turns up to give Yamada her Kimri octave as her blessing for the audition. Thus, this dream team did this one job really well together, as Chihiro and Ichikawa wished her the best. Afterward, Chihiro runs right back to her group while Ichikawa spots this ad for cram school to get into the elite school. Planning his excuse, he runs into Kanzaki and Hara's celebration party, as Kana rejects the thought of these two not even belonging to the same class. Suddenly, Hara's grim face turns these idiots to shame right away, as Ichikawa bets this is one scary, strong chick. Later, he ties up his wish to pass the entrance exams at a sacred wishing temple. Just then, he gets a call from his sister, reminding her not to pick up some lousy keychain as a souvenir. Instead, a Janito oil blotting paper sounds nice. After listening to his grandparents' and sister's demands, he packs up all the souvenirs. Even now, Ichikawa is having a blast as he battles with Adaki, while Chihiro asks those two to cut it out. Moreover, he explains how Yamada reaches out to her parents, who settle things with the teacher, making it safely to her auditions. On the train home, the lad gets a text as Yamada asks him to hit the usual spot. Then he remembers Moriya-sensei's words, as this trip ain't over until he steps inside home. With that said, he changes his route, running off to meet this girl whom he just wants to be with. As the flashbacks hit him, the lad runs off like a speedster to catch Yamada as fast as possible. On his way, his imaginary self can't help but be proud of this goth-faced loser finally making it, as Ichikawa desperately looks for his usual spot. Finally, his pea-sized brain cracks the code of the library being the final destination point, so he bursts right in to spot Yamada looking like a beauty. Outright shocked to see each other, he can't help but make a snide remark on her bravery for attending the library out of uniform. Upon asking, he mentions not getting it right away until he recalls her snacking spree hitting on this library. Just then, he demands to know what went on with her audition. Though she says she did her best, she admits to being such a weakling for being anxious, and even then, she likes herself. After realizing this, she mumbles about everything or everyone around her being this lovely to her, as she credits this ugly loser for making that all happen. She claims this guy right here is more special than anything, as he showed her who she is. Thus, with a teardrop landing on the floor, she confesses to this guy, calling Ichikawa her everything. So without wasting another breath, she tells him that she loves him. So basically, this cutie ends up asking this bonehead out. Just then, she holds his crybaby face and tries kissing him, but their noses come in between, making them laugh at this. However, she does land a kiss on his rosy cheeks, catching him off guard. Leaving the lad high and dry as his poor soul departs, Yamada, giggling like a 5-year-old, runs out like a happy buffoon. Snapping back to his senses, he runs off after her, not believing any of this can actually be real. Watching this gorgeous sunset together, Yamada sneezes as she turns her head to see Ishikawa. So these two fell in love.